The story unfolds on a vast continent, once dominated by a powerful empire. Its legacy is etched into the very land. This empire's power fragmented into four distinct forces, each with its own unique identity and influence. Among these, the Golden Lion family stands out, renowned for their mastery of martial arts and swordsmanship. Their legacy is deeply rooted in history, a testament to generations of warriors. Then there's the force of devotees and priests, who worship countless gods across the land. Protecting the imperial family from unseen threats is the Protestant Alliance, a clandestine organization. The Inspection Bureau, a force of order and control, maintains a watchful eye. And finally, there is the Magic Tower, a family that has nurtured the world of magic for over 1,000 years. This ancient lineage has shaped the very fabric of magical practice. Their influence resonates throughout the land. This is the Melvinger family. 30 years ago, a war with demons erupted, forever changing the course of history. His family had been the spearhead that won the war, a glorious victory etched in history. However, the majority of his family perished in the conflict. When he turned 8, he was left alone. His father, scarred by the war's aftermath, and his mother, his magic teacher, both passed away. Only he and his older sister remained of the once great Melvinger family. The vassal families, those who had served them, betrayed them. Witnessing this betrayal, a young boy vowed to become a great magician and restore his family's honor. That was the plan, but the disgrace of the Melvinger family was profound. The whispers of the boy's failure echoed, questioning his abilities and lineage. He was, after all, the first headmaster's grandson. A rare condition, known as the blockage disease, prevented him from using magic. His dream of restoring his family became a cruel joke. He relentlessly pursued a cure, working himself to exhaustion. But despite his efforts, he could not find a way to overcome the blockage disease. He cursed his fate, his frustration palpable. Then, a desperate wish escaped his lips. He wondered if his wish would reach the heavens. A colossal, obsidian dragon descended from the stormy heavens, its shadow engulfing the landscape. He had met a dragon, a desperate act in his mind. The only possibility he had was to raise his collapsed family back up again. His family was right in front of his eyes. The ground cracked under the immense power. The dragon roared, his might shaking the very foundations of the world. He realized, with a mix of disbelief and relief, that the dragon was dead. But then, a sinister presence emerged from the fallen beast's shadow. A demonic figure, cloaked in darkness, revealed itself. This was the one who would free it from its tiresome seal. It had found its new vessel. The demon commanded him to become one with it, promising to take over the world. Elric, his eyes wide with terror and despair, braced himself for the inevitable. He stood, back to the viewer, silhouetted against a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The air crackled with power, a palpable sense of dread hanging heavy in the atmosphere. A wave of searing pain washed over him. His eyes widened, his mouth opening in a silent gasp of agony. He staggered, clutching at his throat, a harsh cough racking his body. Dark tendrils of energy snaked from his mouth. A bitter realization struck him. This was the test of the Demon King. He recalled his earlier actions, regret washing over him. He should never have sought out a dragon. The darkness continued its insidious advance, threatening to consume him entirely. But Elric Melvinger, despite the overwhelming power, refused to yield. With a surge of defiance, he channeled his inner strength, a brilliant blue energy erupting from his fingertips. He would not be devoured. Elric's striking green eyes, usually vibrant, now held a flicker of inner turmoil. A strange energy pulsed within their depths. The image within his eyes revealed the nature of his affliction. Blockage disease, a rare condition preventing the free flow of mana. At the Royal Magic Hospital, despite their best efforts, the doctors had delivered a grim prognosis. There was nothing more they could do. His sister, unaware of the severity of his condition, attempted to reach him, her voice laced with concern. Meanwhile, Elric's attention was elsewhere. He was struggling to process the devastating news. His sister inquired about his health and the doctor's findings, offering financial assistance if needed. He responded with a forced bravado, assuring her that he would soon be cured. His sister, worried, expressed her concern, but Elric reassured her that his friends were calling him. A notification sound interrupted him. A brief, almost imperceptible electronic beep. He couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth, that he might not be able to return home. His tardiness to class, a rare occurrence for him, was noted by his professor. The imposing facade of the academy loomed, its Gothic architecture a stark contrast to the bright sky above. His final exam results were in, a stark reminder of his consistent failures. Despite his high marks in several subjects, his professor seemed unimpressed, highlighting the inconsistency in his performance. He stood among his peers, the results board displaying their rankings, his own a testament to repeated failure. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. He had failed again, the weight of his repeated failures pressing down on him. The finality of his expulsion was clear. He had failed too many classes. This was his 4th time failing, a fact that held dire consequences. The word expulsion loomed, a stark reminder of the consequences of his academic failures. The thought of failing his family weighed heavily on him. He had studied diligently, pushing himself to the limit. He excelled in theory, mastering the academy's logic, and aced the theoretical exams. He had always felt special, above his peers in intelligence. His exceptional ability to understand and manipulate mana far surpassed anyone else's. Despite his theoretical mastery, he was instructed to absorb the ambient mana and focus it within his heart. It didn't matter if he possessed the talent everyone craved. The fact remained that he was still struggling in his first year. His frustration was palpable as he continued to fail at the basic circle spell. A professor, observing Elric's struggles, suggested he abandon magic and pursue a scholarly path instead, promising to put in a good word with the headmaster. Elric, however, was burdened by a blockage disease that prevented him from using magic effectively. A scholarly life was not an option he could easily accept. He felt the weight of his family's expectations, the need to restore their former glory, a burden he couldn't bear with a mere scholarly career. His thoughts drifted to his grandfather, a renowned hero of the Great Demon War. A vision of the war flashed before his eyes, a chaotic scene of demons and destruction, a black hole at its center. He saw a figure, a magician of the stars, wielding immense power. The vision intensified, showing the magician vanquishing the demons with a blinding light. A newfound determination hardened Elric's gaze. His eyes glowed with a fierce green light. He stood before the imposing structure, the words Uston Academy stark against the weathered stone. A grim determination etched itself onto his face. His thoughts turned inward. Expulsion would be a devastating blow to his family's already tarnished honor. Across the courtyard, two figures stood in hushed conversation. One was a young man with fiery orange hair, the other, a woman in regal attire. The weight of his family's disgrace pressed heavily upon him. He considered the depth of their fall, a once proud magical lineage now teetering on the brink of ruin. He watched from the shadows as the two continued their discussion. He called out to a pair of students, seeking information about a particular professor. The students, hesitant at first, revealed that the professor was a close friend of theirs. The young man with fiery hair approached, a predatory glint in his eyes. "What's your name?" He prepared to investigate. The young man's companions watched, apprehensive about the potential consequences. His adversary let out a furious outburst. "Damn you seriously." Elric, his face etched with worry, stood before his grandfather's imposing figure. The old man's presence radiated an aura of quiet strength. Despite his grief, Elric steeled his resolve. He knew he couldn't afford to falter. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind. "You can't get weak here." He clenched his fist, a silent vow forming on his lips. "I will solve this." Later, sitting at a cafe, Elric reviewed the academia's initial report on the blockage disease. Disappointment washed over him. There were no useful leads. He muttered to himself, "This isn't it," a growing frustration evident in his tone. His eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning. He slammed the report shut. Sean, his red hair ablaze, launched a furious attack. His movements were a blur of speed and precision. The force of his blow sent Elric reeling. He barely managed to brace himself against the impact. Elric staggered, momentarily stunned by the unexpected ferocity of the assault. Sean's attack left Elric speechless, his anger and shock evident in his outburst. "Aw, fuck. Who? Aw, fuck? What did you just say?" Sean, the third son of the Nemister family, revealed himself, his expression cold and accusatory. "Have you been using my name as you pleased again?" Sean's arrival was unexpected, and his tone was far from friendly. "Oh, look who it is." Elric and Sean Nemister sat across from each other in a dimly lit tavern. The air crackled with tension, the remnants of their recent altercation still palpable. Sean, clearly agitated, demanded that Elric stop using his name to sell magical items to younger mages. Sean's anger flared, his words laced with venom. He'd rather die than participate in such a scheme. Elric, seemingly unfazed, suggested getting Sean a drink, a subtle attempt at de-escalation. The young mage's response was a curt refusal. Sean Nemister's face was contorted in a grimace, his anger barely contained. The name was revealed, Sean Nemister. A narration box explained that after their family's downfall, the magic tower had been governed by 6 royal families known as the Hexagram. Sean was a member of one of these families, a Nemister. Elric, meanwhile, was reviewing documents, his expression thoughtful. He had recently become a professor, a position of high standing. Despite their differing paths, Elric noted that Sean had been one of the few constants in his life. Sean, surprised by Elric's words, questioned his presence. Sean expressed his discomfort with Elric's actions, finding them repulsive. A document titled Diamond Dragon Shineake Exploration Plan was visible on the table. Elric pondered over the document, his expression one of curiosity and slight confusion. He questioned why Sean was giving him the document. Sean explained that despite being a recently discovered ancient species, a nest of the diamond dragons had been found. Sean invited Elric to join the expedition team. Elric was shocked by the proposition. Ancient dragon species, thought to be extinct, had been discovered. He stared, awestruck, at the implications of this discovery. A professor warned about the consequences of finding artifacts, hinting at expulsion from the academy. The young man, however, was far more excited by the implications than worried about the potential punishment. This was more than just expulsion. It was a monumental discovery. He mused that perhaps the dragon's nest held the cure for his illness. He frantically searched through documents, his hand trembling slightly. Another young man questioned his agitated behavior. His face was a mask of intense concentration. He saw this as a divine opportunity. Overwhelmed with elation, he laughed. The other young man reacted with disbelief and anger to his outburst. A finger pointed to a specific location on a map. Here, Elric Melvinger, a young man with vibrant blonde hair, leaned over an ancient map, his finger tracing a route across a land dotted with arcane symbols. A smirk played on his lips. He seemed confident in his findings. There was no nest. The location was identified as the nest. Inside, a heated discussion unfolded around a large map. Sean, his expression grim, pointed at a specific location. Red, seated opposite him, remained unconvinced. Elsewhere, a man watched them intently, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He was clearly displeased by the unfolding events. Sean continued to press his point, thankful that no one else was listening in on their conversation. Red cautioned Sean about the risks of their actions, reminding him of the many professors involved. Sean, however, insisted that he was telling the truth. Red threatened to strike Sean again. The tension between the two remained high. Red reminded Sean to behave appropriately, given his family status. Sean initiated a magical ritual, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hands. Sean, the fiery-haired mage, completed the ritual. A surge of energy crackled around him. The energy manifested as a brilliant, blue light, rapidly expanding outwards. Red and Sean stood together, observing the celestial phenomenon unfolding before them. The crack, a result of two strata colliding, was immense. From the crack, a massive amount of mana flowed. This much mana had been accumulating for at least 100,000 years. Red questioned Sean's logic in choosing this location, given the dragon's nest was expected to be here. Sean, however, confidently explained the three principles of mana streams. Red, from a position of height, looked down at the scene, his expression serious. The perspective shifted from wide to narrow, focusing on the heart of the mana surge. A lone figure traversed a landscape of stark, glacial formations, the biting cold a stark contrast to the intense heat they had just left behind. He continued his journey, the icy wind whipping around him. The sheer scale of the ice formations was breathtaking. From a distance, Sean and Red observed the scene. Sean, ever the pragmatist, pointed out that based on established principles, this location should have been the dragon's nest. However, a closer examination revealed a crucial detail. The presence of magma flows through the cracks in the earth. This contradicted the established understanding of mana gathering, and the professor, Ustin, found himself perplexed. The earth beneath them trembled, a surge of intense heat erupting from below. The source of the disturbance was revealed, the Akron volcano. Sean confirmed that the volcano's magma flowed beneath the entire continent. Red, however, countered with the fact that they had previously recorded mana wavelengths consistent with a dragon's presence in the area. He questioned how a dragon's nest could exist in such a location. Sean, deep in thought, pondered the implications of this contradictory evidence. A confident smirk played on Sean's lips. He had a strong suspicion that they had indeed found the nest. Sean traced a route on an ancient map, his finger pausing over a marked location. The Karagul Cave. It was here, according to the map, that their search would conclude. He felt a surge of confidence. It had to be here. The cave opened into a vast chamber, filled with gold and precious jewels. Sean cursed under his breath. This was unexpected. He nervously adjusted his collar, contemplating how to explain this to his superiors. Red, Sean's companion, voiced his concerns about the potential repercussions of revealing this discovery. Elric appeared, startling Sean. He was alone, and he needed to use magic. Sean's friend, desperate to overcome his illness, was willing to do whatever it took. A sinister smile played on the lips of a shadowy figure. He knew about Elric's condition. The figure, a friend of Elric's, considered the implications of this discovery. The dean of Ustin Academy reviewed a document, his brow furrowed in thought. The report detailed a mana surge of unprecedented scale. He was a man of considerable stature, his presence commanding respect. The weight of his position was evident. Red, the young man with vibrant red hair, sat before him, his expression a mixture of anxiety and determination. He had come seeking the dean's help. He explained the situation, hoping to gain the dean's support. The possibility of a solution hinged on the dean's opinion. Red's confidence wavered slightly as the dean considered his words. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Despite the risk, Red pressed on, his resolve unwavering. Even the dean's skepticism couldn't deter him. The dean, however, remained unconvinced. He wouldn't let this matter pass without a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Elric, his blonde hair catching the light, appeared, radiating an unsettling power. The dean, recognizing the immense magical energy, was shocked. He had never witnessed such power before. Elric's unexpected arrival startled Red. His question hung heavy in the air. What was Elric doing here? He apologized for his unceremonious entrance, his posture suggesting a blend of respect and underlying tension. The dean, intrigued, observed Elric with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Elric confirmed the assistant professor's deduction, his expression unchanging. The dean questioned the lack of evidence supporting the theory, highlighting its speculative nature. His subtle smile hinted at a hidden amusement, a knowing glint in his eyes. Red, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but express his disbelief at Elric's provocative behavior. Elric, seemingly unfazed, found the situation amusing, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, Elric could only laugh. He challenged the dean's assessment, his gaze unwavering. The dean, seemingly unperturbed, maintained his composure. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. There were few who stumbled upon such luck. He mused, but he was not one of them. Those who spoke out of turn, without knowing their place, were simply trash. The dean, a man of considerable stature and bearing, considered Elric's words. He acknowledged the young man's audacity, but as a professor, he couldn't simply dismiss his opinion. He agreed to Elric's proposal. This was a chance to gamble. The dean proposed a bet, a challenge. He steepled his fingers, considering the implications of the wager. He would provide Elric with the resources to form an exploration team. However, failure would have consequences. Elric countered, suggesting a different stake for their bet, a particular heirloom. The dean looked thoughtful, considering the implications of this new proposal. A dark carriage, emblazoned with a crest, rolled through the cobbled streets. A crowd gathered, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The question hung heavy in the air. Aren't you angry? Inside, Elric Melvinger calmly perused a worn book, seemingly oblivious to the tension outside. His companion, Red, fidgeted, his frustration evident. Keep it, Red muttered, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. Elric smiled, a glint in his eyes. It's fine, he said. They said that they were not going to hold me back if I find the dragon's nest. He continued, hey, it was getting interesting if you take that. Red's anxiety escalated. What if you can't find it? If your predictions are wrong? Red's voice rose in panic. Your family heirloom is going to be taken from you, you idiot. The focus shifted to the ornate pendant Elric wore, a family heirloom passed down through generations of the Melvinger family. Red scoffed. Well, it's not like that guy hasn't wanted the pendant for himself since forever. Elric chuckled. You're laughing? Do you not get it? Elric's smile widened, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You're on my side until the end. Red despaired, covering his face. You know it's over for me too if we can't find a nest, right? So now what? What are your plans? Red questioned Elric's motivations, suggesting that his acceptance of the bet was due to a lack of confidence. Elric remained silent for a moment, considering Red's words. A third party, observing the exchange, commented that Elric should have wagered his life as well. The observer's statement was accompanied by a close-up of his intense gaze, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Elric, reflecting on the past, admitted to having forgotten something crucial. He recalled that the man before him had two nicknames. One nickname was the shame of the Melvinger family. 7 years prior, a younger Elric was shown in a large hall. His expression was one of intense focus and determination. A flashback narration box revealed that this was the beginning of his freshman year. A fierce confrontation ensued, with one character shouting in anger. The scene shifted to a large hall where many students were practicing their mana control, comparing the size of their mana. The scene opens with a young Elric, sitting alone and dejected. He is questioned about his identity, his status as a Melvinger. Doubt is cast upon his abilities, a challenge to his reputation. A man scoffs, suggesting Elric's rise to prominence was due to outside influence. Elric remains silent, the mockery clearly affecting him. He reflects on a past incident, a moment of regret. He unleashes a powerful attack, his anger evident. His expression hardens, his resolve strengthened. He calls out to someone, seemingly a friend, urging them to wake up. The narrative shifts to a disciplinary hearing, where Elric is accused of insulting a duke. The Uston Academy Disciplinary Committee is shown. Elric, now older, defends his actions, stating he acted within the law. The disciplinary hearing was underway. Elric Melvinger, along with several other students, stood before a panel of stern-faced judges. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Elric's suspension was announced. The Academy's rules were clear. All students were equal under the law, but the events that followed would change everything. After the hearing, no one dared to approach Elric. His reputation had shifted dramatically. One of the judges, visibly distressed, covered his face with his hand. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. The young man's gaze was intense, betraying a simmering anger. Sean, agitated, confronted Elric. He warned him against his reckless behavior, concerned about the potential consequences. Elric held a book titled Factors on Physical Enhancement. The implications of his studies were far-reaching and potentially dangerous. Sean, though apprehensive, admitted the power of the knowledge contained within the book. He knew the risks involved in its discovery. Sean, despite his concerns, handed the book to Elric. He knew the young man's determination was unwavering. Sean questioned Elric's intentions, concerned about the potential misuse of the Beast King's body-strengthening arts. Elric's eyes, reflecting an inner fire, held a steely resolve. His focus was unwavering. Elric revealed his true motive: to use the knowledge to treat blockage disease. A flashback revealed the devastating impact of the Beast King's invasion, highlighting the immense challenges faced by the Empire. In the end, the body-strengthening arts were lost when the Empire expelled the Beastkind and Beastmen, constructing a great wall to separate them. And the scholars have failed to recover them. He had recovered the lost arts, but he had no idea how to apply them to his body. His discovery was met with disbelief by another. Elric, weary of the constant shocks, was given permission to proceed as he saw fit. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Confusion reigned. A familiar voice called out to Elric. He was surprised to see them. Why were they there? His classmates explained that they were there because they cared for him. They were there to help him, despite his earlier protestations. The headmaster had sent them. Elric was astonished by the headmaster's actions. Despite his earlier refusal, Elric found the gesture kind. He sensed it. The sheer number of individuals concealing their magical energy was staggering. This was far more in line with the headmaster Varix's usual methods. Don't worry, he reassured his companion, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. What? Get these. The professor's voice was sharp. He had taken Gehenna's breath and the Azure Sky Lord armor. You crazy bastard, Elric exclaimed, brandishing the powerful artifacts. The audacity of it all, lending a student equipment capable of reducing an entire town to ashes. And to him, of all students, get lost. I don't even want to see your face. The professor's dismissal was curt. If the other candidates find out about this, they're going to make a big deal out of it. Hold on. If he actually manages to find the dragon's nest. Not bad. I guess you can't fool blood after all. I should replace this stupid research team. They call themselves scholars, but they miss the basic things that even a student knows about. No. He licked his lips, a cruel smile playing on his features. As long as he obtained a magic pendant, he would be able to seize control. With the artifact in his grasp, his ascension to Prime Minister was assured. Thanks to those fools, his plan was proceeding flawlessly. He had won the bet. A surge of dark energy erupted from the man's hands as he crushed the object in his grasp. Elric Melvinger, the young magician, meticulously studied the ancient tome, his brow furrowed in concentration. The text, written in a language long forgotten, held the key to unlocking immense power. Nearby, two figures observed him with a mixture of apprehension and fascination. One, younger, visibly nervous. The other, older, a professor, wore an expression of intense curiosity. A powerful presence loomed over them, unseen but felt. A sense of impending doom settled upon the scene. The young magician initiated a complex ritual, his hands moving with practiced grace. He chanted an incantation, the air shimmering with magical energy. A surge of power erupted from the center of the ritual circle, a blinding flash of light illuminating the surrounding area. The resulting energy wave propelled the onlookers backward, sending them sprawling. The force was immense. Elric stood amidst the chaos, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He had succeeded, but at what cost? Professor Ustin, recovering from the shock, observed Elric with a mixture of concern and admiration. His expression was unreadable. He confirmed his suspicions. The ancient texts were indeed accurate. The power was real. A shout cut through the air. Expedition team. They needed to move quickly. The pillar of light, the source of the power, was beginning to fade. As they prepared to leave, a sudden attack forced them to react. Hold on. A wave of energy, unleashed by a powerful ritual, washed over the group. Fear contorted their features as they were thrown back. They cried out, their voices filled with alarm and concern for their own safety. Two of them, struggling to regain their footing, pleaded with the others to wait. They looked around, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. One of them, skeptical, questioned the wisdom of their current location. His companion, however, remained resolute, suggesting they proceed with their original plan. Meanwhile, another member of their group, a man with glasses, revealed a sinister smile, suggesting a hidden motive. He was alerted to the presence of Sean, another member of the group. Sean, upon seeing the man with glasses, prepared to unleash a powerful attack. Sean unleashed a fiery blast of energy. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of fire, centered on Sean. The residual energy from Sean's outburst continued to roil, the air itself shimmering with unstable power. The force of the blast sent tremors through the earth, cracking the very ground beneath their feet. Dust and debris rained down as the immediate aftermath of the explosion settled. A cloud of dust and smoke obscured the immediate area, making it difficult to see what remained. The energy surge subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Slowly, the dust began to clear, revealing the extent of the damage. Elric, Ustin, and Red cautiously approached the epicenter of the blast, their expressions grim. They stared in disbelief at the gaping chasm that had been created by Sean's power. Ustin, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, "If it's that bad, it's possible that a dragon." Suddenly, a new surge of energy, this time blue and frigid, erupted from the chasm, catching them all off guard. He braced himself, the sheer volume of mana threatening to overwhelm him. It was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. A hand rose, a gesture of caution and control. "Don't be swayed," the young man warned. "It's just pent-up mana flowing out as they created the hole." His green eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on his face. Following his command, the group moved forward into the darkness. As they ventured deeper, a chilling cold enveloped them. Even magic couldn't dispel it. They paused, peering into the abyss before them. What lay ahead? A shiver ran down his spine, a premonition of something unsettling. They continued their descent, the air growing heavier with each step. One of the group members voiced their apprehension, but the others pressed on. From the depths, a monstrous presence revealed itself. The monstrous entity, having been confronted, watched as the group, awestruck, arrived before a massive, imposing door. One of them, a young man with blonde hair, gasped, "Whoa!" The blonde young man and a companion, a man with dark red hair, stared at the door. The blonde one whispered, Is this a door?" A man with short, dark hair shouted, "Everyone strong, gather around." The group discussed their options. One suggested pushing the door open, while another proposed using magic to break it. The blonde young man pointed out a detail on the door. "This door," he said, "don't you see the seal of the dragon on it?" The group considered the implications of the seal. One of them voiced their concern. "We don't know what could happen if we do anything to it." A man with glasses and teal robes scowled. He muttered to himself, "He always tries to show off. It pisses me off." He continued his internal monologue. "So, when we try to open the door, get away from it, and—" The blonde young man addressed the group. "Be sure to not take any independent actions from now on. We don't know what might happen if—" The man in teal robes examined the door's material, questioning, "Is it gold? What is it made of?" Suddenly, the blonde young man yelled, "Don't touch it." Elric Melvinger, crouched before a glowing sigil, looked up in surprise. "What?" A sudden, intense burst of energy erupted from the sigil. He was thrown backward by the force of the blast, yelling in shock. Sean, witnessing the event, exclaimed, "That idiot just did it. What's wrong with the door?" A wave of golden energy surged forth, revealing intricate, ancient runes. The runes pulsed with power. Someone shouted, "Everyone block." Another powerful blast rocked the area, causing widespread chaos and confusion. "What's going on?" Red, his face contorted in anger and urgency, yelled, "Going to do now? Do something." Sean, determined, declared, "I'll try to decrypt the text first." Fear gripped those nearby. "I don't want to die. Save us." Sean, amidst the chaos, found a moment of calm. "Be calm. A test problem." Sean continued to work on the problem. "I'm sure that I can find an answer to it. Let's believe in myself." Sean's eyes blazed with a fierce green light. He declared, "Like I've always done." A hand moved swiftly, etching runes into a surface. The resulting magical energy erupted in a blinding flash. The resulting blast sent Sean reeling. He cried out in pain, "My arm!" Desperately, he pleaded, "Save me." Another hand reached out, seemingly attempting to control the chaotic energy. Meanwhile, a figure with fiery orange hair struggled, desperately trying to decipher the runes. Chapter 5. Talent-Swallowing Magician. The credits page details the team behind the translation and production of this work. Elric, the protagonist, is shown in a desperate struggle, his face contorted in exertion. A plea for help, desperate and filled with anguish, echoes in the silence. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined landscape. A sense of devastation hangs heavy in the air. He had thought he was going to die. The weight of near death still clung to him. A comrade, Red, rushes to his side, concern etched on his face. "Elric," he cries out. Despite his injuries, Elric is alive. The strain of the ordeal has shortened his lifespan, however. Red's face is grim, his expression a mixture of relief and worry. Elric, despite his near-death experience, is impressed by his own power. "This is my power, you bastard," he thinks. The aftermath of the battle is shown, a scene of widespread destruction and casualties. A close-up on Red's face reveals his intense focus and concern. A powerful energy surge emanates from Elric, hinting at a significant power shift. He unleashed a wave of energy, a torrent of blue light erupting from his hand. The force of the blast sent his opponents reeling, their forms momentarily obscured by the intense light. One of them, a young man with blonde hair, cried out in alarm, clearly shaken by the display of power. The blonde-haired man muttered in disbelief, the sheer scale of the attack still sinking in. Meanwhile, Two figures, seemingly allies, struggled to maintain control of a glowing, hexagonal device. The blonde-haired man cursed, his frustration evident. He frantically scribbled notes in a notebook, attempting to make sense of what had just transpired. Another ally urged him to hurry, the situation clearly dire. The blonde-haired man's eyes glowed with an intense blue light. He gasped, finally understanding the nature of his newfound power. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a raw, untamed power unlike anything witnessed before. It resembled a dragon's breath, a vibrant blue that crackled with immense force. His eyes, blazing with an unnatural light, focused on Sean, his ally, who was in immediate danger. Sean, sensing the impending threat, urged his companion to hurry. The force of the energy wave sent Sean reeling, barely managing to evade the full brunt of the attack. He strained, pushing himself beyond his limits, but the power was overwhelming. He knew he couldn't sustain this for much longer. With a surge of adrenaline, he activated his armament, channeling his remaining strength into a desperate defense. Ustin, witnessing the display of power, was left speechless. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing. The intense energy manifested as a brilliant, azure armor, encasing him in a protective shell. He braced himself, the power coursing through his veins, as he prepared for the next onslaught. Ustin's astonishment was palpable. How could his young charge possess such power? He clenched his fist, the raw power still coursing through him, barely contained. Elric gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and determination. This time, he would control it. This time, for sure. Elric unleashed a torrent of energy, a wave of blue light erupting from his body as he defended against an unseen assailant. The attack was swift and precise. A blade of ice materialized, aimed directly at his heart. His eyes widened, reflecting the icy blue glow as he braced for impact. The ice shattered, leaving only fragments in its wake. He realized it had been a trap. His attacker vanished without a trace. Relieved but shaken, Elric surveyed the damage. His clothes were torn, and he felt a profound sense of exhaustion. A golden light emanated from a mysterious symbol, illuminating a hidden passage. The passage opened, revealing a dark and ominous interior. Elric cautiously entered the passage, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. A voice called out, urging the exploration team to help the injured. A sinister smile crept across Elric's face, his eyes gleaming with a newfound power. He stood in awe, gazing upon a breathtaking sight. Countless bookshelves, overflowing with ancient texts, floated amidst a sea of gold. The sheer volume of treasure was staggering. A sunken ship, encrusted with gold, lay partially submerged in the glittering hoard. Beyond the gold, a vast array of magical tools and weapons were displayed, meticulously arranged. Among them, an armor forged from dragon scales shimmered. It was truly amazing. The sheer volume of preserved ancient books was astounding. A dark-haired man approached Elric, a sly smile playing on his lips. "You were amazing," he complimented. Elric, however, seemed lost in thought, his expression one of deep contemplation. Sean, his red-haired companion, appeared, clearly agitated. "Bastard, what in the world did you do earlier?" Elric's eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, a test. He had a strange feeling, as if he'd been given practice questions before a test. Sean, noticing his friend's pensive state, asked, "Hey, what are you pondering so deeply about?" A hand reached out, a gesture of encouragement. "You should be smiling on such a great day." The red-haired man addressed Elric formally. "Elric Melving, from now on, no one will be able to ignore you or the prestigious magic family." Elric's face showed a mixture of shock and apprehension. He adjusted the collar of his dark tunic, a subtle gesture betraying a lingering unease. Despite his apprehension, he decided to focus on the present. A hand gently touched his blonde hair, a comforting gesture. The young man felt a surge of emotion. The newfound freedom was exhilarating, yet unsettling. Sean and Elric gazed upon a mountain of gold coins, a sight that filled them with awe. A magical orb pulsed with light, its energy palpable. They clasped hands, a silent agreement passing between them. Sean, ever observant, noted Elric's new status and the implications for their future. Elric's eyes widened at the sight of a colossal dragon corpse. Sean and Elric, along with another companion, prepared to depart. They knew their leader would join them shortly. With a shared determination, they set off. The sheer scale of the dragons remains hinted at its immense power. Elric, the young leader, surveyed the scene. It was clear that this place had been undisturbed for millennia. A sudden, violent impact shook the ground. Sean, his companion, was thrown to the floor. He staggered to his feet, disoriented and clearly injured. Sean cursed, realizing his mistake. He had been too excited and let his guard down. Meanwhile, Ustin, the professor, spoke calmly to his companions. Their intentions were not entirely benevolent. Sean, still shaken, pointed to the dragon's remains. It had moved. His concern was palpable. He demanded to know where the others were. Elsewhere, another group explored the vast treasure hoard, completely unaware of the danger. Sean was suddenly attacked. The betrayal was swift and brutal. He was grabbed by the throat, his face contorted in pain and anger. Sean's thoughts were filled with regret. He should have never trusted anyone. After traveling so far, he was met with treachery and fire. A desperate warning echoed through the cavern. Escape was paramount. Sean felt a searing pain lance through his side, a sharp, agonizing twist that stole his breath. He stumbled, his vision blurring. His eyes snapped open, widening in disbelief as the full extent of the betrayal washed over him. What? A skeletal hand, impossibly large and clawed, emerged from the swirling chaos, its icy grip reaching for him. He braced himself, the cold seeping into his very bones. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through him. The terror was palpable. He could barely articulate the words, the dragon. The ground cracked and buckled beneath him as a monstrous, skeletal dragon erupted from the earth, its eyes burning with an unholy light. His companions, Red and the Professor, fled in terror, the monstrous claw looming over them. Sean's face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes reflecting the horror unfolding before him. He cursed under his breath, a single word escaping his lips. Shit. Chapter 6, Talent-Swallowing Magician. Elric, the young magician, found himself amidst the chaotic storm of dark energy. Fragments of what appeared to be a skeletal dragon rained down around him. He braced himself against the onslaught, his expression grim. The sheer power of the attack was staggering. The skeletal dragon's power surged, a wave of destructive energy threatening to overwhelm him. He was caught in the heart of the storm, the dragon's skeletal form looming above him. His mentor, Ustin, urged him to focus, reminding him that this was a test. Meanwhile, Ustin and his team were strategizing, their concern evident. Ustin instructed them to find the dragon's nest. Elric's eyes narrowed, his determination hardening. He knew he had to avoid the dragon to survive. Despite the danger, Elric noticed something peculiar. The dragon remained strangely still. Sean, another member of the team, observed that dragon tongue magic was still just magic, and that the origin of the magic was the key. Elric realized that even if he could consume the magic, the sheer power would be too much to handle in one go. He needed time to prepare. A commander barked orders, his voice sharp and urgent. Get together and set up a defensive line. Shields up. Everyone to your spots. He gestured frantically as a shimmering, hexagonal energy shield began to form around the group. Elric's eyes widened. The skeletal dragon's attack was imminent. A wave of icy blue energy erupted from the dragon's maw. He gritted his teeth. The breath will last 20 seconds. If we could just block this, we'll have a chance. The force of the attack slammed into the shield, causing Elric to groan in pain. The shield held, but only just. He urged his companions on. Everyone, hold on until the end. He saw the door, a potential escape route, but reaching it would take 17 seconds. Closing in time would buy them survival. He looked at the weakening shield in alarm. The shield, the final, desperate push of the dragon's attack, shattered the shield, sending everyone reeling. Elric's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Now, he roared, his voice echoing the urgency of the moment. A skeletal dragon, its bones crackling with arcane energy, descended upon them. The command to flee was immediate. Professor Ustin and his companion, Red, were already in motion, their faces etched with fear. They were running for their lives. Elric, despite the terror, pressed onward. Great if we keep going like this. He muttered, his expression grim. He fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, his movements a blur of motion. Another companion, his face bloodied, appeared, his eyes wide with terror. Elric paused, catching his breath, his mind racing. A wave of icy energy washed over him. No way, he whispered, his voice barely audible. From the depths of the icy blast, skeletal beings emerged, their eyes burning with an eerie blue light. The legendary beings that protected the dragon. One of these beings loomed over Elric, its terrifying presence filling him with dread. He gasped, a single word escaping his lips. The Spartoi. A searing ball of fire erupted from his hand, a desperate attempt to fend off his attackers. The force of the blast sent him reeling, but he managed to avoid a fatal blow from a skeletal guardian. Red, his companion, urged him to focus, his voice a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Red engaged in a fierce duel with another of the guardians, his movements a blur of steel and magic. He cried out in pain, his strength waning under the relentless assault. Elric, witnessing his friend's plight, knew he had to act quickly. He was the only one who could save him. His gaze hardened, a grim determination settling upon his features. He clutched a strange amulet around his neck. He realized the amulet held the solution. The amulet glowed, its intricate carvings pulsing with an inner light. As the amulet's power surged, Elric felt an overwhelming wave of energy wash over him. He groaned, disoriented by the sudden influx of power. His vision warped, the world around him twisting into a chaotic mess of lines and shadows. He could barely make sense of what he was seeing. Despite the disorientation, he pressed on, unable to hear Red's cries for help. He barely managed to dodge the blow, sweat beading on his brow. The force of the attack sent a tremor through the ground. His opponent, a hulking figure wielding a massive shield, prepared for another strike. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the enemy's movements. He had dodged, but the sheer power of the attack left him breathless. It wasn't an illusion. He could see it. With newfound clarity, he saw the enemy's next move. He realized that by following the glowing spots, he could evade the attacks. But a nagging doubt lingered. What if it was a trap? Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his side as another warrior attacked. He didn't have time to think. Survival was his only priority. He urged his companions to follow him, their escape route now clear. A desperate plea echoed behind him. The young man with fiery orange hair, Sean, urged his companions forward. Let's go. His resolve hardened. Sean declared, to where my eyes can see. They were surrounded, but Sean, with surprising agility, directed his allies. This way, everyone. A sudden attack forced them to react quickly. Duck, jump. In the chaos, Sean took a direct hit. A fireball struck his left leg. Despite the injury, he continued to fight, his determination unwavering. They pressed onward, nearing their objective. We're finally at the door, just a little further. Having escaped the immediate danger, they paused to catch their breath. Nice. We lived. But their respite was short-lived. One of them cried out, somebody, save me. Elric, seeing his companion's plight, considered his options. If we can just close the door. He was faced with a difficult choice. Damn it, if I want to close the door, I have to ditch him. What do I do? That guy is a pain to the very end. Despite the grim situation, a glimmer of hope remained. But even then, a powerful energy surged forth. He couldn't leave him. The young man's resolve hardened. He wouldn't abandon Sean to his fate. With a surge of adrenaline, Elric moved to intervene, his own injuries momentarily forgotten in the face of Sean's peril. Elric, a powerful energy surge emanated from the collapsing structure, shaking the very ground beneath the young man's feet. He braced himself, the force threatening to send him sprawling. His eyes, wide with alarm, darted around, searching for a way to escape the impending destruction. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a wave of his own power, countering the destructive force. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat beading on his brow. He felt a searing pain as the energy coursed through his body, but he pressed on, determined to survive. His companions, witnessing his struggle, cried out in alarm. Elric, are you insane? One of them, blaming him for their predicament, retorted, it's that guy's fault for having such weak legs. Why are you blaming me? Despite the chaos, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Anyway, he realized the creatures were trapped, unable to escape. A moment of reflection dawned on him. Now that I think about it, there were traces of damage atop the dragon's lair. Were there intruders besides us? He stared, bewildered, at the skeletal remains of a colossal dragon, crackling with arcane energy. The creature's form shifted, its bones rearranging themselves in a terrifying display of power. That was a core of immense power, pulsating with an unnatural energy. Suddenly, a wave of icy energy erupted from the core, sending him reeling backward. A nearby figure, his face etched with alarm, shouted a warning. The Spartoi were approaching. The command was immediate and urgent. Run. Panic ensued as the group struggled to escape the encroaching threat. One of them, a young man with blonde hair, urged his companions to flee. Meanwhile, another man, his face contorted in anger, watched the unfolding chaos from afar. A group of men, their expressions grim, discovered a hidden passage. One of them recognized Elric's name, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A figure, cloaked in shadow, urged another to proceed. The young man with fiery orange hair, Sean, was frustrated. He slammed his fist against a wall, demanding to know why the passage wasn't opening. He was clearly agitated, sweat beading on his brow as he strained against the obstruction. A voice echoed from the darkness beyond, asking, "You're Elric, right?" The scene shifted to reveal Sean, now calmer, extending a hand towards another figure. He introduced himself as Sean Nemister and asked if the other wanted to be friends. The other, a blond young man, responded curtly, "Fuck off." The blond man's hand reached out, seemingly in response to Sean's offer. Sean, undeterred, repeated his offer. I said, let's be friends. The two young men walked away from each other, the blond man again saying, fuck off. Sean continued to try to make amends, but was repeatedly rebuffed. He despaired, unable to even say anything. The instructions for the trial were clear. To become a true magician, one needed tenacious stamina. Points would be awarded based on arrival order, demanding diligent movement. A group of aspirants, clad in dark tunics, stood poised at the starting line, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension. A warning echoed. The use of magic would result in disqualification. The starting signal was given, and the competitors surged forward, a blur of motion. One competitor, Sean, found himself already halfway up the mountain. He paused, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Should he have brought Elric along? He was falling. A sudden impact jolted him. Disoriented, he looked around. A powerful force struck him, sending him tumbling down the mountainside. He managed to grab onto a rocky outcrop, his grip precarious. Injured and alone, Sean cried out for help. Sean, clinging precariously to the cliffside, felt the cold seep into his bones. His vision swam, and the world tilted. Above, 3 figures watched him struggle. One, impatient, voiced his annoyance. Sean, barely conscious, wondered how long he had been there. The pain was excruciating. He considered using magic, even if it meant disqualification, but the effort seemed impossible. The thought of facing his father's disappointment was almost unbearable. His grip faltered. He felt himself slipping. Just as he was about to fall, a hand reached out, grabbing his. The rescuer, strained and breathless, urged him to hold on tight. With a final heave, Sean was pulled to safety. His rescuer, though late, dismissed Sean's apologies and told him to continue. Sean's eyes, filled with gratitude and exhaustion, focused on his injured foot. His rescuer, Elric, appeared concerned, questioning his actions. Sean and Elric stood together, a stark contrast in demeanor. Sean's expression was one of pained confusion. Elric's, a mixture of suspicion and something akin to reluctant concern. He looked at Sean, his gaze lingering on the other boy's injuries. The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Elric's tone was sharp, demanding. He needed something from Sean, something far more important than friendship. Sean, despite his injuries, offered a chillingly calm smile. His response was a calculated move, a gamble. A silent observation from an unseen narrator. The scene shifted. The setting changed to a sun-dappled forest path. Elric and Sean walked side by side, the tension between them palpable. Elric's words were laced with bitterness, a thinly veiled accusation. The scene shifted again, this time to a confrontation. A powerful figure stood defiantly, surrounded by allies. A sudden, violent attack. A scream echoed through the air. Undeterred, the figure stood firm, his resolve unshaken. He would fight back. A swift counterattack. The tide of battle began to turn. Sean's explanation revealed a hidden truth, a secret that changed everything. Elric, his face etched with worry, braced himself. He couldn't risk endangering his companion. A blinding flash erupted, signaling the beginning of the conflict. From the heart of the explosion, a skeletal dragon, crackling with dark energy, emerged. A horde of shadowy figures, their eyes glowing ominously, advanced relentlessly. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding the initial onslaught. His opponent, a figure shrouded in mystery, challenged him with a defiant question. "Who do you think I am?" Elric, eyes blazing with determination, prepared to counterattack. Amidst the chaos, he spotted something, a crucial piece of information. The ensuing battle was fierce, with ice shards flying and bodies colliding. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Elric stood defiant, his power surging. A grim realization dawned on him. What goes around comes around. His eyes blazed with a crimson fury, a stark contrast to his usually vibrant blonde hair. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he addressed his opponents. Elric, the young magician, channeled raw power, his hand engulfed in searing flames. Even without mana, he was determined to proceed. His eyes blazed with fierce determination as he prepared to unlock the artifact's potential. He made a desperate choice, willing to sacrifice his lifespan to fuel the spell. The resulting explosion of energy was immense, shaking the very ground beneath him. The force of the blast sent nearby figures reeling, caught in the fiery maelstrom. He realized then that this trial was a test set by the dragon itself. He battled a skeletal dragon, its icy breath clashing against the inferno he commanded. The clash of fire and ice created a blinding spectacle of power. He leaped back, assessing the situation, his mind racing. He sensed the answer lay within himself, a truth he had yet to fully grasp. The skeletal dragon lunged, its attack narrowly avoided. Elric stood defiant, his power surging, a hammer materializing in his grasp. He understood. The key, and the answer to the test, lay within his own heart. He declared that if his answer was wrong, it would simply be someone else's game, and he would die there. However, he resolved not to falter. He stood firm, his resolve strengthened by his identity as a Melvinger. The skeletal warriors pressed their attack, their numbers overwhelming. A surge of energy erupted from him. He gasped, bewildered. The young man found himself in a fiery chasm, the heat intense. His eyes widened in alarm. A powerful bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the scene. A colossal dragon emerged from the storm clouds, its presence menacing. He stood alone, facing the immense creature, his back to the viewer. A colossal, crystalline dragon head emerged from the fiery chasm, its icy breath chilling the air. The demon, its back to the viewer, seemed to sense the presence of the dragon, a flicker of surprise in its posture. Its crimson eyes widened, a predatory grin spreading across its face as it turned to face the approaching threat. He felt a surge of power, a raw energy coursing through his veins as the dragon's presence intensified. The demon raised a hand, a dark orb of energy forming within its grasp. A blinding flash of light erupted from the dragon's maw, a wave of energy that threatened to consume everything. He was caught in the blast, the force of the energy pushing him back. He found himself standing atop a jagged spire, the chasm stretching before him. The red light intensified, illuminating the path ahead. The demon charged, its horns lowered, intent on destroying the young man. A fierce battle ensued, a clash of raw power and determination. The demon's face contorted in rage, its eyes burning with hatred. The demon unleashed a torrent of dark energy, a furious maelstrom that threatened to consume Elric. In response, Elric channeled his own power, a blinding flash of light erupting from his body. He sensed an immense amount of mana, far beyond anything he'd encountered before. Could this be an eighth circle sage? The crystalline dragon, enraged by the conflict, retaliated with a devastating blast of icy energy. Elric, despite the overwhelming power of his foes, pushed himself even higher, his determination unwavering. The demon, sensing Elric's resilience, prepared for a final, decisive blow. His eyes glowed with malevolent intent. A powerful force shattered the ground around him. What was happening? From the depths of the earth, a monstrous claw emerged, its grip tightening around a jagged shard of crystal. The earth trembled, fissures spiderwebbing across the ground, a prelude to the cataclysm about to unfold. From the depths of this newly formed chasm, a monstrous claw, tipped with a shard of crystalline energy, clawed its way into the light. Elric, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, found himself face to face with the being responsible for the dragon's demise. The demon, sealed for centuries, recognized its liberator. It was the one who would break its prison. The demon's words hung heavy in the air, a proposition of unholy union, a pact to conquer the world. Elric, despite the immense power before him, refused. He would not become a pawn in this demonic game. He braced himself, preparing for the inevitable conflict. A surge of energy erupted from Elric, a desperate counterattack against the overwhelming might of the demon. Mephistopheles, the demon king, smirked, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The demon king unleashed his full power, intending to bury Elric with him in the earth. Terror and disbelief washed over Elric's face as he realized the true nature of his opponent. From the depths of the earth, a colossal, shadowy beast emerged, its name a chilling whisper, Shaynark. He stood before a swirling vortex of blue energy, 1,000 years of imprisonment momentarily forgotten. This time, he sensed things were different. The immense power before him was undeniable. A great vessel had appeared. The vessel reacted violently to his presence, convulsing with a guttural sound. He coughed, a harsh sound that betrayed his inner turmoil. This wasn't a dragon's test. It was a demon king's trap. His strength was failing. Would he die here? A maniacal laugh echoed as the vessel's power surged. The young man's face contorted in agony as Shaynark's power overwhelmed him. His family had sacrificed everything in the Great Demon War, a history that weighed heavily on him now. Even his parents had perished, victims of the unending conflict. Only his younger sister remained by his side. The rest of the imperial family, the magic tower, and the vassal families, all gone. They had all revealed their vile desires. Even the person he trusted and relied upon the most had attempted to seize what was rightfully theirs. And when they tried to protect what was left, they were abandoned. Abandoned. With everyone betraying and insulting his family, he felt helpless. He despaired, alone and defeated. His hope, it seemed, did not exist. But he resolved to cure his family's illness and restore their honor, no matter the cost. He would make everyone who turned their backs on them regret it. No, he hadn't even begun. It couldn't end like this. His heart hammered in his chest, a frantic rhythm echoing the visual chaos before him. The relentless pounding in his ears intensified, mirroring the visual assault of the repeating BA dump pattern. A golden amulet, imbued with an ancient power, shimmered, its light pulsating faintly. He would not be devoured. Not by this creature, not by anyone. His defiance burned hotter than ever. A surge of energy erupted from within him, a power he had never known he possessed. His descendants, far into the future, would one day know his name. The demon's attack intensified, a maelstrom of dark energy and rage. The demon recoiled, surprised by the unexpected power emanating from Elric. What is this power? It hissed. The power surged, focusing, coalescing. It was right here within his grasp. According to the ancient pact, the first demon would be consumed. Elric unleashed the full force of his newfound power, a blinding torrent of energy. The demon lunged, a furious roar escaping its maw. Its attack was swift, a blur of claws and shadow. The force of the blow sent him reeling, but he refused to fall. He braced himself, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination. He thought, asterisk no, not like this. Asterisk, a surge of defiance coursing through him. He stumbled back, but a new power ignited within him. It pulsed, a vibrant energy that defied the darkness. From his hand, a brilliant blue light erupted, forming intricate patterns that crackled with raw energy. Chapter 9. Talent-Swallowing Magician. The credits page details the team. A surge of green energy crackled around Elric Melvinger. In this very place, he declared his intent. He vowed to consume the first demon he encountered, fulfilling his assigned duty. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light. A powerful, icy blue energy erupted from his outstretched hand, a stark contrast to the previous green energy. The blue energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, revealing a strange, glowing symbol on his hand. He found himself disoriented, asking where. He awoke in a strange, fiery landscape, questioning his location. Confused, he muttered, "Huh?" A powerful, shadowy figure emerged from the fiery expanse, prompting Elric to ask, "Who are you?" The figure, holding an ancient book, remarked on Elric's familiarity. A voice boomed, revealing that they were the pinnacle of magic doctors, and Elric recognized the voice. He realized he had heard the voice before, as a fiery explosion erupted behind him. Those who had sought greater power brought harm to the world, corrupted by demons. In an attempt to correct this and atone for their past, they created a clan. Elric within this world. He questioned what the entity before him was. A demon, perhaps the Demon King? No, it was something else entirely, the Demon God. Their purpose was to form a clan to eradicate the demons. A monstrous, demonic beast emerged. The duty of their clan was to eradicate all demons. However, demons would always reappear. A terrifying demon emerged from the depths. The clan must continue to fight them, again and again. Until the demons are gone, the clan will not disperse. He performed a series of intricate hand gestures, the air around him shimmering with barely contained energy. The movements grew faster, culminating in a blinding flash of light. And one day, in the far future, he soared through the cosmos, a lone figure against the infinite expanse of stars. A colossal, demonic entity emerged from the swirling nebula, its eyes burning with malevolent power. Below, a fierce battle raged between the demonic forces and what appeared to be warriors of a bygone era. Our descendants will inherit our will completely. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the battlefield in an incandescent inferno. The young man, now radiating an immense power, stood defiant amidst the chaos. A sudden, disorienting flash of light filled his vision. He jolted awake, a young man's voice shouting a warning. A hand reached out, seemingly from the blinding light. The young man, still disoriented, was being helped up by another. The helper, a man with fiery red hair, asked if he was crying. The young man, embarrassed, mumbled that he was pretty sure he had been. He apologized, realizing he'd also been crying earlier. The red-haired man then pointed out that a rescue squad had arrived. He sarcastically thanked his rescuer, complaining about a bruise. The red-haired man retorted, implying that he hadn't done anything to deserve help. He warned the young man against future dangerous actions. Elric awoke with a start. A voice urged him to stand, but he questioned why. Sean, his friend, stood beside him, seemingly assessing his height. Sean noted Elric's increased height, suggesting he look in a mirror. Elric was shocked by his transformation, wondering what had happened. He recalled events from the dragon's nest. Sean, though curious, promised to explain later. He sensed Elric had a plan. Sean playfully chided Elric for keeping secrets. Elric, still curious, inquired about the nest's fate. He learned that his family was monitoring the excavation. Sean explained that because Elric discovered it, the nest belonged to him, preventing others from acting freely. Legally, the Finder owns the dragon's nest. However, powerful institutions were vying for control, creating a tense situation. Elric smiled, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. He seemed pleased with something. A companion asked him what he was looking at, clearly curious. He explained that the Nemister family also desired excavation rights, but had been blocked. Suddenly, he realized something, exclaiming in surprise and frustration. His thoughts turned to the old barracks, suspecting his interference in the excavation rights. A fiery expression crossed his face, his eyes blazing with determination. Sean, his companion, confronted him, questioning his sudden outburst and reckless behavior. He addressed Sean directly, his tone sharp. Sean, overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't respond, his words lost in his distress. He instructed Sean to spread the word of his serious injury. Sean, dejected, sat alone, having overheard everything. A figure in regal attire appeared, their presence hinting at a significant role in the unfolding events. The Imperial Magic Hospital stood imposing, its gates barred by a contingent of soldiers. A palpable tension hung in the air. Inside, a discussion was underway. A man, his face etched with concern, questioned a superior. The superior, a doctor, explained that Cadet Elric Melvinger remained comatose due to severe injuries sustained in the dragon's nest. He protested the order to leave, citing the importance of securing excavation rights. His frustration mounted as he observed the Nemister family's blockade of the hospital. Meanwhile, Sean, the young man with fiery orange hair, scoffed at the situation. He learned of the Nemister family's involvement through their spokesperson, Carl Donitz. Sean's expression hardened. He found himself in a lavishly decorated room. His gaze was intense, focused on something unseen. He demanded an explanation, impatient with the prolonged silence. Suddenly, a powerful figure appeared, identified only as Mephisto. The ominous presence of the great demon king, a harbinger of chaos, filled the room. The name Mephistopheles appeared, a chilling title that hung heavy in the air. However, Sean, seemingly unfazed by the ominous presence, decided to use a more casual name for the powerful being, Felis. A demonic figure, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, pointed a finger at Sean, sneering, "You?" Sean, though clearly intimidated, dismissed the creature as merely an evil spirit. The imposing gates of the academy loomed before him, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. He stood there, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A hand instinctively went to his chest, a familiar warmth spreading from within. The warmth intensified, a radiant blue light emanating from his chest. He wasn't imagining it. The memory of the dragon's demise flashed before his eyes. The demon king's lance, a fatal blow. He felt a presence within him, a power both terrifying and exhilarating. Had the dragon's heart truly entered his body? The blue light pulsed again, stronger this time, a surge of energy coursing through his veins. No, this felt different. This was something more profound, more powerful. His memories were fragmented, only recalling the demon king's attempt to possess him. He turned, his gaze sharp, and addressed the unseen observer. His impatience was evident. He demanded an explanation. The name, whispered on his lips, sent a chill down his spine. Mephistopheles, the demon, appeared, his expression one of irritation. The great demon king, who plunged the world into danger and distress. Mephistopheles. In the ancient era when the gods ruled the world, the demon god who symbolized darkness had four servants. The end, insanity, fornication, and the original demon king, the highest and mightiest demon king in legends. That Mephistopheles is attached to me. He introduced himself, claiming a name bestowed by the almighty demon god. His words were a chilling revelation. His eyes narrowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The young man recoiled in horror. Mephistopheles swore vengeance, his annoyance palpable. The young man trembled before him. The demon king, Mephistopheles, addressed an unseen individual, his voice dripping with disdain. He questioned the other's intelligence, exasperated by their continued failure to grasp the situation. A burst of crimson energy erupted from the center of the image, a visual representation of the demon king's simmering rage. Meanwhile, a young man lay sprawled on the floor, his face etched with frustration. He muttered about a weight that had spanned a millennium, his plans thwarted. He lamented the theft of his mana, a critical element in his scheme, by someone of immense power. Mephistopheles' voice echoed, a chilling declaration of his intended dominion over the world. A solitary figure stood atop a hill of skulls, silhouetted against a blood-red moon. This was the reason for his existence, he reflected. The immense form of a dragon, the Dragon King, filled the image, its presence a palpable threat. Shaynark, a figure with glowing red eyes and a cruel smile, was revealed. His expression spoke of malicious intent. The Dragon King unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy aimed at Shaynark. He stood in my way. The Dragon King's attack struck Shaynark, a powerful blast of energy engulfing him. Mephistopheles, the Demon King, unleashed a torrent of dark energy, his eyes burning with furious intensity. He addressed his unseen opponent, his voice dripping with malice. "You will be buried here with me." The response was immediate and filled with rage. "You fucker!" And like that for 1,000 years. He waited, chained in darkness. I waited and kept waiting. Then, finally, he saw his chance. "You're here, at last." Meanwhile, a group of figures stood before a dark chasm, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. One of them, a young man with fiery orange hair, felt a sudden chill. He sensed something was wrong. The demon's voice echoed in his mind. "The vessel that will release me from this seal, the perfect vessel who cleared." All his tests appeared before him. The young man, his body racked with pain, realized the extent of the demon's influence. He had almost succeeded in taking over his body and soul. But a surge of power, of vibrant green energy, erupted from within him. A surge of crimson energy erupted, a hand reaching out from its depths, finger splayed. But all of Mephistopheles' plans had been thwarted. He was left with only a fragment of demonic energy and the remnants of his existence. Mephistopheles' eyes burned with fury. What power had absorbed him? He scoffed at the young man's arrogance. Sean, lying on his bed, reflected on the audacity of those who thought themselves superior. He mused that if he were 1,000 years younger, he would have acted differently. He hoped their voices would reach those in the future, their descendants someday, far in the future. Sean wondered if the voice he heard was his grandfather's. The voice was close. According to the arrangement, the first demon would be swallowed. Sean wondered if the swallowing meant he had absorbed the demon's power. Sean carefully examined the ornate pendant. a tool capable of devouring demons. It was a weapon of immense power, capable of destroying even the most formidable of demonic entities. He wondered if it could be used against others like Mephistopheles. The image of the first demon, a terrifying figure of immense power, flashed through his mind. He realized that there would be more demons to face, many more. A chilling smile spread across his face. He felt a surge of power, a confidence born of the demon's essence he now possessed. But before he could act on his newfound power, something else demanded his attention. He found himself on a mountain path, accompanied by a small, shadowy figure. Before he could fully understand the pendant's power, he needed to address a pressing matter. He sat in quiet contemplation, seeking clarity amidst the turmoil. A surge of green energy erupted from within him. The scene shifted to a tranquil pond, the air still and heavy with the scent of wildflowers. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the water's surface. He felt the gentle caress of the wind, a sensation both familiar and strangely new. The feeling was akin to the smooth, effortless flight of a ladybug. He could see and feel everything. The subtle nuances of the world were laid bare before him. The scent of flowers filled the air. His suspicions were confirmed. If his suspicions were correct, then this was no ordinary place. A surge of energy, vibrant and green, erupted from the water, reaching towards him. He braced himself, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. The power was immense, threatening to overwhelm him. He channeled the energy, his body trembling with the effort. The power was immense, but he would not yield. The energy coalesced, forming a sphere of brilliant blue light. With a word, he ignited the power within. A wave of intense heat radiated outwards, the air shimmering with an almost unbearable energy. Sean stood before it, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He saw a figure emerge from the heart of the energy, a being of immense power, its eyes burning with an infernal light. This was no ordinary being. The being's gaze fell upon Sean, and a single word escaped its lips. Dragon magic? The being's disbelief was palpable. A mere human wielding the power of dragons was unheard of. Sean, unfazed by the creature's shock, responded with a defiant gesture, a middle finger raised high. Even for a Melvinger, this was outrageous. The power he wielded was far beyond anything expected. He felt the residual energy coursing through his veins, a potent force that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Sean stood, his back to the viewer, silhouetted against the fading light of the magical outburst. He was changed. Now he could use magic as well. A close-up on Sean's face revealed a grim determination, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He had achieved something extraordinary. Finally, the agonizing blockage disease had been cured. The cure, however, did little to alleviate the disgrace that had befallen the Melvinger family. Whispers of their decline echoed through the halls of power. How far would this prestigious magical lineage fall? The whispers intensified, questioning the very foundations of their legacy. Could their new headmaster, a man plucked from the streets, truly be worthy of the mantle? He stood silhouetted against the setting sun, a lone figure amidst a vast, desolate landscape. This was not an act of spite. It was a calculated decision. His gaze was cold, his expression unwavering. He would not tolerate the insults of those who did not understand his place. Sean, the grandson of the former headmaster, vowed revenge on those who had betrayed and ignored his family. He would make them regret their actions. A device hummed, its blue light illuminating a tense scene. The air crackled with anticipation. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Concern and speculation hung heavy in the air. The question of Elric Melvinger's coma dominated the conversation. A man in formal attire addressed the assembly, his voice calm, yet firm, as he requested confirmation of a written statement. Elsewhere, a young man with fiery red hair received a terse warning from his superior. He responded with a dismissive laugh, seemingly unconcerned about the potential consequences. The gravity of the situation was emphasized. The Magic Tower and the Imperial family would not tolerate any further incidents. The red-haired man was given a cloth to wipe his sweat, a small act of consideration amidst the tension. He reflected on the situation, a grim determination hardening his features. The higher the stakes, the higher the rewards. The higher the stakes, the higher the rewards. Meanwhile, the professor, burdened by worry, cursed Elric's name, wondering about the extent of his suffering. The professor informed his associate that Elric had gone off on his own. Sean, seemingly unconcerned, made plans to leave, leaving the burden to others. A servant approached a young master, a stack of papers in his hands. He reported a problem. The young master's expression was one of concern as he listened. The problem was delivered in a sealed letter. The letter bore a distinctive red wax seal. He reacted violently to the contents, his movements a blur of furious energy. Suddenly, a woman appeared, causing him to exclaim in surprise. "Sister, why are you here?" She responded calmly. "Why are you so surprised?" Tasha Nestor, the woman, stood confidently. She questioned his surprise, stating that it wasn't strange for an older sister to visit her younger brother. A narration box explained that the Magic Tower, Imperial Family, and Protestant Alliance each produced a great genius in the same generation. They were called the Three New Stars. The servant apologized for his forgetfulness in delivering a letter. News of his sister's arrival had sent a jolt through Elric. She was the youngest magus in history, one of the legendary three. His sister, Tasha, questioned his true motives for her visit. Driven by concern for a sick friend, Tasha had come to see Elric, unaware of his current state. A companion worried about the potential consequences of Tasha discovering Elric's condition. The companion knew he needed to act quickly to prevent Tasha from finding out. He urged Tasha to leave, claiming Elric was indisposed. Tasha, however, was unconvinced and insisted on seeing her brother. Their confrontation escalated, with Tasha demanding to know what was happening. The siblings resumed their conversation, with Tasha demanding answers about the nest excavation rights. A third party, seemingly amused, mentioned the nest. A concerned individual questioned whether the nest had been taken by someone else. Elric's face contorted in a grimace, revealing his inner turmoil. A decision loomed for Elric. It seemed unavoidable. He was instructed to make contact as soon as his friend awoke. Unless he was contacted first, a beating awaited him. His sister smirked, anticipating the confrontation. Meanwhile, his friend urged him to act quickly. His young master was in a precarious situation. News spread of his coma, and the question of excavation rights remained. Sean was managing things in his absence. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, stood amidst scattered newspapers. A single thought bubble above them read, "Why, who's this?" The newspaper displayed a photograph of a man, the caption reading, "Our dean is quite photogenic, isn't he?" The dean, a young man with striking green eyes and blonde hair, was shown in a close-up. A congratulatory message appeared. "Congratulations, headmaster." A man in a teal tunic bowed deeply. Above him, a thought bubble declared, "Now, you can finally do what you always wanted to do." An older man, possibly the headmaster, cautioned, "Don't be so rash. The election hasn't even begun yet." The man in teal reflected, "I was too hasty. I was not able to discern your feelings of wanting to protect." The headmaster smirked, "The future of the academy and the students, headmaster." "Really, I told you that I'm not the headmaster yet." The headmaster inquired, "Anyway, how is student Elric's condition? I hear that he struggles to stay alive every day." The man in teal worried, "But it'll be a huge problem if he wakes up, so we should hire some mercenaries to—" A powerful, dark energy erupted, engulfing the man in teal. The man in teal was overcome, his eyes wide with terror. He gasped, "I—" The demand hung heavy in the air, a stark challenge echoing in the silence. A cup of tea sat untouched, a silent witness to the brewing tension. The upcoming election loomed large. The dean, a man of the academy, expressed his limitations, his knowledge confined to the institution's walls. He bowed his head, a pledge of unwavering loyalty and commitment. He stood before the academy, a question hanging in the air. With his mind's eye, he saw beyond the veil of the ordinary world. His gaze fell upon a hidden space, a place of immense power. He prepared to channel the dragon heart's mana into the hidden space. A surge of energy erupted, a torrent of raw power unleashed. He stood amidst the remnants of a fierce magical struggle, the air still crackling with residual energy. His eyes, usually a vibrant green, glowed with an inner light. A surge of power coursed through him, a raw, untamed force that he felt he could finally control. With a deep breath, he focused his intent, channeling the energy outward in a controlled burst. The resulting magical discharge was a breathtaking spectacle of swirling light and power. The raw power continued to build, threatening to overwhelm him. He muttered to himself, a triumphant declaration of his newfound ability. "I will be able to use magic without using complex incantations." Exhausted but elated, he acknowledged his progress. Finally, the first step, he felt a sense of accomplishment, a quiet confidence settling over him. His thoughts turned to his goals, his resolve hardening, to tear down the barracks and let the world know of the revival of Melvinger. "I must become stronger." A predatory grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Elric, the young magician, stood poised over a pool of shimmering water. He possessed the ability to wield magic without the need for complex incantations. With a focused mind, he took his first step, the water rippling around his feet as he initiated his spell. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he successfully completed the initial phase of his spell. He felt a surge of determination. He was finally at the starting line. A powerful, horned figure, Mephistopheles, observed Elric's actions with disdain. "You can only use that level of magic even with my power? A mere jump? Are you performing tricks?" Elric acknowledged the demon's assessment. He knew he needed to be faster and stronger. Mephistopheles, irritated by Elric's lack of respect, scolded him for closing his eyes during their conversation. He commanded Elric to shape an image and give it form with words. Elric focused his energy, his hands glowing with magical power. He channeled his magic, the golden energy surging around him. Mephistopheles watched, surprised by Elric's unexpected display of power. Elric channeled his power, a surge of golden energy emanating from his hands. Mephistopheles watched, his eyes widening in disbelief. It can't be. The force of Elric's spell sent a shockwave outwards. The impact threw Elric back, a fiery trail marking his trajectory. He landed hard, but his eyes glowed with a newfound power. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the city below. The height was disorienting. Ugh, it's too high. He braced himself for the fall. He landed, stunned but unharmed. Amazing. It's simple, but it has so much power. Elric prepared to try again. He unleashed another wave of energy. Mephistopheles observed, his expression unreadable. A mere child who just learned magic is using soul speech and double spell. He watched, a dark aura surrounding him. The natural enemy of demons, the Melvingers, were known for their power. A crimson storm raged, a testament to their might. Even amongst them, some possessed exceptional talent. But there was one who surpassed them all. No, there was. Just one person. Their progenitor. He almost thought of something he shouldn't have. Oh my. In any case, before he grows any more than this, he has to take over his body and trample on the sprout. Soul speech. It's amazing, but it's difficult for him to digest it all by himself. To become stronger, he has to understand the dragon's magic. And he needs a teacher who can keep his secret. In the academy that's already been dominated by barracks, there is no one skilled enough to teach him. It needs to be someone who's at least on the level of a castellan rank of the hexagram, but there's no way they'll accept him as their disciple. Elric, kneeling amidst the tall grass, lamented the absence of his grandfather. His words hung heavy in the air, a testament to his despair. He despaired, knowing that even his late father or uncle could not have helped him. Mephistopheles, a shadowy figure, materialized nearby. He declared his intention to crush any nascent power. Elric, seeing Mephistopheles, called out to him. He boldly asked Mephistopheles to teach him magic. Mephistopheles considered this request. He reflected that there might be a better teacher than himself. Elric, surprised by Mephistopheles' hesitation, questioned his response. Mephistopheles smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. He wondered what he had to gain from teaching Elric. Mephistopheles proposed to create a new vessel for himself using alchemy. He doubted that a mere human could create a vessel strong enough to contain him. Elric, undeterred, insisted that this was still insufficient. Elric suggested that Mephistopheles consider other conditions. Elric, his eyes narrowed, silently registered the demon's assessment. Mephistopheles, a cruel smile playing on his lips, considered his options. He mused aloud, noting Elric's flustered expression. The demon's plan involved subtly weaving dark magic into his teachings. This would gradually corrupt Elric's soul, making him a stronger vessel. His ultimate goal remained the same, to consume Elric's enhanced essence. He demanded Elric's subservience, his voice dripping with menace. Elric, however, retorted with a dismissive outburst. Mephistopheles was taken aback by Elric's unexpected defiance. Elric, despite his fear, stood his ground, reminding the demon of the limits of his bargaining power. The demon's expression shifted, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Elric, with a chilling smirk, seemed to have a counterproposal in mind. He defiantly silenced the demon with a single word. His mouth was covered with tape, his eyes wide with a silent scream. The pressure was immense, a suffocating force that threatened to crush him. Meanwhile, a young man with vibrant orange hair watched with a satisfied smirk. Oh, it's working better than I expected, he mused, a hint of triumph in his voice. The muffled sounds of struggle intensified. The young man's smirk faltered as the bound figure strained against its restraints. The bound figure's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, its gaze fixed on the orange-haired man. A silent, furious challenge. The orange-haired man recoiled, clutching his ears. My God, you're so noisy. A figure with long, dark hair and pointed ears, adorned in a dark, elegant outfit, struck a playful pose. A large, red heart-shaped speech bubble appeared above them, containing the word KYU. The dark-haired figure, eyes blazing, loomed over a young man with blonde hair, who lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Oh God, my eyes, the blonde man moaned. The blonde young man, his face contorted in frustration, muttered to himself, Ugh, why did I order him to do that shit? He addressed the dark-haired figure, just tread lightly. I don't want to see that either, okay? If you change your mind, then write all of the soul, speech, magic explanation here. The blonde man reached for a worn leather-bound book. He scoffed. You think I'll submit with just this? Me, the one who endured being sealed for over 1,000 years. Two small, demonic figures appeared beside him, mimicking his defiant stance. Night fell. He declared, Now, then, shall I use this time to train? The next day arrived. He continued his training, practicing magic. The following day, he demonstrated his newfound magical prowess, conjuring flames. The dark-haired figure, his eyes bloodshot, slumped against a tree, a look of exhaustion on his face. He muttered, I was going to teach him anyway, so should I just pretend to have submitted? And no, I can't lose. The basics of soul, speech, magic is... He furiously scribbled in his notebook, illuminated only by the firelight. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. Did he do it like this? There's no way I would ever submit. To a mere human. What's this? Why am I acting like his dog? The basics of soul, speech, magic. It's an ancient knowledge that you can't find in any book. Good. Very good. Aren't you glad you're cooperating with me? Act cute. Release. Also, the information on the back here. Can you write it in more detail? Maybe then I'll let you speak. What the hell is this? Don't you know that you need to write more than the previous day? If you write something multiple times a day, then I'll release the mute for 3 days. How about it? You in? Elric's hand, a blur of motion, etched arcane symbols onto the parchment. He was compelled to write, to reveal the secrets of soul speech, a power he barely understood. Mephistopheles, the demon, watched with barely concealed impatience. His words echoed the urgency in his gaze. Just you wait. The demon's threat hung heavy in the air, a promise of unimaginable pain should Elric fail to comply. His words were a chilling warning. I will completely rip that disrespectful body apart, as well as that soul of yours. Elric, despite his fear, pressed on. He knew that what he had written so far was only the beginning of a far more complex process. A surge of power, cold and immense, erupted from him. It was the power of soul speech, unleashed. Mephistopheles watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and something akin to fear. This can't be, he muttered, noticing the absence of the expected dark magic. Elric, sensing the demon's surprise, smirked. What's with your expression, Mephisto? He asked, a hint of triumph in his voice. Mephistopheles scoffed. But nothing happened, and so you're confused, he said, attempting to dismiss Elric's apparent success. Elric's response was simple and defiant. I don't know what you mean. A triumphant grin spread across Elric's face. Well, anyway, thanks to you, I've reached a new level, he declared, his voice filled with newfound confidence. Mephistopheles' eyes narrowed, his face contorted in a mask of fury. He had been outsmarted. He already knew everything. He hissed, his voice dripping with venom. Elric's power continued to grow, exceeding even his own expectations. Damn it all! Mephistopheles roared, his rage escalating. A hand gestures dismissively. There's a sense of finality in the air. Elric's eyes, wide and strained, reflect the intensity of the moment. Mephistopheles, the demon, explains that true speech is the only thing he can teach Elric. Elric contemplates the meaning of true speech, a high-ranking form of soul speech. He looks at Mephistopheles, his expression unreadable. He acknowledges the truth in Mephistopheles' words, but wonders what to do next. Mephistopheles states that mastering true speech is the culmination of the Melvingers' lineage. A flashback reveals Elric's father, explaining the Melvingers' history of protecting the continent from demons. The scene shifts to a devastated landscape, a testament to past battles. Despite his father's silence, the effects of war are evident in the family. Elric's grandfather, a powerful magician, is shown in a flashback. Young Elric dreams of wielding powerful magic like his grandfather. The boy, Elric, stood before his mother, her words hanging heavy in the air. His mother had already informed him. He pondered the question, his brow furrowed in concentration. What was required to become a powerful mage? His father, seated in a wheelchair, offered a stern correction. It wasn't enough to simply inherit innate magical talent. The father continued, addressing his wife, his tone strained. He was still the head of the family, despite everything. His mother's words echoed in his mind, a reminder of the expectations placed upon him. His mother then gave him a task, a rigorous study to complete by the end of the day. Elric, however, had other plans. He was eager to spend time with his father. His mother sighed, pointing out his spoiled behavior. His bad habits were a result of being spoiled. A poignant sunset cast a warm glow as the family walked together, unaware of the impending tragedy. The rain fell, mirroring the tears that streamed down his face as he mourned his parents. The narration box explained the tragic events that unfolded. His father's illness worsened, and his mother, who had been caring for them, passed away. Overcome with grief, the father confessed his regrets, blaming himself for everything. He clutched his mother's hand, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from it. His parents' words echoed in his mind. Their happiness stemmed from seeing their children thrive. His father's voice, weak but loving, cut through his grief. He looked for his mother, but only a faint image remained. His sister's tearful plea added to his sorrow. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. Overcome with emotion, he sobbed, his father's confession of guilt adding to his pain. The boy's blockage disease was his father's fault. Terror consumed him. Orphaned and alone, the young boy felt utterly lost. He questioned his parents' decision to leave him. The pain of their absence was unbearable. His tears flowed freely, his grief overwhelming. He thought of his sister, Muna, and the future. Reflecting on his life, he realized his happiest moments were spent with his family, not on the battlefield. His father's words offered a glimmer of hope, suggesting he didn't need to follow in his footsteps. His father's final, weary expression conveyed his love and hope for his son's future. A large hand reached for the boy, a gesture of comfort, or perhaps something more sinister. The boy's whispered plea for his father was a heartbreaking testament to his loss. A figure loomed, its face obscured, leaving the reader to wonder about its intentions. Father. But father, you were wrong to say I didn't need to be a magician. He continued walking, his resolve hardening. If he wasn't strong, he would be cast aside. That was the reality of the world. That's why he would become stronger, so strong that no one could ignore him. Magic could only be perfected on the battlefield. What he needed now was battle experience. Where should he go? The Crimson Ghost Forest, filled with ghost-type monsters? That place was too dangerous. Then the Goblin Cave? There were too many people there. Then where? There were safe houses throughout the land, his father had said. The continent where their ancestors had once lived. Yes, that place. Let's go, Mephisto. We're going. A swirling vortex of icy blue energy consumed the figure, its dark form dissolving into nothingness. The air crackled with residual power. He stood, silhouetted against the fading light, his blonde hair catching the last rays of the setting sun. The journey ahead was long and perilous, he knew, but his resolve remained unshaken. Following close behind, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. His presence was a stark contrast to the serene landscape. The Yeti Highlands, to the habitat of the Yetis. The young man, his blonde hair catching the sunlight, stood by a tranquil stream. He paused, lost in thought, the gentle murmur of the water a counterpoint to his inner turmoil. He muttered to himself, recognizing the risk of his current situation. His identity must remain hidden. He submerged himself in the cool water, the word dampen echoing in his mind. The water surged around him, a powerful current threatening to pull him under. He braced himself against the force, his expression hardening with determination. The water receded, leaving behind a shimmering, golden light. He emerged from the water, his appearance subtly altered. A transformation had occurred, a change marked by the word change. A man with sharp features and intense green eyes watched from afar, his expression unreadable. He stood, water cascading from his shoulders, his form newly sculpted by the magic of the stream. His skin, once pale, now bore a deeper, richer tone. The distant snow-capped peaks of the Yeti Highlands loomed in the background, a stark contrast to the bustling town below. He approached a guide agency, its sign barely visible beneath a layer of fresh snow. A man inside pointed towards a group of travelers, explaining that they were just about to depart for the Highlands. He entered the building, his heart quickening with anticipation and a touch of apprehension. The travelers noticed his arrival, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and surprise. His gaze fell upon a familiar face, a young man with fiery orange hair, Sean. Among the group were several herbalists and monster hunters, their presence hinting at the dangers ahead. 5 figures, cloaked and concealing their energy, stood silently observing the scene. A young member of the Mingma tribe introduced himself, explaining their unique naming tradition. Sean, irritated by the demon's incessant chatter, threatened to silence him. He inquired about purchasing a communication crystal orb, only to learn that the village lacked such an item. A young man, his face partially obscured by a fur-lined hood, chuckled. He reminisced about a humorous incident involving pigeons and letters, an anecdote that seemed oddly out of place given his current circumstances. He sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate nature of the situation. The young man, his dark hair slightly disheveled, promised to explain the situation on their journey. He worried about his sister, Nuna, and the need to contact her soon. He informed someone off-screen that he had already alerted Sean, confident that Sean would handle the matter. The narrative continued, detailing how a pigeon had unexpectedly flown down a chimney. The scene shifted to a stark, wintry landscape. A cryptic message revealed a curious connection between a chimney, stolen money, and a longest-lived resident of the village. The travelers arrived at the Yeti Highlands, a vast, snow-covered expanse. One of the travelers, a man with dark hair and a cloak, recognized the area as the Yeti's habitat, prompting a question from a horned figure about his prior experience in the region. The horned figure, dismissive, referred to the Yetis as dregs who dared to admire them. The horned figure reflected on the Yeti's past king, noting his surprising connection to demons and his unexpected grace. The conversation turned to the possibility of a past Yeti ruler. The horned figure suggested that the ruler's grave might still exist in the area. The other traveler, intrigued, questioned the horned figure about the grave's location, only to be met with uncertainty. The traveler mused that even if the grave were still there, it had likely been robbed by now. He then considered the potential connection between the Yetis, demons, and a family safe house. The safe houses were built by the ancestors to protect the family's legacies. A young boy slept soundly in a lavish bed, unaware of the weight of his heritage. A man, his face etched with concern, gently woke the boy. Elric, he began, when you come of age and inherit the family head position, you must first go to the Yeti Highlands. He continued, and pay your respects to the ancestor. The family's legacy is there. Elsewhere, a man examined dependent, pondering the family's legacy and the secrets it might hold within the safe house. He wondered what he might learn there. He learned of a legend passed down through generations. The first Yeti, abandoned by her husband, died in the highlands. Seeking revenge, she met a Yukiana, and thus began the story. The demon's ears bled, a strange phenomenon. Just bear with it, said the man. What kind of ghost bleeds? He wondered why the Yetis hadn't appeared yet, given the legends he'd heard. The path ahead would be complicated. They decided to eat before departing. The group huddled around a fire in the snowy wilderness. Elric's eyes, sharp and intense, focused on something in the distance. He watched, unseen, as two figures huddled around a small fire. One, cloaked and hooded, spoke to his companion, a burly man with a weathered face. The cloaked figure's words confirmed Elric's suspicions. They were not after him. Suddenly, the cloaked figure looked up, his gaze sharp and intense. He seemed to sense a presence. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. The burly man's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something unexpected. A woman, cloaked and mysterious, stood before them. The men reacted with astonishment at the unexpected sight of a woman. One of the men, captivated by her beauty, made a bold comment. Elric, observing from the shadows, drew his sword, preparing for action. The burly man was suddenly thrown back by a powerful force. The cloaked figure, enraged, threatened the man. Chun, the cloaked figure, ordered his men to attack. The audacity! He dared to flirt with a noble lady. Is he all right in the head? His words hung in the air, a challenge to the imposing figure before him, a man with horns and eyes that burned like embers. A sudden, fiery explosion erupted, sending the two men sprawling. The air crackled with raw power. The young woman watched in disbelief as the conflict escalated, a question mark forming above her head. Her eyes widened, reflecting the shock and fear of the unfolding events. She was clearly distressed. Meanwhile, a figure with dark hair watched from the shadows, their expression unreadable. Their hand tightened around the hilt of a sword, a silent promise of intervention. The scene descended into chaos. A man shouted a desperate warning. Everybody run! The dark-haired figure from the shadows observed the unfolding chaos, their face a mask of grim determination. Two men watched the scene unfold, one with a look of surprise, the other with a knowing smirk. Panic erupted. A figure, cloaked and dark, urged everyone to flee. He watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. A powerful energy pulsed from the heart of the chaos, emanating from a bearded man. The warrior stumbled, his sword clattering to the ground. He was clearly overwhelmed. A blinding flash of light erupted as he was struck by a powerful force. A child bundled in furs watched in wide-eyed terror. Another warrior fell, blood staining the snow. The attack was relentless. He gritted his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He would protect the innocent. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the attack missing him by a hair's breadth. The scene reminded him of something else, something dark and sinister. He launched himself into the fray, a whirlwind of motion. He wondered at the sheer number of attackers. He braced himself for the onslaught. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion against the icy blue backdrop. The force of his movement sent a shockwave rippling outwards. His attack was met with a counterforce, a powerful energy blast that sent him reeling. But he reacted instantly, his hand flaring with golden light as he blocked the devastating blow. A golden hexagonal shield materialized around him, deflecting the incoming energy. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination etched on his face. He wondered about the others. He saw them, surrounded and outnumbered, fighting desperately against the tide of attackers. One of them cried out in pain as a blow struck true, the impact sending a spray of ice shards. Another warrior fell, their body crumpling to the ground amidst a flurry of blows. A surge of power erupted from within him, a crimson wave of energy. A monstrous figure emerged from the chaos, revealing himself as the leader of the Crimson Eyes tribe. He spat in disgust, his eyes blazing with fury. He had heard that Yetis usually traveled in packs of 10. The sheer number before him was alarming. A wave of icy energy erupted from the pack, the force of it nearly knocking him off his feet. But this was far too many. His companion, a grim-faced warrior, barked an order, "Wipe them out." One of the beasts lunged, its massive claws extended. The warrior met the attack head-on, a flurry of blows exchanged. A sinister figure watched from the sidelines, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "You're getting scared when it's actually time to fight, right? That's typical of a human." The warrior grunted in pain, the sheer force of the battle taking its toll. He snarled, his face contorted in a grimace. "Now isn't the time for chit-chat." He mused. I guess a demon king wouldn't have common sense like that. In any case, they're amazing. Another blow sent one of the Yetis flying. "Is that how the knights utilize aura?" The warrior stated, "I want to see more, but now isn't the time for that. The Yetis that launched the surprise attack are not a problem, but that's not the end of them. There's another Yetis waiting a chance to ambush us. We may all fall into danger if we make the wrong move." The ground beneath Elric shattered, a tremor rippling outwards as he prepared for the coming onslaught. It was a different story if he made the first move. He activated his transformation removal, the energy crackling around him. Observing the scene, a voice noted that using the memorize technique to record strengthening magic had proven useful. A massive yeti charged, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The beast lunged, its massive claws extended. Elric, agile and quick, launched a powerful kick, connecting with the yeti's head. Two more yetis emerged, their roars echoing through the frozen landscape. He braced himself, muttering that he would at least slow them down. With a burst of speed, he launched himself into the fray. A massive explosion rocked the area as Elric unleashed a devastating attack. He unleashed a wave of searing flames, the heat intense enough to melt the very air around him. The flames surged forward, a torrent of fiery destruction. In response, the yetis retaliated, summoning a blizzard of ice shards. The icy projectiles hurtled towards him, but he was ready. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the attack, the ice shattering harmlessly around him. He retaliated with a focused blast of energy, striking one of the yetis directly. The impact sent the creature reeling, its form momentarily obscured by a blinding flash of light. He surveyed the scene, breathing heavily. Phew, are there only two left? Another yeti emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with fury. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 16, Talent-Swallowing Magician. Elric, atop a glacial expanse, surveyed the battlefield. He was exhausted, but alive. A massive, snarling beast loomed before him. Awesome. Anyway, shall we have a talk? It rumbled. He sat astride the creature, his expression grim. He called out, Mephi, Mephi. The beast, seemingly responding to his summons, collapsed dramatically. Elric sighed. You're still like that? You should have told me. A shadowy figure emerged, addressing Elric sharply. Shut. The figure, a demon, continued. There's no time, so be my interpreter. Elric questioned, for what? The demon proposed a deal. I'll spare you if you tell me where your village is. Elric countered. Why should I trust you? The demon stated. Times like these call for negotiation through dialogue rather than blackmail. The demon instructed Elric. Okay, tell them I'll release them, so hurry up and tell me. The demon listened intently as Elric relayed the message. The demon then covered his face. The beast growled menacingly, its eyes glowing. The demon smiled. Elric and the demon plotted together. Kuru. Now, let us send this deplorable man to hell together. The demon and the beast prepared to attack. He unleashed a blast of energy, a surge of icy power that erupted outwards. The force of the attack sent a tremor through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering frost in its wake. Elric, narrowly avoiding the blast, felt a cold sweat prickle his skin. He muttered, that was close. A sinister smile stretched across his face, a chilling contrast to the icy landscape. The demon, seemingly amused, commented, all the good-natured yetis are dying because of you, mister. He clutched his chest, a pained expression twisting his features. He explained, the dragon heart is filled with the mana of the dragon and the demon king. I can only draw 3% of its full mana capacity. The strain was evident. His body was struggling to contain the immense power. He looked towards the distant structure, his resolve hardening. He thought, if I fight like I did earlier, at my current level, it'll be dangerous. But he knew he couldn't back down now. The stakes were too high. Elric continued his solitary trek across the frozen landscape, his blonde hair whipping in the biting wind. He clenched his jaw, the memory of his failure weighing heavily on him. In any case, he couldn't revive his family. The warrior's ragged breathing echoed in the desolate expanse. His sword, stained crimson, dripped onto the snow. Nearby, his comrades huddled together, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. Chun, her dark eyes wide with concern, called out to him. It seemed that either he had died while running away or was hiding somewhere. A grim smile touched his lips. He must have escaped safely. Chun watched him, her expression unreadable. A mix of relief and apprehension clouded her features. Her gaze lingered on him, her violet eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. She silently wished him safety. The young man with fiery orange hair issued a stern warning. Avoid unnecessary bloodshed and allow him to see their tribe chief. Elric found himself facing a colossal, menacing polar bear, its growl echoing through the frigid air. The young man braced himself, a low growl rumbling in his chest as a massive polar bear charged. He barely had time to react before the beast was upon him. His eyes widened in alarm. The sheer size of the creature dwarfed him. He knew he needed help, and quickly. He spotted a figure in the distance and called out to them. The figure approached cautiously, a shard of ice crackling with energy in their hand. He knew that if negotiations failed, he would have to kill the creature quickly. The figure asked for his name. He responded, his voice barely a whisper. The figure, a large, imposing beast, beckoned him to follow. They began their trek across the vast, snowy landscape. A legend, passed down through generations of their tribe, spoke of a powerful being. Long ago, a great king ruled over this snowy mountain. The king, a formidable figure with horns and dark attire, held court. Legend claimed that one human had earned the king's friendship. One of Elric's ancestors was among those who had befriended the Yeti King. The tribe chiefs had upheld their promise to the king, safeguarding the human's home. He focused intently, his green eyes narrowed. Where was it? Down there, they were told. He descended into the snowy expanse, following the directions. He found himself facing a massive polar bear. Below the cliff, to his astonishment, was a house. A small, weathered house clung precariously to the side of a cliff, half hidden in shadow. He stared, speechless, at the sight before him. His earlier doubts were shattered. The legends were true. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by determination. Suddenly, a powerful updraft buffeted him, threatening to send him hurtling into the abyss. Even for them, access to the house was only possible once a year, during the brief lull in the wind. The great panda considered the challenge. The question hung heavy in the air. The panda stated that with his current abilities, reaching the house was impossible. He acknowledged the truth of the panda's assessment. He knew that turning back now would mean he could not proceed further. Yet try. He resolved to continue, despite the risks. He leaped, trusting in his instincts and the unpredictable currents of the wind. As he fell, a smile played on his lips. He would face whatever awaited him. He acknowledged the truth of the statement. Despite the inherent risk, he knew he had to proceed. Retreat was not an option. His ancestors' expectations weighed heavily on him as he took a step forward. He plunged into the abyss. He resolved to meet the challenge with equal measure. A furious voice echoed from above, filled with disbelief and rage. He fell, the wind whipping past him. His opponent's words struck him with chilling certainty. He was surprised by his own strength, exceeding his expectations. The challenge was issued, and he accepted. He braced himself, focusing on the task ahead. He began his ascent. He plummeted, the ground a distant blur. A blinding light engulfed him as he fell. The impact never came. Instead, a surge of energy erupted from within him, pushing him upwards. A golden light pulsed outwards, radiating power. The force of the energy blast was immense. He broke through the surface, the energy still coursing through his veins. His opponent, Sean, watched in stunned silence. He landed heavily, the snow muffling the sound. Elric stood, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He felt stronger, faster, more powerful than ever before. He thought he was going to die, but he had survived. He muttered to himself, a chilling confidence in his voice. Sean, witnessing this transformation, was speechless. Elric arrived at a small, isolated wooden cabin, nestled amidst a snowy landscape. He found the place unremarkable. It was just a simple wooden shack, nothing special. He approached it cautiously. He discovered the door was sealed with ancient magic, a formidable barrier. He pondered how to unlock it. The Demon King's words echoed in his mind. Try inserting a mana pattern in words. He was a Merbinger, a prestigious magic family, a demon hunter, and even a Yeti bread-eating squirrel. He considered the possibility of a mana pattern acting as a key. He wondered if it could be possible. He held a curious, ornate artifact in his hand, a key of sorts. He touched the artifact, and a surge of magical energy emanated from it. The energy pulsed, growing stronger. With a final burst, the energy flowed from the artifact into Elric. He stood in awe, marveling at the power he now possessed. A hand reached out, seemingly from another realm. His eyes, wide and alert, focused intently on something unseen. The young man, Elric, gasped as he absorbed the information before him. The text spoke of a fundamental doctrine of magic, encompassing even the forbidden arts. He learned that the Winter Sage knew both the Yeti King and his ancestor, hinting at a shared history. The ancient book, its cover bearing the inscription Historia ex Merbinger, lay open before him. The text detailed the family's age-old duty, the eradication of demons. A profound transformation began to overtake him. He would become a vessel. Certain prerequisites needed to be met for this transformation to occur. The book revealed the method to properly digest the demons he consumed, time and time again. A new, harmonious combination of magic would be formed. He was to consume, swallow, and drink the demons. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Elric braced himself to continue filling himself with demons. A golden pendant, adorned with intricate carvings and shimmering gemstones, pulsed with an inner light. The pendant's power surged, promising a new age of magic. He, the descendant, had passed the initial trials, swallowing his first demon. This marked the commencement of his true destiny. He landed in an unfamiliar meadow, disoriented. Lying on the grass, he gazed up at the sky, confusion etched on his face. Where was he? He wondered about his location. He was reminded of his family's legacy and his role in it. A figure emerged from the distance, a man of authority and purpose. The young man approached the newcomer, his expression a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. The man's face was partially obscured, but his discerning gaze was evident. Elric, sweat beading on his brow, strained against some unseen force. His hand rested on his chest, a single word echoing in his mind. Merbinger. He was addressed by a voice, explaining his role in a lineage that tested its descendants through various assignments. The speaker, a man in a lab coat, placed a hand over his heart, a gesture of solemn conviction. The name Otto von Merbinger was revealed. An image depicted the origins of the Merbinger family's unique magical system, developed centuries ago. The man in the lab coat continued, emphasizing Otto von Merbinger's esteemed status among their ancestors. Elric questioned the man, inquiring about the Winter Sage moniker. He hesitantly revealed that Mephisto had mentioned something similar. The conversation shifted to the Demon King of Original Sin. The man dismissed the Demon King as insignificant, while Elric was surprised to learn that Mephistopheles was the first demon he had absorbed. The man let out a hearty laugh. He acknowledged Elric as an amazing descendant, implying an increase in the difficulty of his assignment. Mephistopheles, at that time, threatened Elric. The young man, however, questioned the nature of his assignment. Elric's guide explained that he had many questions. The guide continued, explaining that the difficulty of the assignment was intentional, as a simple record would not suffice. A hand gently touched Elric's head, and he felt a little embarrassed. The process was explained as akin to a wheel. Once set in motion, it could not be stopped. The guide demonstrated the power of the wheel, a force that could not be stopped. It was unstoppable. Therefore, a thorough inspection of the descendants was necessary. Having passed the test, the choice now rested entirely with Elric. The choice was his, to stop the wheel or let it roll. The young man, Elric, stood before the professor, the weight of a momentous decision heavy upon him. The choice, it seemed, was entirely his. Whether to stop the wheel, a question that echoed in his mind. He did not know what his family had been assigned, a mystery that added to his burden. If he were to act without careful consideration, his entire life, as he knew it, might vanish. The chains of fate bound him, each link a potential consequence of his choice. He clenched his fist. This was his last chance to escape. His grandfather's legacy, the family's honor, weighed heavily on his shoulders. He needed to revive his family. To fulfill the wishes of his ancestors, the great heroes of their family, was his solemn duty. A vision of a dark, fiery abyss filled his mind, a representation of the immense power he sought to command. He aimed to leave his mark on history, to be remembered as a great magician in this land. Elric stood before a statue of one of his ancestors, a silent testament to the legacy he sought to uphold. This ambition, this dream, had been with him for a very long time. A surge of energy erupted from Elric's outstretched hand, a golden wave radiating outwards. The power intensified, the golden light growing brighter and more intense. It continued to build, a blinding radiance filling the space around him. The energy reached a critical point, culminating in a dazzling explosion of light. He stood amidst the fading light, his form silhouetted against the brilliant afterglow. Nearby, the professor watched with a mixture of surprise and grim satisfaction. "Very good," he declared. "You should at least have the guts to call yourself our descendant." Elric, winded but resolute, extended his hand once more. He felt a connection, a pull towards something beyond his immediate surroundings. A wave of icy energy responded, mirroring his gesture. He and the professor were swept away by a torrent of freezing air towards a distant, snow-capped peak. Where? Elric and the professor arrived at a desolate, snowy expanse. "Where is this place?" Elric wondered aloud. The professor explained, "It's a testing ground for you to obtain your first assignment." He considered the stark environment. "In a place like this?" he mused. A close-up revealed Elric's determined expression. The professor observed, "As a candidate, that is an excellent attitude to have." Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed them, lifting them into the air. Elric strained to see through the ethereal glow. "What am I supposed to be looking at?" he wondered, peering into the distance. His eyes widened as he focused on something in the far distance. The intensity of his gaze was palpable. A swirling vortex of dark energy appeared before him. "Wah!" he gasped. The vortex intensified, revealing a monstrous figure within. The creature's features became clearer, a horned beast dripping with blood. The narration box identified it, the Ice Mountain King. More details emerged about the creature's history. He was the first and last king to unite the Yetis and rule over this icy mountain. The Ice Mountain King was ambitious, attempting to restore the Yetis to their former status as demons. However, his ambition ultimately consumed him, transforming him into a depraved demon. The question hung heavy in the air. Was this the second demon? He was told that he must swallow it. The professor explained that from now on, he would have to swallow demons and extract their seals, the very root of their existence. The professor continued, explaining that these seals were formed from the primitive and dark emotions of living beings, such as fear, depression, and resentment. An ego with an evil desire is formed through their aggregation. And that's what makes a demon. Each demon has its own evil desire, and that forms their personality, rank, and emblem. The heart where their evil desire lies is called a seal. This was the seal of Mephistopheles himself, the seal of a demon king. From now on, he would hunt demons and extort their seals, the root of their existence. Once he did, all of their abilities would become his. His eyes glowed with a newfound power. He wondered how much stronger he would become by absorbing the monster's abilities. He decided he would find out. Remember, unlock armament. He unleashed his armament, a surge of green energy enveloping him. But a voice echoed, a stark warning. You're not defeating them. The force of the attack sent him hurtling downwards, a plummet into the shadowy depths. No, not defeating, but swallowing them. He questioned his strategy, the very nature of his power. His mana reserves dwindled, and before him loomed a monstrous figure, Mephistopheles. The demon commanded him to prove his worth. He saw his natural enemy, a terrifying foe. His eyes blazed with determination, a fierce green light. The command echoed in his mind. Kill him. He turned, his gaze fixed on the approaching horde. From a distance, Elric surveyed the battlefield. Dozens of monstrous figures, far exceeding the yetis he'd previously encountered, stood before him. He focused on the largest of the creatures, a towering beast with immense horns. Could he truly prevail against such formidable foes with his current abilities? His gaze fell upon the seal of original sin, a powerful mark etched onto his arm. If only he could master its full potential. He muttered a curse. The power was beyond his grasp, a mere pipe dream. The monstrous creature roared, its terrifying visage filling the scene. But this was only the first test. Using the Demon King's power was a risk, but one he might have to take. He focused his attention on the seal of original sin, the power within it thrumming. With a surge of determination, he unleashed a devastating blast of energy. The resulting explosion rocked the earth, momentarily pushing back the horde. Elric's eyes narrowed, his expression grim. The battle was far from over. He braced himself for the next onslaught, a blade glinting in his hand. He channeled the Demon King's power, unleashing a surge of raw energy that crackled around him like a tempest. The force of the blast sent the demons reeling, momentarily breaking their assault. A triumphant grin spread across his face, a stark contrast to the grim battle raging around him. Talent-Swallowing Magician, Chapter 19, will be back in 2 weeks. Elric, the young magician, found himself facing a formidable foe. The air crackled with anticipation. A surge of power coursed through his veins, a dragon's image flaring on his hand. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating burst of energy. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the battlefield. He braced himself for the impact, his eyes wide with determination. The young man's face was a mask of concentration as he channeled his magic. The explosion engulfed his opponents, momentarily obscuring the scene. He felt a new power awakening within him, a chilling wave of icy energy. His hands glowed with an ethereal light, the cold magic building. He raised his hands, and the ground beneath his enemies erupted in ice. The icy shards pierced the air, a storm of frozen destruction. Elric stood amidst the frozen landscape, his eyes gleaming with power. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of icy energy, the remnants of his recent battle still clinging to his clothes. A voice, laced with a hint of curiosity, broke the silence. I heard you guys were once part of the demon race, but you were abandoned? The speaker, a hulking figure in dark armor, continued, his tone cold and dismissive. That when you're weak, you were thrown away. Elric, his resolve hardening, muttered to himself, I must become stronger. He channeled his inner strength, a surge of power emanating from him. His hand glowed with an intense light, a new power awakening within him. With newfound confidence, he declared, I'll smash it as many times as it takes. He unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, a devastating attack. The force of the blast sent his opponents reeling. Following the fiery assault, he unleashed a wave of ice magic, freezing his foes in place. The combined might of fire and ice proved too much for his enemies. A blinding flash of light erupted as the ice shattered, leaving only fragments of his defeated opponents. He stared at the aftermath, a question mark forming in his mind. He unleashed another wave of energy, a torrent of icy power that slammed into his opponent. His foe, a hulking figure clad in dark armor, grunted in pain, his eyes glowing red with fury. Damn it! The impact sent the armored warrior sprawling, a cloud of dust and ice erupting around him as he coughed. From the swirling chaos, a monstrous figure emerged, its horns menacing, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The young man knew he was in grave danger. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. No, I can't fall on the first trial. Despite the pain racking his body, he pushed himself to his feet, his eyes blazing with determination. Though my body may not be able to handle it, he channeled his power, a surge of blue energy enveloping him as he prepared for another attack. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating blast of ice, shattering the ground around his foe. The monstrous creature staggered, its form flickering as the ice magic tore at its essence. The creature hissed, I'll extract more mana. He countered with a swift strike, his movements precise and deadly, aiming for a vital point. From the dragon heart, he launched himself forward, a flurry of motion against his foe. The air crackled with energy. A wave of icy energy erupted from him, a blinding flash of blue. The force of the attack sent his opponent reeling, a monstrous figure thrown back by the sheer power. He laughed, a triumphant sound echoing in the frozen landscape. His eyes gleamed with power. Exhausted, he collapsed to his knees, the battle having taken its toll. Phew! His eyes fluttered closed, his breathing ragged. He opened one eye, a flicker of green in the dim light. In the distance, a dark, swirling vortex began to form. This is way too harsh for a first round. His heart felt like it was about to explode. The soldiers were starting to reform again. He braced himself, unsure of what to do next. Elric recoiled, eyes wide with shock as a surge of unfamiliar energy erupted from within him. The energy manifested as a brilliant blue flame, engulfing his arm. He struggled to control the intense power, his face contorted in concentration. The force of the energy sent him sprawling to the ground. He examined his arm, noticing a strange, new seal had formed. He realized the mana from the dragon heart had stabilized, somehow. He recalled that to use a demon's power, one must know their true name. A voice reassured him that he would instinctively know when the time came. A spectral warrior appeared before him, a chilling vision. He focused his will, drawing upon the newfound power. With a gesture, he conjured a flurry of snowflakes. He couldn't explain it, but he knew. He simply knew. Instructions on how to utilize the seal were displayed. He stood amidst a blizzard, the arcane symbols swirling around him, a powerful aura emanating from his form. The true name of the power was revealed. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he channeled the energy. The incantation continued, the blizzard intensifying. A surge of energy erupted from him, a brilliant blue light. He gasped, the exertion evident. The mana consumption was immense. A smirk played on his lips, despite the strain. He questioned the nature of the power he wielded, realizing it was the power of a seal. The seal's power manifested as a vast, crystalline snowflake. He unleashed the seal's power, a surge of mana-infused blue energy erupting outwards. The force of the blast sent jagged rocks hurtling through the air. The energy subsided, leaving only him standing amidst the devastation. A voice echoed in his mind. Now you're the only ones left. He gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. A single, desperate question formed in his mind. Why? The young magician, Elric Melvinger, stood poised, his blonde hair catching the light. He seemed ready for something. Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through him, and he staggered back. Darkness threatened to consume him. He gasped, disoriented. Why? He wondered, confusion clouding his mind. A guttural scream tore from his throat. He coughed, a pained expression twisting his features. His eyes, usually bright, now glowed with an unnatural intensity. He collapsed, surrounded by scattered books in what appeared to be a library. Elric's vision swam. What just happened? He thought, his mind reeling from the sudden, violent ordeal. A tall, dark figure loomed over him. You went through quite an ordeal, from the looks of it, the figure observed, his voice a low, smooth rumble. He had expected the assignment to activate only after he fell asleep, but it seems things were more complicated than that. The young man's eyes widened in realization. He hadn't died. The power he had just witnessed far surpassed his expectations. He wondered about the original seal of original sin. He considered the possibility that the seal of cruelty was involved. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles observed him from across the room, a smirk playing on his lips. Mephistopheles mused on the Winter Sage's elaborate scheme. He refused to divulge the secrets of the seal of original sin. Mephistopheles remained defiant, unwilling to share any information. The young man reflected on Mephistopheles' words, realizing the seals were everything to the demons. Mephistopheles explained that if he approved the use of the seal of original sin, it would mean everything had been stolen from him. He admitted it was unfortunate, but he would give up for now. He couldn't handle the power. The young man, addressing Mephistopheles, inquired about the Ice Mountain King. Mephistopheles questioned the young man's sudden line of questioning. This place was revealed to be the Ice Mountain King's grave, and the young man's task was to capture him. The young man, Otto von Merbinger, stood before a towering, demonic figure. The demon's words dripped with contempt, highlighting the audacity of Merbinger's actions. He scoffed, his expression unchanged. The demon pressed him, demanding to know if Merbinger possessed any effective methods for capturing the entity. The demon continued his taunting, revealing the seal's secret as a weakness of their race. A 3-day exemption from EGO hell was mentioned, a detail seemingly unrelated to the current tension. Merbinger's contempt was palpable. His response was dismissive. The demon, however, showed surprising generosity, choosing to overlook Merbinger's attitude this once. A brief, humorous aside depicted the demon's leniency as a mere 5-day exemption. With the seal in his possession, Merbinger was warned to forget about his current assignment. Capturing the Ice Mountain King would be impossible. Despite the warning, Merbinger remained resolute. He knew there was a way, though the path was uncertain. He arrived at the Ice Mountain King's grave, the intense cold a stark reminder of why he'd avoided this place. He resolved to use the information Mephisto had given him. He was instructed to raise his achievement, a cryptic command that left him pondering the nature of his current standing. A surge of dark energy erupted around him, a visual representation of the power he sought to unlock. Despite the power's apparent strength, the seal of cruelty was deemed precious, a surprisingly low rank. His achievement level was only 1 star, a stark contrast to the power he wielded. He was told to either reach 10 stars or achieve a unique rank to progress. The journey continued, the landscape transforming into a frigid expanse. He finally reached his destination, a momentous encounter. Before him stood the Ice Mountain King, a formidable presence. Elric Melvinger, despite countless victories, remained stagnant at a 2-star achievement level. He realized that to progress, he needed to face a formidable opponent. This meant he had to confront someone powerful enough to raise his achievement level. The sheer demonic energy before him was terrifying. His companion questioned the nature of the entity he was about to face, wondering if it was truly their family's esteemed ancestor or a powerful enemy. Undeterred, Elric resolved to give it his all. He knew that even if he failed, he could still win if he kept trying. He braced himself for the challenge ahead. A shadowy figure, observing from afar, seemed intrigued by Elric's determination. Elric's resolve was unwavering. The confrontation began, and Elric found himself quickly overwhelmed. He lamented his efforts, having expended significant energy without achieving his goal. The shadowy figure mocked Elric's failure, urging him to give up. Despite the setback, Elric remained defiant, determined to exploit the situation to his advantage. He stared, his jaw slack. The Ice Mountain King, a figure of immense power and legend, was a woman. His eyes, narrowed and intense, focused on her. The revelation was unsettling. The Ice Mountain King met his gaze, her expression unreadable. A silent challenge passed between them. Her eyes burned with a cold fire, reflecting the power she wielded. Startled by her intense stare, he stammered, questioning her motives. He considered the implications of this unexpected discovery, realizing there was more to this encounter than met the eye. Despite the surprise, he knew his primary objective remained, to subdue the Ice Mountain King. He steeled his resolve, a surge of power coursing through him. He would find out just how strong she was. A shadowy figure, his features obscured by darkness, addressed someone unseen. He spoke of a special relationship between the Ice Mountain King and a powerful entity known only as Mephistopheles. The focus shifted to a curious artifact, a dark, ornate pendant with a central gemstone. Its importance was underscored by the shadowy figure's words. Elric Melvinger, the young magician, clutched a similar pendant. He was determined to absorb the power of the Ice Mountain King, though the method remained unclear. His resolve hardened. He intended to discover the truth through a direct confrontation. With a roar, Elric unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of light and power. The force of his attack sent him hurtling forward, a blur of motion against the stark white background. He impacted with something, the collision sending a shock wave through the air. The impact resulted in a massive explosion of icy energy. Elric felt the searing pain of the impact, a wave of agony washing over him. The force of the blow caused him to stagger, his head reeling from the impact. His head throbbed, the pain intense and overwhelming. Despite the excruciating pain, he pressed on, his determination unwavering. He watched, his breath misting in the frigid air, as the demon slowly revealed itself. The creature's features were coming into focus, inch by agonizing inch. The demon's eyes burned with malevolent intensity. Elric, however, felt a surge of determination. He understood the Ice Mountain King's seal of cruelty. He could see its application. But mastering it was a different matter entirely. It was a challenge even for those who had already mastered the seal. Yet he vowed to surpass even that. His resolve hardened. Elric prepared himself. He studied the demon's habits, actions, and theories. With a burst of energy, he launched a powerful attack. The force of the blow sent the demon reeling. Even if it meant stealing everything from her, he would succeed. The resulting impact shattered the ice around them. A figure emerged from the swirling snow, observing the aftermath. He lunged forward, a whirlwind of motion and raw power. His blonde hair whipped around his face as he unleashed a devastating attack. Not only did he possess innate talent, but an unyielding will and an endless desire for self-improvement. The force of the blow sent his opponent reeling, a testament to Elric's growing strength. This was someone who would never appear in their family. He was a lunatic, a force of nature unleashed. A strained chuckle escaped his lips as he reached the 3-star level. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his features. The battle raged on, a blur of motion and energy. He barely had time to breathe. Such was the ferocity of his opponent's assault. His opponent pressed their attack, their movements precise and deadly. A surge of energy erupted, catching Elric off guard. He questioned his limits, realizing that simply stealing power wasn't enough. To defeat the Ice Mountain King, Elric knew he had to understand her. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. He had to push beyond his limits. He had to become her. The effort left him gasping, disoriented. Did he die again? A booming voice echoed, demanding proof. Before him stood Mephistopheles, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Elric wondered why Mephistopheles was there. He was told he had to prove his worth to join their race. The Ice Mountain King, he realized, was himself. Mephistopheles questioned him, curious about his transformation. He felt a tremor, a deep resonance within the earth itself, a disquieting shift in the very fabric of reality. The oracle had arrived, a message from the demon god himself. It spoke of a queen, a leader of the highlands. The mountain range, once a symbol of isolation, was now theirs to command. The Ice Mountain King, a figure of legend, revealed his past. He was born to rule, destined for greatness. However, his ambitions extended far beyond the icy peaks. He, the first to unite the tribes, yearned for more than just dominion over the Ice Mountain. He craved a return to former glory. He had to reclaim their former glory. His words echoed across the blizzard-swept landscape, a call to arms, a promise of resurgence. They would return to their rightful place, a destiny intertwined with the almighty demon race. Beyond the Ice Mountain, countless humans and demons had knelt before them. Their power was undeniable, and at last, they once again became part of the demon race. He had sought to ascend, to claim the mantle of Demon King, pushing further than any had dared. However, his ambition met a brutal end. The would-be king fell, his body ravaged. Mephistopheles loomed, a dark figure against a crimson backdrop. The path to ultimate power was insurmountable. The weight of an almighty demon king was too much to bear. He had tasted defeat, a bitter experience. Yet, he persevered, relentlessly pursuing his goal. He took the first step on a long and arduous journey. He could have received Mephistopheles' acknowledgement, but he was stopped. His progress was thwarted. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, stood before him. A wall, steeper than any he had encountered before. The man with striking green eyes and a meticulously groomed beard regarded his reflection, a hint of grim determination etched onto his sharp features. Anything I had ever faced before. Elric pressed onward, driven by a desperate hope. Just a little further, he thought, and he could secure Mephistopheles' acknowledgement. Suddenly, a voice boomed, halting his advance. Stop! He looked up to see an imposing fortress looming before him, bathed in the light of the setting sun. It was a formidable barrier. He was blocked by an unseen force, a powerful magical barrier. The figure of Mephistopheles materialized before him, a chilling smile playing on his lips. This was unlike anything he had ever faced before. Mephistopheles unleashed his full power, a devastating onslaught. The force of the attack sent Elric reeling, his body battered and bruised. He braced himself for the final blow, his resolve unwavering. Elric's eyes snapped open, his vision momentarily overwhelmed by a searing red. A wave of disorientation washed over him. He gasped, what? He was falling, a dizzying plummet through a vortex of darkness and crimson. The world spun, blurring into an indistinguishable chaos. The impact was brutal, a deafening explosion of energy that sent him reeling. He felt the ground tremble beneath him as a monstrous force erupted around him. Screams pierced the air, desperate pleas for salvation. Save me. I don't want to die, cried a voice, filled with terror. Above the chaos, a monstrous figure loomed, its presence casting a chilling shadow over the battlefield. Elric's eyes widened in disbelief. He groaned, pain lancing through his body. I want to live. Another devastating blast rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the earth. The ground buckled and cracked under the immense pressure. He found himself pinned beneath a heavy weight, struggling to breathe. His vision swam, darkness threatening to consume him. A large, ornate axe lay nearby, its intricate carvings hinting at immense power. It seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light. A horned warrior emerged from the smoke and dust, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He gripped the axe with a powerful hand. The warrior bellowed, calm yourselves. We are part of the prideful demon race. There is nothing that we can't accomplish. Elric's eyes blazed with a furious red light, his face contorted in a snarl. He roared, show the enemies blocking our path, our terror. His vision swam with crimson. The taste of blood filled his mouth, a bitter tang that clung to the back of his throat. The demonic warrior stood amidst a carnage of fallen soldiers, his form silhouetted against the bloody chaos. Elric's eyes, wide and blazing with a furious red, reflected the horror he had witnessed. Otto von Merbinger, a figure of immense power, extended a hand, his expression unreadable. He had led his forces against the humans, a war that ended in devastating defeat. The demon's enraged cry echoed through the ravaged landscape. Why? The question burned in Elric's mind. Ustin, his face etched with grief and disbelief, voiced the unspoken question that hung heavy in the air. The humans already possessed everything they could possibly want, so why this needless conflict? Elric sobbed, the weight of the battle and the loss crushing him. A surge of raw, untamed power erupted from within him, a torrent of blue energy. He felt a presence behind him, a dark and overwhelming force. He turned, his back to the viewer, a figure cloaked in blue energy. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, spoke of duty. Even though he despaired, Elric pressed onward. He endured countless hardships to reclaim the glory of his race. Tears streamed down the faces of both Elric and a horned warrior as they embraced, a profound understanding passing between them. A great duty. After that day, Otto Hahn settled in the Ice Mountain to keep an eye on the Ice Mountain King, and the two, after countless battles, they came to respect each other and spent a long time together. But even so, he had to return. The glory of their past was recounted, a tale of ambition and its terrible cost. She, unable to fully resist her desires, had become a monster. A crimson light pulsed between two hands, a terrifying power contained. A sharp clap echoed in the silence, and she met her end by his hands. Elric's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition in their depths. He remembered the prophecy, the details of what the demon had spoken about. The demon, wounded and defiant, noted Elric's actions, his arms severed, a portion of his power erased. It was clear that the demon's boasts were not mere bravado. Elric apologized for the loss of his arm. The demon, in immense pain, struggled to maintain his composure. He declared himself a king and a warrior, needing no pity from his enemy. Elric's face was etched with sorrow and exhaustion. The time had come to end this long battle, to apologize to his people, and to honor their sacrifices. He questioned his past actions, his greed in seeking power. He reflected on simpler times, a life where happiness resided in the love of those closest to him. It would have been enough, he mused, if only... But the encroaching demonic energy surrounding her served as a stark reminder of the harsh reality. His quiet contemplation was shattered. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. The weight of his responsibilities pressed down on him. What was he to do now? A surge of power erupted from within him, a raw, untamed energy. He steeled his resolve. Get yourself together, he commanded himself, pushing back the tide of despair. His opponent was formidable, the Ice Mountain King, a powerful figure who had united the immense Ice Mountain. He was also the greatest warrior of the Yetis, a relentless enemy that Elric knew he must defeat. The battle raged, a clash of immense power. He could not defeat her without using his full strength. It was also a matter of respect. He would not show disrespect to her. With a renewed determination, he declared, I will show you. He landed heavily, the impact jarring his bones. A wave of icy energy washed over him, the air itself seeming to freeze. He pushed himself up, ignoring the searing pain in his legs. His opponent was still far away, but the battle was far from over. The Ice Mountain King loomed before him, a terrifying figure of ice and power. The air crackled with anticipation. Elric, despite his injuries, met the king's gaze with unwavering determination. This was their final confrontation. Their faces were inches apart, a silent promise of a brutal exchange hanging in the air. The clash was imminent. His eyes, a striking shade of green, narrowed. A palpable tension filled the air. The voice, ancient and resonant, echoed in his mind. You must be the descendant far in the future. He remembered the searing pain, the loss of his arm, seeing that you erased a portion of my mania and even cut off my arm. The demon, a figure of immense power, smirked. It looks like his boasting wasn't just a mistake. A guttural sound escaped his lips, a mixture of pain and frustration. He reflected on his failure. Though I ended up like this without being able to abandon my ambition. The demon's crimson eyes burned with intensity. I'm a king as well as a warrior that led a race. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. The weight of his actions pressed down on him. Now, it looks like the time to end this long battle has come to an end. For me to apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices. He questioned his past choices. Why in the world was I ever? His thoughts drifted to simpler times. Just being happy with the ones I love would have been enough. The ground trembled as a powerful force erupted. He felt the demonic energy encroaching, a chilling presence that threatened to consume him. A surge of power erupted within him, a chaotic force that mirrored the encroaching darkness. He struggled to regain control, his thoughts racing. What do I do now? He wondered, his resolve faltering. His opponent was revealed, the Ice Mountain King, a formidable figure who commanded the immense frozen landscape. Elric recognized the immense power before him. Not only was this warrior the greatest of the Yetis, but also a foe he was obligated to defeat. He knew he couldn't win without using his full strength, a dangerous gamble given the circumstances. With a determined grimace, he resolved to unleash his full power, despite the risks. He declared, I will show you. The ensuing battle was a maelstrom of energy, a clash of immense power that shook the very ground beneath their feet. Elric, fueled by righteous fury, met the king's attack head-on. A fierce exchange of blows ensued, a whirlwind of ice and fire. The impact of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He mustered his remaining strength, his blonde hair whipping in the icy wind. One more time, he would try. The opponent, a formidable figure shrouded in ice, prepared for the final blow. The air crackled with anticipation. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of light and ice. The clash was earth-shattering, a maelstrom of power that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. His opponent's eyes widened in surprise. He pressed his advantage, his movements a blur of motion. He was determined to win. Despite his efforts, something felt amiss. It was strange. This battle was a fight for his very life. He had to win. His opponent countered, her icy grip tightening. The fight continued. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, his eyes blazing with determination. But why did this feel so exhilarating? He found a strange sense of enjoyment in the fight. He unleashed another wave of power, a blinding explosion of energy. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground, shattering the ice around them. I can feel it. He stood defiant, a whirlwind of icy energy swirling around him. The days of happiness were over. His opponent, a figure shrouded in darkness, lunged forward. The force of the impact sent both combatants reeling, shards of ice and energy scattering across the battlefield. He countered with a fierce blow, his blade meeting his opponent's icy fist in a blinding clash. The battle raged on, a furious exchange of blows that threatened to shatter the very ground beneath their feet. He was forced to retreat, dodging a devastating icy blast that sent chunks of earth flying. His opponent roared in frustration, the icy energy around him intensifying. He braced himself, his eyes locked on his opponent's. We have both reached our limits. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, his breath ragged. The final clash would decide the victor. With this final blow, Elric unleashed the full force of his attack. His opponent, utilizing the Ice Mountain King's secret art, braced for the impact. The clash was immense, a collision of raw power that threatened to shatter the very ground beneath them. He was thrown back, the force of the blow sending him reeling through the air. The air crackled with energy as the icy blast swept across the landscape. Snow began to fall, obscuring the scene in a swirling blizzard. Amidst the chaos, the two figures could barely be seen, locked in a desperate struggle. Elric, battered but defiant, stood his ground, facing his formidable opponent. The final, desperate blow landed, sending Elric reeling. His opponent, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, let out a triumphant, chilling laugh. Weakened but defiant, Elric managed a strained smile. At last, the end was near. He looked up at his adversary, his eyes filled with a mixture of exhaustion and gratitude. A soft, almost inaudible thank you. Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of relief and sorrow. The battle had taken its toll. The ground trembled as a powerful force erupted beneath his fallen foe. A blinding light consumed the area. The intense light illuminated the surrounding landscape, revealing a breathtaking panorama of mountains and valleys. Standing amidst the radiant glow, Elric and his defeated opponent were silhouetted against the celestial display. The defeated figure lay still, his face obscured by shadow, his fate uncertain. Elric, seemingly rejuvenated, stood poised, a new power surging within him. A closer look revealed a mystical, blue tattoo now adorning his arm, a mark of his newfound strength. He examined his hand, a new, vibrant blue tattoo snaking across his skin, a wolf's head snarling at the center. It pulsed faintly with an inner light. A small sprout pushed through the cracked earth, its leaves unfurling in the warm sunlight. The sprout grew quickly, blossoming into a delicate purple flower. Nearby, another flower bloomed, this one a pristine white. The purple flower continued to thrive, a testament to resilience. With this, his first assignment came to an end. The scene opened with a celebratory atmosphere. The young man had accomplished something remarkable, a feat that elicited applause. He seemed pensive, however, questioning the difficulty of his first assignment. His expression shifted to one of defiance as a stern voice reminded him of the family's high standards. Despite his initial confidence, he admitted to being surprised by his own achievement. His mentor, a man of considerable experience, explained that such a feat usually took years to accomplish. The young man countered that he had only been studying magic for a month. The mentor confirmed the time frame, a single month. He reiterated that he had only recently begun his magical studies. The mentor scoffed, dismissing his claim as a joke. The two stood facing each other, a silent tension building between them. The young man's confidence wavered slightly. The mentor, however, conceded that he had a keen eye for talent, even if he was initially dismissive. The situation escalated, with the mentor expressing his frustration. He stood beside Elric, gazing out at a vast, icy landscape. The question hung heavy in the air. What were her final moments like? Elric, lost in thought, offered no immediate answer. A sigh escaped the mentor's lips, relief washed over his features. Elric expressed his gratitude for the guidance he had received. The mentor, in turn, offered a parting word of caution. A subtle smile played on Elric's lips as he contemplated his journey. The mentor acknowledged the demands of his own position. Elric walked away, alone, the mentor's words echoing in his mind. He continued his journey across the open field. A question arose. How would he escape this place? The mentor chuckled, reminding Elric of his past escapes. He stood, a blinding light emanating from his hands, his expression unreadable. The young man recoiled, his face contorted in a grimace. "My handsome face." A horned figure, his features sharp and cruel, addressed him. "It looks like that crazy bastard, Otto, killed you." The horned figure continued. "Yes, have you swallowed the Ice Mountain King?" The young man replied, "Well, it just happened." He confided, "My ass. All I did was tell him a few things." The horned figure questioned him about his relationship with the Ice Mountain King and why he stopped her from becoming a demon. The young man explained that he had seen the Ice Mountain King's memories. He declared, "I am a demon king, and she's the dregs of the demon race. Nothing more, nothing less." At that time, he was simply bored. He had heard that someone would become a demon in the Ice Mountain, so he went to see what they looked like. He assessed her. Well, she was a bit lacking to become a demon king, but her ambition and skill were commendable. He instructed her to return after she had grown stronger. The demon, Mephistopheles, listened intently as the young man recounted his tale. He had abandoned a girl, leaving her heartbroken. Mephistopheles' gaze sharpened. He was clearly considering something. His expression was unreadable, a mask of dark contemplation. He nodded slowly, a subtle gesture that belied the power he possessed. He understood. Meanwhile, Elric, oblivious to the demon's thoughts, was approached by another individual. The newcomer, a young man with vibrant blonde hair, seemed amused by something. He taunted Mephistopheles, pointing out his centuries-long single status. Mephistopheles, enraged by the insult, roared his fury. A fierce battle erupted between the two. He clenched his fist, a surge of energy crackling around his knuckles. The man with the silver hair and beard watched, a smirk playing on his lips. What an amusing descendant he was, he mused, his voice low and thoughtful. His gaze was intense, his expression unreadable. A close-up revealed a golden earring, glinting in the dim light. The question hung heavy in the air. "Don't you resent me?" A figure, bloodied and broken, whispered it. "With my own hands." He looked upon the scene with a grim acceptance. Something like this. Across the scene, a man in a dark suit spoke, "Ice Mountain King." A horned figure, cloaked in shadow, extended a hand towards a man in a suit. His voice was a pained whisper. "Otto, please ease." The man in the suit, his face obscured, responded with a choked plea. "Please, kill me. I'm sorry." He stood, a silhouette against the darkness, his hands clasped before him. The man's face, partially visible, showed a profound sadness. His eyes, hidden behind round spectacles, were filled with sorrow. A voice, calm and reassuring, echoed in the air. "Leave your regrets and duty to that child, and rest in peace." His thoughts drifted to a future reunion. "Let us meet again in the next life. I hope it'll be even more beautiful than before." The young man with vibrant blonde hair, Elric, was rummaging through a stack of papers. A voice called out, questioning his actions. He explained that he was searching for something specific. He held up a glowing blue crystal, causing a nearby figure to react with surprise. An ice crystal. He was instructed to take the crystal and find the god of Camellia. The professor, Ustin, clarified that the person who would receive the crystal would become Elric's new guide. Elric questioned the duration of his assignments, expressing concern about the time commitment. He was told that the assignments would continue until he reached the level of their progenitor. Elric, curious, asked about this progenitor. Ustin explained that the progenitor had left many things in this land, and that many assignments were prepared to help Elric follow him. Elric accepted the task, acknowledging the burden placed upon him. He was told that this path was one only he, Elric Merbinger, could walk. Ustin, observing Elric's departure, declared it perfect. He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. Elric, his young apprentice, listened intently as the professor explained the task ahead. The god of Camellia. The very name held a chilling weight, a power capable of shaping the very seasons. Elric, holding the ice crystal, understood the gravity of his mission. His master's words confirmed his suspicions. This was no ordinary task. The Demon King, a figure of immense power, watched from the shadows, his gaze fixed on the young man. A bead of sweat trickled down Elric's temple. The weight of expectation pressed heavily upon him. He was reminded of the immense power he was dealing with. The task was dangerous, and the stakes were impossibly high. For days, a mere 4 days of respite before the true test began, the Demon King granted a temporary reprieve, a brief moment of peace before the storm. He clenched his fist, frustration evident in his expression. Even a temporary exemption felt insufficient. The Demon King smirked, a cruel amusement dancing in his eyes. He knew the young man's time was limited. He revealed a crucial piece of information. 4 retainers had helped the progenitor of Merbinger establish his foundation. The 4 seasons, their personalities and characteristics mirrored the seasons themselves, a testament to the demon's power and influence. Among those who answered the call, Otto Hahn corresponded to the season of winter. The fact that someone of such power responded to the summons was significant. He had been given a crucial assignment, and its completion would allow him access to the other 3 seasons. This meant he could potentially become as strong as the progenitor they served. A confident smirk played on his lips. The thought of rebuilding his family fueled his determination. He wondered about the importance of the ice crystal needed by the god of Camellia. The ice crystal, it turned out, was the core of winter, formed only in the deepest parts of perpetually snow-covered ice mountains. In other words, it was a spirit's egg. Since the camellia is a winter bloom, there was no better place to cultivate it. He inquired about the location of the god of Camellia's temple. The response: the Temple of Flowers, a place known only through legends. But of course, a certain noisy individual was likely guarding it. For now, he could only consult the Imperial Library's records. But he suspected something more was afoot. The demon spirit form became more vivid. Mephistopheles, the demon, smirked. He had sensed a resurgence of his power, a consequence of the recent assignment. However, he scoffed at the notion that his adversary could do anything about it. He knew that the only way for his opponent to overcome him was to grow stronger, and the assignments would ensure just that. Elric, his blonde hair catching the light, stood resolute. The assignments were a trial, but he would endure. The immense power surging within Mephistopheles was a terrifying reminder of the great demon king he was reviving. Elric's face twisted into a sneer. His rival's growing strength only fueled his own determination. This was a battle he would not lose. He realized that Mephistopheles' power was growing, and this meant he could draw even more strength from the demon. A gleeful expression spread across Elric's face as he held the glowing orb. He was getting stronger, and he was enjoying it. Having completed his tasks, Elric decided to return to his original location. Elric and the mysterious figure in dark clothing ascended, finding the descent far easier than the ascent had been a month prior. He needed a guide, and so Elric set off towards the Crimson Eye Tribe's territory, his resolve unwavering despite the inherent danger. He wasn't entirely sure why he felt so at ease traversing this treacherous landscape. Perhaps it was his long experience with Yetis, or maybe it was the Ice Mountain King seal he now possessed. A strange curiosity tugged at him, a morbid fascination. To see them, his eyes, blazing with an unnatural intensity, reflected the harsh light of the glacial world. The scene before him was a grim testament to the brutal reality of the Yeti's existence, a battlefield littered with the corpses of the fallen. What had transpired here? The sheer scale of the carnage was unsettling, even to Elric, who had witnessed countless battles. Observing the manner of their deaths, he deduced that the Yetis had been cruelly used for entertainment. A wave of unease washed over him. He felt a profound sense of disgust. He had killed many Yetis before, but this was different. This felt wrong. Yet, he had never treated them as mere playthings. He tried to rationalize his feelings, attributing his discomfort to the Ice Mountain King's influence. But deep down, he knew it was more than that. He had no right to feel sympathy for the Yetis. He walked away from the scene, the chilling wind whipping around him. The vast, snow-covered expanse stretched before him, unbroken except for the occasional, skeletal remains of trees. His gloved hands clenched, the memory of the Yeti corpses fresh in his mind. The ice crunched under his boots. He knelt, his gaze fixed on a particularly gruesome detail. The sheer brutality of it all was almost unbearable. A wave of nausea washed over him, the image seared into his memory. He fought back the urge to vomit. The scene blurred, the details fading into a hazy white. His vision swam. A small figure appeared in the distance, seemingly oblivious to the carnage. The newcomer was bundled in warm furs. The newcomer, a child, seemed cheerful, unaware of the horror that surrounded them. A dark figure loomed behind them. This is the work of those who had attacked earlier. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. He looked around at the devastation, the frozen corpses scattered across the snow. The weight of it all bore down on him. He confirmed his suspicions. The answer was clear. His face was a mask of grim determination. The events of the day had hardened his resolve. He felt a surge of anger and self-loathing. The guilt gnawed at him. A fierce battle raged in the snowy landscape. A young woman, cloaked in blue, fought desperately against a dark-clad assailant. Her movements fluid and precise despite the harsh conditions. She evaded a blow, her attacker's sword whistling past her ear. The force of a near miss sent her tumbling through the air. Landing hard, she braced herself, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes, wide with determination, fixed on her opponent. Her attacker pressed his advantage, his foot coming down hard on the snow, sending a spray of icy shards flying. The young woman, though clearly injured, continued to fight back valiantly. Her movements were becoming more desperate, but her spirit remained unbroken. A man in dark clothing approached cautiously, concern etched on his face. He asked if she was all right, but she insisted on continuing the fight. He looked at her with a mixture of worry and admiration. Her resolve was unwavering, even in the face of such overwhelming odds. She explained that many had died because of the assassins pursuing her, and that she couldn't afford to collapse now. The man offered to help her, but she refused, stating that she needed to find something. She revealed that she had been searching for a grave for a month, but to no avail. Tears streamed down her face, reflecting her exhaustion and despair. Overwhelmed with frustration, she cried out, questioning where in the world it could possibly be. Her eyes, filled with a mixture of grief and determination, held a fierce intensity. A single word escaped her lips: "Father." The chapter begins with a statement highlighting the unusual circumstance of the Blue Lion's daughter's lack of swordsmanship skills. The scene shifts to the imposing Great Lion family castle, where a young woman stands alone, seemingly apprehensive. Two figures, unseen, whisper concerns about the Blue Lion, overhearing their conversation. The young woman, visibly frustrated, slams her fist down in anger. She is shown practicing swordsmanship, her movements clumsy and unskilled. She questions her lack of talent, her self-doubt evident in her posture and expression. A narration box explains the societal expectations placed upon the Blue Lion's daughter, emphasizing the importance of strength and merit. She reflects on her inadequacy, questioning her right to be called a child of the Blue Lion. The scene shifts to a man, Isabel, who appears regal and powerful. The young woman, now visibly distressed, addresses the man as father. The final panel shows a close-up of Isabel, his expression unreadable as the chapter title, Blue Lion Herman Weil, is revealed. Under a vast, moonlit sky, a somber scene unfolded. A man and woman stood before a grand building, their expressions heavy with unspoken weight. The man offered a heartfelt apology, acknowledging the immense burden he was placing upon the woman. The woman, however, responded with a quiet admission of inadequacy. She felt she wasn't good enough, unable to live up to expectations. Her father, a figure of imposing stature, attempted to reassure her. He insisted that she didn't need to follow in his footsteps, that she was a proud member of the Weil family, not merely the Blue Lion. The father, Herman Weil, reassured his daughter, dismissing her concerns. Despite his words, the daughter's eyes welled with tears. She continued to strive to become the best swordsman on the continent, driven by her unwavering dream. A wave of emotion washed over her, a mixture of sadness and determination. The scene shifted. The daughter found herself in a long, dimly lit hallway, her mind consumed by a pressing question. Why wasn't her father waking up? She held his hand, a silent plea for his recovery. Meanwhile, her father lay unconscious in a bed, his condition grave. A physician examined him, diagnosing the problem as a mana flow disruption caused by reckless use of aura. The situation was dire, almost impossible to resolve with conventional means. The only option left was to resort to a magic tool. The daughter, her face obscured, made a solemn vow. She resolved to save her father, her determination hardening into a fierce resolve. Because conventional methods proved futile in treating her father's ailment, the young woman desperately sought an advanced magical artifact. But, despite her efforts, it was all for naught. Even with access to the most advanced magical tools, her search yielded no results. She had scoured the entire continent, yet found no clue that could aid her father's recovery. A conversation revealed the existence of a king's tomb in the Yeti Highlands, rumored to contain untold treasures. The information was useless, however, as the tomb was considered too dangerous to approach. Despite the risks, she resolved to investigate the tomb, hoping to find a solution. She located the tomb and discovered its precise location. However, a secret was shared, revealing a dangerous plot. The news of her quest reached her uncle, Paul Weil, who sought to usurp her father's position. He sent assassins to eliminate her, the rightful heir. Sent assassins to kill me, the successor. Just. A knight, cloaked in shadow, urged a young woman to hide, his voice laced with urgency. The scene was a blizzard, the snow swirling around them. The woman, startled, looked on as a powerful blow sent a nearby figure reeling. Meanwhile, a group of figures emerged from the trees, their faces obscured by shadows. They had been searching for her. They identified themselves as the Blue Wolf 6th Unit. One of the knights, addressing the woman, stated that, as a member of the Weil family, her death was inevitable. She scoffed, dismissing his words as nonsense. Suddenly, a figure with dark hair and piercing eyes appeared, unleashing a powerful energy blast. Hanul, he declared, would pay for the lives lost. The knight warned the young woman to flee, emphasizing the danger she was in. Another knight, Chun, desperately tried to hold back the pursuing knights, knowing they couldn't win without reinforcements. He was risking his life to buy time for the young woman's escape. Despite the danger, the woman hesitated. The pursuing knights urged her to flee. Chun pleaded with the young woman to leave, knowing he would die if she didn't. The knight, left alone, lamented the young woman's escape, acknowledging his own foolishness. A sword plunged downwards, ending a life. Blood blossomed across the snow. Observing from a distance, a cloaked figure smirked. To think she abandoned her loyal knights. The young miss is quite cold-hearted, he mused. His gaze shifted to another figure, and a chilling threat escaped his lips. I'll be cutting his head off. The knight, wounded but defiant, stood his ground. A desperate plea echoed through the air. Stop! In the snowy expanse, a desperate chase unfolded. The knight protected the fleeing woman. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out. Aren't I your objective? Just kill me and let Chin go. I'm Sota Kropka. Her eyes, filled with anguish, reflected her inner turmoil. "But that won't do," she resolved. The assassin explained, "We've been ordered to kill everyone who is related to or has witnessed this event." A wave of regret washed over the assassin as he recalled, "If only you didn't run, everyone would have been alive and lived their lives happily with their families." It's... The woman's face was etched with grief, her eyes wide with despair. "Pity," she whispered, the word barely audible above the howling wind. She continued, her voice laced with self-reproach. "Because of me, innocent people died for someone like me?" A dark figure emerged from the swirling snow, their presence ominous and powerful. The figure raised a hand, a chilling smile playing on their lips. "Let's end this." The battle raged, the clash of steel echoing through the frozen landscape. The ground trembled with each blow. With a sudden burst of energy, the dark figure transformed, their power amplified. They spoke, their voice a low growl, just a passing Satan. From the shadows, a figure leaped, their movements swift and precise. Their rage was palpable, a guttural cry escaping their lips. "Fucking bastards." Elric, who entered the stage as a savior, unleashed a torrent of power, the very air crackling with energy. He leaped, a blur of motion against the stormy sky, shards of rock raining down around him. It was a desperate gambit, a last-ditch effort to escape the relentless pursuit. But even as he evaded the immediate danger, a voice, cold and laced with contempt, echoed through the air. "Benevolence?" the voice sneered. "Such a thing is wasted on trash like you." The scene opens with a man, impeccably dressed, holding a glowing blue orb. He was preparing to leave the ice mountain, but his mission was far from over. Meanwhile, Isabel, determined to find a cure for her father's illness at the Ice Mountain King's grave, found herself pursued by the Blue Wolves, a band of assassins. The assassins relentlessly hunted her, their presence a chilling reminder of the danger she faced. She knew that her uncle, Paul Vile, was behind this relentless pursuit. The assassins attacked with brutal efficiency. Isabel fought back fiercely, but they were relentless. In that moment of peril, she saw someone. A figure emerged from the shadows, their presence a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The mysterious figure moved with surprising agility, leaping from branch to branch. They were cloaked and hooded, their identity hidden from view. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, descended from the heavens, a brilliant blue light trailing in their wake. Below, three figures watched in stunned silence as the figure landed, their arrival causing a ripple of disturbance in the snow-covered forest. One of the observers, a man in dark robes, scoffed. "Satan? Is that some sort of avant-garde bullshit?" The cloaked figure moved with impossible speed, their movements a blur of motion. The cloaked figure's intervention had saved the three from a fatal attack. "Are you all right?" one of them asked, concern etched on their face. One of the rescued individuals, a young man with blonde hair, replied, "Of course." The others looked on, questioning the strange landing of the mysterious savior. Do magicians usually land like that? The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed by their scrutiny, muttered, "I would have made a badass entrance if it weren't for the snow." A woman with striking purple eyes gasped, recognizing someone. "Isn't that the person who went missing?" The woman, filled with urgency, shouted, "I can't let him get caught up in this." She turned to address the cloaked figure. "Please run away. This doesn't concern you." The cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, raised a hand. Their intent was clear, to eliminate the demonic presence before them. A wave of immense power erupted from the figure, a blinding light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The demon, momentarily stunned, could only utter a word of disbelief. It seemed that something akin to benevolence was being offered, but such kindness was wasted on such a creature. The figure's resolve hardened. The cloaked figure unleashed a torrent of energy, striking the demon and two of its underlings. The force of the attack sent the demon reeling, its form flickering and unstable. Another powerful blow followed, the energy crackling and surging. The demon was clearly overwhelmed. A final, decisive strike was imminent. The attack connected, engulfing the demon in a blinding flash of light. When the light subsided, the demon was gone, leaving only the lingering energy of the attack. Two figures, Elric and the professor, watched in stunned silence. They were alive, but barely. A young woman, her face etched with shock and disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before her. Other figures, cloaked and armed, urged her to finish off the seemingly defeated foe. But before she could obey, another figure intervened, questioning the actions of the group. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood before a powerful demon, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The demon lunged, its claws extended, but the cloaked figure reacted instantly. With a swift movement, the figure unleashed a wave of energy, piercing the demon's defenses. The force of the attack sent the demon and its minions reeling, their forms momentarily obscured by a blinding light. The cloaked figure continued their assault, their movements precise and deadly. One by one, the demon's minions fell before the overwhelming power of the mysterious figure. Elric, the professor, and Tasha watched in awe and disbelief as the tide of battle turned so dramatically. The demon, weakened and vulnerable, was finally defeated, its essence dissipating into nothingness. Silence descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the ragged breaths of the survivors. The cloaked figure turned, their face still hidden by shadows, and addressed the onlookers. The professor, recovering from shock, questioned the mysterious figure's motives. The cloaked figure responded with a chilling indifference, their words laced with a hint of menace. Tasha, still shaken by the events, expressed her concern about the figure's immense power. As the cloaked figure departed, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease, Elric and the others were left to contemplate the events that had transpired. He lunged, a desperate attack fueled by rage and adrenaline. "I'll at least kill you," he roared, his voice barely audible above the clash of magic. The professor, observing from a distance, reacted instantly. "He's fast. Keep your distance from him." He reacted swiftly, his movements a blur as he attempted to evade the relentless assault. His eyes glowed, activating a powerful defensive enchantment. Armament reinforcement. The force of the impact sent him reeling, but he held his ground. His opponent pressed their advantage, unleashing a flurry of blows. With a swift motion, he launched a counterattack, a blast of ice erupting from his hand. "I shoot out." His masked assailant remained unyielding, their eyes burning with a cold intensity. "Do you?" He scoffed at the audacity of the magic being used against him. "Seriously? You think you can block me with magic like this?" The power of the ice magic intensified, threatening to overwhelm him. His opponent unleashed a final, devastating attack. "This is the end, you fucking bastard." The masked figure braced for the impact, their face contorted in a grimace. A shard of ice, imbued with immense power, was launched forth. A figure, cloaked in shadow, unleashed a torrent of icy energy, the force of it leaving a trail of shimmering frost in its wake. The attack was so powerful that it defied comprehension. A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed the question, "Why isn't this breaking?" A smirking figure with striking green eyes responded, "It's that your head's going to be buried into the ground." His opponent, clearly taken aback, could only utter a stunned, "What? Boo! Shit!" The icy energy continued to surge, a breathtaking display of raw power. Chun, the cloaked figure, stood amidst a wintry landscape, his form silhouetted against the falling snow. Observers nearby whispered in awe, "Unbelievable! He wiped out the blue wolves in an instant. To think there was a magician like that on the hillside." Two figures watched from a distance, one of them marveling, "Amazing." The other, a woman with striking purple eyes, voiced the question on everyone's mind. "How can he be so powerful?" She pondered, "If he's that strong at such a young age, then could he be around the same level as Tasha Naresta, one of the 3 new stars? Then, there's no way I wouldn't know him. Just who is he?" Chun let out a weary sigh, the weight of his actions settling upon him. He stood alone, a solitary figure against the vast, white expanse. The word, "please," hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. "Rest in peace," the words echoed the somber mood. A sense of finality settled over the scene. The demon noticed the uneasy stares directed at him. He advised the man to speak to them, to break the tense silence. A hesitant greeting was offered, a simple hello, into the heavy quiet. He hadn't considered the final touch, a detail overlooked in the heat of the moment. A wry smile played on his lips. It had been a long time since he last felt this way. A horned figure, cloaked in darkness, observed a group of individuals. He noted their uneasy stares, advising them to speak. Meanwhile, a young man, seemingly oblivious to the tension, nervously questioned the silence. A man with gray hair smiled subtly, acknowledging the passing of time. He cautioned against lowering their guard despite the stranger's assistance, sensing a potential danger. His warning was immediately validated as a woman gasped, startled by something. The group expressed their gratitude to their savior. The young man, however, insisted they needn't go so far in their thanks. Their repeated thanks echoed his own sentiments. He humbly deflected their praise, while the horned figure observed, noting the woman's lack of common courtesy. One of the women, despite the awkwardness of the situation, politely requested favor. She boldly declared her intention to commission him for a task. A young woman looked down at her hand in confusion. She was clearly distressed. Beads of sweat dotted her brow. Her eyes widened as she muttered to herself, "This is..." The carriage continued its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a steady beat against the silence. Inside, 2 men sat tensely, their faces etched with worry. One of them, a man with horns, sneered, "I can see the corners of your lips rising, bastard. Hide it properly if you're going to." The other man sighed, "That's to be expected, since I was given something." A woman with striking blue hair stared at a gold coin in her hand, whispering, "This is gold? No, it's the blue lion." A man approached her, asking, "Were you a lady of the whale family?" She replied sadly, "Yes, to my shame. That explains why. She's so exceptionally beautiful." Though her beauty was enough to captivate even the crown prince, who sought her hand in marriage, a hidden truth lay beneath the surface. A poignant scene unfolded, depicting a tender moment between the princess and her suitor, a silent promise exchanged amidst falling petals. She was abandoned, deemed a flower without fragrance, just for the reason that she wasn't born with talent. If the flesh and blood of the lion does not have sharp teeth and claws, then their worth falls just as much. She was a loner, living in seclusion after her marriage ended. Rick, the only daughter of the Blue Lion, introduced herself. Elric, surprised by her self-deprecation, reassured her. Her tenacity, however, was something to be admired. She thanked him for acknowledging her. An escort was offered to take her to the imperial capital. Chun, however, wished to speak with his uncle first. Observing the knights, Elric suspected internal conflict within a whale family. Elric pondered, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He recalled a conversation with Sean, a detail suddenly significant. The Blue Lion's illness, a reflux disease, bore a striking resemblance to the blockage disease. He considered the implications, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Could he leverage this situation to his advantage, binding the Blue Lion to him through obligation? The image depicted a momentous occasion. Duke Merbinger, hand in hand with the Blue Lion, a symbol of an unlikely alliance forged. A young man, cloaked and observing from afar, mused on the strategic brilliance of the situation, finding it both exciting and invigorating. Despite their lack of skills, the group was offered a substantial reward for their assistance. One of the figures, considering the offer, deemed it a shame to refuse such a generous proposition. With a predatory gleam in his eyes, he extended a hand, promising safe passage. The travelers gazed out at the night sky, a question hanging in the air. Why would someone with access to such vast wealth require additional funds? Elric, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declared that he had a plan. Another individual, perhaps less experienced, cautioned against such bold pronouncements, suggesting a more measured approach. He stared into the abyss, a single question mark hanging heavy in the air. His expression was unreadable. The weight of his current predicament pressed down on him. He had no money. Meanwhile, a voice, sharp and calculating, observed the situation with a hint of amusement. This was convenient indeed. The speaker, a horned figure, explained that their previous silence was a result of annoyance. Two smaller figures, caricatures of the previous speakers, engaged in a brief, playful argument. The young woman, her face etched with frustration, voiced her boredom and questioned her current predicament. She then turned her attention to a silent man, needing his help despite his current state. The need for his assistance was paramount, overriding any other concerns. A grim realization dawned. If stronger forces arrived, they would be overwhelmed. The vastness of the approaching threat loomed large, leaving little hope for defense. A chilling report arrived. Squad 6 had been completely annihilated. The fallen figure, defeated and remorseful, offered a simple apology. A cloaked figure, his back to the viewer, strode purposefully through a dimly lit chamber. He carried a staff topped with a wolf's head, his long cloak billowing slightly behind him. A figure lay prostrate on the floor, seemingly unconscious. The words echoed in the silence. Then you shouldn't have done something to be sorry for in the first place. The cloaked figure paused, his gaze seemingly fixed on something unseen. He mused aloud, Hilton, how do you think Isabel will move? News had arrived. Traces of Isabel's departure from the Ice Mountain had been confirmed. It was highly probable, therefore, that she would return to the imperial capital. Hilton, the leader of the Blue Wolf Squad, considered this information. His expression was one of quiet calculation. He scoffed, thinking, what a stupid child. How dare such an incompetent girl try to negotiate with me? The scene shifted to a grand hall, where numerous figures in dark uniforms stood rigidly at attention, their swords held before them. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, stood before them, radiating an aura of power. The stark words hung in the air, you only have one chance. The rhythmic clopping of hooves filled the air as the carriage rolled along. Inside, a young man with striking green eyes peered out the window, his expression thoughtful. The carriage continued its journey, passing a picturesque town nestled against a majestic mountain range. He sighed, we arrive in only 2 days from moving without rest. His companion, a woman with vibrant blue hair, replied, I'm so stiff. A hooded figure appeared, amused. Don't you know the correct posture eases the mind? Why in the world did you stay upside down? He looked up, questioning him. A large contingent of soldiers, mounted and on foot, marched into view. The hooded figure whispered, those are... A command was given, gather the Blue Wolf Squad too. 3 cloaked figures bowed their heads in response. One muttered, pardon? Must we mobilize our most powerful squad for something so trivial? The young man scoffed, so trivial? The young lady, returning to the capital, is no different from a declaration of surrender. A hound. A dark figure emerged, his face obscured by shadow. Should act like one. A sinister smile played on the lips of the figure, blood staining their chin. The words, she will no doubt pass through Lysini if she's coming from the Ice Mountain to the imperial capital, hung heavy in the air. Their gaze hardened. The command, turn that place, echoed in the silence. The grim determination in their eyes was unmistakable. Into their graves, they vowed, the words a chilling promise. Inside the carriage, two figures conversed. One admitted, "I did expect that we wouldn't be able to move freely since the Lord rules over this place, but I never expected it to this extent," expressing surprise at the level of control. The other responded, "Should we turn back, young miss?" suggesting a retreat. One of them firmly stated, "No need." The other, clearly confused, questioned, What are you?" A hooded figure, their face partially obscured, watched from the shadows as a carriage departed through a gate. The city of Liceni bustled with activity. Sunlight glinted off the cobblestone streets and the ornate facades of the buildings. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, moved through the crowd. Their boots were sturdy and well-worn, suggesting a long journey. It was a simple illusion, but it served its purpose. They had entered the city safely, thanks to the magic. One of the travelers, having completed their task, prepared to leave. They were instructed to return safely. He questioned the necessity of the illusion magic, wondering why it was used when a more direct approach was possible. The response was simple. Caution was necessary. He explained that he needed to conserve his mana for potential enemies. Furthermore, he was curious about the purpose of the soul seals and speech. In any case, he was urged to return to the academy as soon as possible. However, he needed to investigate something first. A sinister figure, his eyes gleaming with malice, contemplated his next move. A sigh escaped his lips. Meanwhile, a young woman fled through the streets, pursued by unseen forces. A group of children witnessed the event, sensing a strange energy similar to mana emanating from the fleeing woman. A hooded figure explained that mana, originally a blessing for mages, had been adapted by martial artists. The explanation continued. Mages use mana by creating circles in their hearts, while martial artists weave aura chains around their dantians to strengthen their bodies. A gleaming sword, imbued with an ethereal light, is shown, its hilt grasped by an unseen hand. The accompanying text explains the ranking system for mages, categorized by their mana control. Meanwhile, two figures, a young man and an older, cloaked individual, are shown mid-action. The younger man wields a sword, his movements suggesting skill and agility. The text describes the ranking system for martial artists, based on the number of aura chains they can manipulate. The cloaked figure asks a question, his voice laced with surprise. "There are only 5? He continues, explaining that only one person has ever surpassed the typical limit of 5 aura chains. The question, who, hangs heavy in the air. A majestic figure, seemingly a warrior of immense power, is depicted. The image suggests immense strength and legendary status. The narration clarifies that this individual is considered the strongest being on the continent. The cloaked figure dismisses the notion that this warrior is the exception to the 5-chain rule, revealing that his grandfather was a formidable martial artist. A sinister figure, Mephistopheles, smiles, expressing his desire to one day meet the legendary warrior. Mephistopheles comments that an old man is preoccupied with something again. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, intends to purchase newspapers to catch up on events that transpired during his absence. A grand castle is shown, and the question is posed. It still hasn't been taken care of yet? Sean Nestor is discussed. His accomplishments are highlighted, despite being deemed ungrateful. A man expresses his desire for an overwhelming victory, suggesting a power struggle or competition is underway. A figure with a prominent mustache, his expression unreadable, simply stated, "Just give me your command." He was instructed to increase the pressure on the Nestor family. The young master, Sean, slumped over his paperwork, clearly distressed. His tutor, observing him, noted that the academic circles were in an uproar due to the situation. Sean lamented that his sister constantly berated him and that Elric had not contacted him. Despite his troubles, he resolved to persevere. Meanwhile, Sean continued to pore over documents. The dean, known for his cunning, was scheming. Mephistopheles observed the dean, commenting on his slyness and effective use of the press. He noted that he was becoming accustomed to the dean's face. He clenched his fist, declaring that this would only make his debut more spectacular. The tutor felt bad for Sean and wondered if there was anything he could do to help. Mephistopheles and Elric faced each other, their expressions sharp. A fire broke out, and someone shouted for water. A desperate plea for help echoed through the inferno. "Mommy," a child cried, their voice barely audible above the crackling flames. He reacted instantly, his eyes wide with alarm. The scene before him was a horrifying spectacle of fire and chaos. "What?" The young man lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion as he navigated the fiery landscape. His expression was one of grim determination. The scene opens in a grand hall, where a young woman questions a man about his trust in Rick. She seems concerned. He saved them, but the woman remains cautious, noting that he may not be who he seems. The woman expresses her concerns about the possibility of an assassin, and Chen explains that he understands her apprehension, having known the man for a long time. Chen's words seem to reassure the young woman, who agrees with his assessment. However, she cautions him to keep something in mind. The young woman's doubt extends to her own decision. Despite the uncertainty, a man confidently states his trust in Rick. A man gazes upward, lost in thought, his expression revealing recognition of a familiar face. The man reflects on the actions of another, questioning whether they were intentional. A woman explains that the man in question had helped them without asking for payment. His demeanor shifted when he learned of their family's identity. The man's actions were deliberate, aimed at protecting their reputation. Chun-so, I see. It was burning quite nicely indeed. A scroll containing the fourth circle, Advent of Heatwave, was worth the price. Simonin, the Blue Wolf Squad 3 leader, observed the scene with a grim expression. How could he laugh at this? Beskov, the Blue Wolf Squad 2 leader, revealed the significant cost of the item he held. He couldn't think of anything better, considering the young Mrs. personality. They discussed their next move. Squad 6 had been wiped out, but there were still unaccounted for enemies, possibly mages. He confidently stated he could easily defeat the remaining members of Squad 6. Both he and Hilton were worrying too much. But since he had come all this way, he expected a more entertaining challenge. He licked his lips, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Then, he declared it was time to begin. He commanded his forces to find her. They were both all right, but the danger was far from over. They were being targeted. The chaos consumed the city. A young woman, her face contorted in terror, cried out amidst the inferno. Nearby, another figure desperately called for help, their shop engulfed in flames. Panic spread as people desperately tried to escape the blaze. Amidst the chaos, two figures collapsed, their escape cut short. A young man watched the scene unfold, a question forming in his mind. Was this truly what they wanted? A warning cry echoed through the air, alerting a young woman to the danger. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the city. One of the fleeing figures pleaded for others to escape, their voice filled with desperation. He clenched his teeth, rage filling him at his own powerlessness. He yearned to confront the enemy head-on, to save the people, but he refused to run, unwilling to live a life of shame. A voice spoke, acknowledging his tenacity and mentioning the name of the Blue Lion. He declared himself a member of the Whale family, protectors of the Empire, a statement that echoed with the force of his conviction. The young man, a whirlwind of motion, engaged his foes with fierce determination. His resolve hardened. He vowed to fight until the very end. A devastating explosion rocked the area, the result of his desperate attack. A young woman, her face etched with worry and exhaustion, watched the unfolding chaos. Sweat beaded on her brow, reflecting the intensity of the battle. She gasped, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, seemingly unaffected by the destruction. The fire was extinguished, a wave of relief washing over the survivors. She stared in disbelief at the aftermath, utterly bewildered. Tears streamed down her face, a silent testament to the devastation she witnessed. A surge of icy energy erupted, mirroring the turmoil within her. He muttered the name, a choked whisper lost in the blizzard. Uncertainty clouded his features as he braced himself for the unknown duration of the task ahead. He wondered if he could one day stand beside him. His question hung heavy in the air. Why were knights killing innocent civilians? The narration box explained that while the rage of the Merbingers is usually dormant, once it erupts, it's not easily extinguished. The approaching figures seemed calmer, more merciless, and far stronger than before. A demonic figure observed, noting that there were many more of them, and they were stronger than those encountered previously. The professor doubted his ability to win, concerned about his dwindling mana and the risk of using magic freely around civilians. He questioned why they weren't running away, given the circumstances. An elderly man embraced a weeping woman, resigned to fulfilling their duty. He ignited with furious energy, his eyes blazing. A stark declaration appeared against a backdrop of fiery chaos. The Merbingers, it proclaimed, have always been at the forefront of every war. The previous events saw Isabel negotiate with her uncle, Paul Whale, while Elric chose to journey with her after accepting her proposal. However, Paul Whale, having lost his subordinates to Elric, found himself in a precarious position. He sat upon his throne, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos that had consumed the city. In response, he dispatched the elite Blue Wolves to eliminate Isabel. Their mission resulted in the city being engulfed in flames, leaving Isabel with no choice but to fight. Even if death was unavoidable, she drew her sword. Amidst the fiery destruction, a figure emerged, their back to the viewer. A surge of intense energy erupted, radiating outward. The force of the blast was immense, a spectacle of raw power. The Blue Wolves watched from afar as a figure ascended, leaving a trail of fiery energy. He realized that the scrolls he had purchased with his hard-earned money were meant for a four-circle magic. Two figures, cloaked and watchful, observed a newcomer. One, clearly agitated, questioned the other about the stranger's origins, suspecting him to be from the magic tower. The second figure, more composed, stated that he did not recognize the mage. They decided to eliminate a young woman and retreat, exercising caution. Their plan, however, accounted for the possibility of interference from another mage. A swift, decisive battle ensued. The order was given, kill him. One of the attackers found himself weakened, his legs failing him. He watched, his expression unreadable, as events unfolded. She, too, observed, her face etched with worry and exertion. Their opponents were fleeing. A call for formation and the mobilization of Squad 3 followed. He rescued her, but there were many more enemies. He needed to draw them to an unpopulated area. With a swift movement, he launched himself into the air, carrying a young woman. A blinding flash of light erupted as they soared through the air. He shielded her from the blast, their escape a blur of motion. Below, a group of figures pursued them relentlessly. He continued his ascent, determined to evade his pursuers. The ground below was teeming with enemies. One of the pursuers, filled with excitement, declared it his first mage hunt. He questioned their ability to find them. The pursuer scoffed, deeming them foolish. A chilling command echoed, "Bring me his head." He had expended a significant amount of mana to quell the city-wide fire. His body wouldn't hold up if he pushed his limits again, unlike before when he could simply restart. He stumbled, blood blooming across his tunic. His pursuers were relentless. His thoughts raced. Death was a very real possibility, and with it, the failure of his mission. But he steeled his resolve. He would not falter. He gripped his weapon, a familiar weight in his hand. It was just as Isabel had said. His plan was simple: eliminate the leader first. He moved with a speed that defied belief, a blur of motion. The leader, surprised by the sudden attack, barely had time to react. His opponents questioned his ability, recalling the legendary Ice Mountain King. They doubted his victory. He scoffed at their doubt. They were fools. His attack was swift and brutal, a whirlwind of power. One of the mages sneered, pointing out the difference between strategy and reality. "All of you screw off." He unleashed a devastating attack, sending his enemies reeling. The young mage scoffed, his opponent's reckless close-quarters combat a source of amusement. "What a moron," he sneered. "Why don't you use that oh-so-almighty magic you used before?" He lunged forward, his attack swift and brutal. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. His blade pierced the air, aimed at his opponent's heart. The blow landed, but the young man was unfazed. "Is that all you got, damn brat?" he taunted. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The young man braced himself for the next attack. He roared, "Entertain me more." With a burst of speed, he retaliated. His counterattack was a blur of motion, a whirlwind of energy. The mage's face was a mask of fury as he felt the sting of his opponent's attack. He roared in defiance, his eyes blazing with anger. A powerful energy erupted from him. The force of the blast was immense. His blade shattered, the mage defeated. "This is what you get for running around like a rat." A voice boomed. He stood amidst a throng of enemies, their faces obscured by shadows, their weapons raised. The air crackled with tension, a palpable sense of impending doom. His opponent, a figure of immense power, declared his intent to finish the fight. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source of an immense magical attack. Amidst the chaos, he noticed something unexpected, a flare. The intensity of the magical assault was evident in his opponent's strained expression. The opponent questioned the young man's full capabilities. He recognized the glowing symbol on the ground as a magic circle. His opponent, dismissing the young man's tactics as mere tricks, prepared for a final assault. The opponent's eyes burned with fierce intensity. A monstrous, shadowy figure emerged from the magic circle. The young man braced himself for the inevitable. The monstrous being was shocked by the young man's eyes, recognizing something extraordinary within them. He stood defiant, a lone figure silhouetted against a blinding golden light. The monstrous shadow loomed behind him, its presence palpable even from a distance. His opponent, a man with fiery orange hair, lunged forward, weapon raised. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated rage. The attacker's words echoed the intent behind his attack. "You kill me." Isabel, a figure cloaked in shadow and fire, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. Her eyes, blazing with intensity, were fixed on a distant point. Rick's gaze, sharp and calculating, followed hers. He sensed the approaching danger. Isabel's expression hardened. The weight of the situation settled upon her. They were fleeing. A desperate, chaotic retreat. A young man, part of a coordinated fighting squad, urged his companions to join him in the pursuit. Their fighting style was described as a pack of wolves, their attacks coordinated and relentless. Then, with a surge of power, a devastating blow was struck. The force of the attack sent one of the fleeing figures reeling, clutching another close. He planned to lure them into a trap, a calculated ambush in the plaza. It was a trap, and his plan was working perfectly. He froze his target. Rick, despite the urgency, felt compelled to ask Isabel for a favor. A celebratory fireworks display erupted in the night sky, a stark contrast to the recent battle. A figure, cloaked in shadow, prepared to unleash a devastating attack. He was ordered to tear a magic scroll, a signal for the impending destruction. With a surge of power, the spell was unleashed, a wave of energy engulfing the plaza. The resulting blast was immense, a chaotic display of raw magical energy. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the area, freezing everything in its path. A lone figure, seemingly unharmed, emerged from the icy landscape. He looked around, slightly dazed. He noted the efficiency of the magic circle he'd used, conserving his mana. He muttered to himself, realizing the impossibility of his opponent noticing the magic circle. His opponent, enraged, warned him to stay away. The figure responded with a powerful counterattack, a surge of icy energy. The attack landed, and the figure assessed the result. Another figure appeared, declaring the end of the opponent's luck. His eyes narrowed, preparing for the confrontation. A towering wall of ice, shimmering with an unnatural blue light, stood between them and their pursuers. The cold bit deep, but the warriors pressed on, their breath misting in the frigid air. They had been lured into a trap. A cunning opponent had used a magic circle to ambush them in close combat. The realization was chilling. Their leader, a seasoned warrior, considered the situation. He had sensed no sign of their enemy's presence beforehand. It was a flawless ambush. A figure emerged from the shadows, his voice cutting through the silence. He offered a chilling proposition: surrender the young woman, or face death. The warrior considered the offer. He knew the risks, but the young woman's life was at stake. Suddenly, a powerful magical blast erupted, shattering the ice and sending the warriors reeling. The attacker, a young man with piercing green eyes, appeared. His actions were reckless, but he had saved them. He made it clear that there would be no mercy for those who abandoned their knightly code. The warriors, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepared for battle. They were outnumbered, but their resolve remained unshaken. A fierce clash of magic and steel ensued. The air crackled with energy as the combatants exchanged blows. With a swift, powerful strike, the young man sent his opponent flying. The young man was surprised to find that his rust-cursed magic wasn't working against his opponent. He unleashed a devastating attack, his power growing with each passing moment. He lunged forward, a blur of motion, his attack aimed at the heart of his opponent. But the blow was deflected, the force of the impact sending him reeling. It seemed his magic was strangely weakened. He questioned whether he needed to acquire seals of matching attributes to fully utilize his powers. The seal of cruelty, however, proved unexpectedly difficult to master. Unlike the ice magic he was accustomed to, this new power was proving exceptionally challenging. He realized that unleashing its full potential in the middle of the city was impossible. It consumed too much mana. Yet, he knew there had to be a way. With a surge of determination, he channeled his remaining energy, unleashing a powerful blast of magic. His opponents were caught off guard by the sudden attack, their defenses crumbling under the force of his magic. He stood defiant, his eyes blazing with determination, ready to face whatever came next. He extended a hand, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fingertips. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, declared, "Enough games." The ensuing clash was a whirlwind of ice and energy. The air itself seemed to crackle with power. He stated his resolve: "I have no more time to play with you, so I'll end this." The cloaked figure explained his attack. Ice poison freezes the target with even the slightest touch. Blocking them instead of evading was your blunder. He countered, "All I did was imbue a curse into ice magic." His opponent scoffed, "Ha, the first squad captain of all people made a blunder. He shouldn't have sent just us." He smirked, "I'll acknowledge that you're incredible. However, you will soon regret laying your hands on us." The realization dawned on him. So it's him. The focus shifted to the mastermind behind the attack, the one who plotted this. He snarled, "You won't be lonely on your way to hell." He vowed, "I'll send him your way soon enough." It's a scroll imbued with the six-circle magic, Fire Bridle. They had managed to escape, but only thanks to a diversion. The Blue Wolves, the swords of Lord Paul Whale, were next in line to claim the title of Blue Lion. Retreat was not an option. He urged them to flee, to run until their feet were blistered. Setting themselves ablaze was a viable tactic if necessary. The young woman's life was inconsequential in the face of their mission. The Blue Wolves, swords of Lord Paul Whale, braced themselves. They couldn't simply flee, tails between their legs. Their pursuers issued a chilling command: run until their feet bled, then set themselves ablaze and continue running. The young miss's fate was inconsequential. Two figures emerged, one a demon, the other a young man. The demon proposed a sacrifice, their lives to reduce the city to ashes. The young man, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt a surge of disbelief. He questioned the insanity of their actions. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently. A beam of energy shot forth. He unleashed a furious attack, cursing his enemies as those fucking bastards. The demon laughed, declaring that humans are even crazier than demons. Regardless of outward sophistication, their actions revealed their true nature. Only 3 blue wolves remained, but a greater problem loomed: the magic scroll in the enemy's possession. The demon smirked, questioning whether the young man could stop the impending catastrophe. A powerful blast of energy erupted, leaving the young man's fate uncertain. He clenched his fist, the golden sigil on his gauntlet flaring. Even as the searing pain lanced through his arm, a grim determination hardened his gaze. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, lunged. The air crackled with anticipation. With a speed that defied belief, he parried the blow, the clash of steel echoing through the desolate landscape. The force of the impact sent him reeling, but he refused to fall. He was not ready to surrender. He braced himself, his eyes locked on his adversary. The battle was far from over. A surge of power erupted from him, a blinding flash of light illuminating the scene. His opponent smirked, clearly anticipating this. "I figured since the time on the ice mountain." The woman with vibrant blue hair scoffed. "To think you'd use the item that I gave you to run away like this." He countered, "But I guess the A+ that I got on the scroll production class was worth it." The scroll's magic was working wonders, granting him an unexpected advantage. He pressed his attack, his movements swift and precise. His blade danced in the air. With a cry of freeze, he unleashed a wave of icy energy. His opponent, trapped in the ice, struggled. "You sure are trying hard. Why do you keep resisting so much when you're going to die regardless?" He smirked. "I'm getting tired. Let's finish this. You think this is over?" Elric, his breath ragged, glared at his opponent. "Did you forget about the other two?" As Elric fought, his enemy calmly explained, "While you were busy dealing with me." His opponent's subordinates were completing their preparations, despite their leader's defeat. "My subordinates must have finished their preparations by now," he stated. A wide shot revealed a large force of blue-clad soldiers. "We, the Blue Wolves, the sword of our liege, never fail," they declared. Elric smirked, already having anticipated this. "Already stopped them, though." The enemy leader was shocked. "What?" he exclaimed, confused and betrayed by his own magic. From a rooftop, Elric unleashed a powerful blast of energy, striking his foe. The impact sent the enemy reeling. He cried out in pain. The enemy, frozen in ice, was helpless. Would you look at that? His final trump card was gone. His face was a mask of despair. The aftermath of the battle hung heavy in the air. 3 figures stood silhouetted against the twilight sky, their faces obscured by shadow. One of them, the victor, muttered, "This must be a joke." He pleaded with the defeated. "Young miss, please listen to me." The defeated man explained, "We were originally ordered to scare you a little and escort you to him." A woman with striking blue hair declared, "Dirty the name of the whale, family, anymore." She apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper." The man asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She replied, "I'm all right." He added, "Your body must be in shock. If you wait a little." He wondered, could you keep one of the Blue Wolves alive? She reflected on her past, remembering how the knights of her family always kept their distance from her, and how that was only because she was the daughter of the Blue Lion. She concluded that was all there was to it. She continued, recalling how they always stared at her with contempt. She stated, "Contempt. That was how they felt toward me." But, a cloaked figure explained, "Because at least one needs to be alive to be a messenger." The woman with blue hair stated, "Those same Blue Wolves are fearing me now. Send a message to my uncle." A cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow, stood before a woman. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The words, that the position of Blue Lion will never go to him, hung heavy in the silence. She responded, "Of course," her voice barely a whisper. "To be exact, they're fearing Rick." A surge of icy power erupted from the man's hand, shattering the ground around him. His talent was undeniable. The woman, resolute, continued her journey across a vast, icy landscape. She reflected, "I also have to change my weak attitude." She declared, "I will go to Karnoi where my father is recuperating to plan for the future." A man, his face etched with concern, asked, "Are you going to increase your forces?" She replied simply, "If the Blue Lion is there, that is." But a shadow of doubt crossed her face. "But if father doesn't wake up, then this will be a difficult battle to win." She held a document, her expression thoughtful. She mused, "Moreover, I cannot be indebted to Sir Rick any more than I already am. I don't want to part with him, but I should say goodbye here." The document was a thesis. Someone observed, "Forgive my presumptuousness, but I've heard the illness the Blue Lion is suffering from is similar to the blockage disease. I'm not sure if it'll be of help." But a man and a woman, their faces illuminated, shared a moment of understanding. "It is the cure for the blockage disease." A hand held a worn thesis. The text was illegible, but the owner seemed perplexed. 2 figures conversed. One explained that the Blue Lion suffered from a blockage disease. The conversation shifted to a woman with striking violet eyes, her expression a mixture of concern and understanding. The woman questioned the meaning of the disease, her voice laced with worry. A man apologized for concealing his identity. Elric Melvinger revealed himself as the lord of the Merbinger family. He stood, bathed in a golden light, his expression unreadable. The title of Radiant Star was explained as a symbol of his victory over demons. The narration box explained that while the title held no inherent power, it was a prestigious honor. A conversation ensued about a man supposedly in a coma, but who was, in fact, alive. Elric, addressing a group of onlookers, stated that he had circumstances he couldn't disclose. However, he revealed that he had suffered from the blockage disease until recently and that his current health was a testament to his recovery. A woman, holding a document, explained that what Elric possessed was a treatment he developed from researching his own body after his cure. Given the similarity between the blue lion's disease and the blockage disease, it could prove helpful. She then questioned him, reminding him of his earlier vow to retaliate against those who had tormented him. The woman voiced her concern about the potential absence of the blue lion at such a critical moment. Overwhelmed by gratitude, she wondered how she could possibly repay such kindness. Elric, with a gentle touch to her head, reassured her, promising to get his fair share of retribution soon enough. He then turned to leave. She expressed her desire to repay his kindness, offering her assistance. He asked her a question. A proposition hung in the air, a question posed with unsettling calm. Like me to make you a hero? The scene shifted to a ravaged cityscape, the aftermath of a brutal conflict. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the silence. Make a space to treat the patients. A man, cloaked and watchful, considered the risks. His internal monologue revealed his apprehension. But, is it fine to reveal your identity like this? He continued, his voice laced with grim satisfaction. I've killed many of his blue wolves, and he's definitely the kind of person who hates to lose. Elric, his blonde hair catching the light, voiced his concerns. Moreover, as my magic is so unique, my identity is bound to be revealed once I flip the academy over on its head. So, you're going to set the stage, since you'll be exposed one way or another? That's part of it, but since I've helped the Blue Lion, it'll be a great help in reviving the Merbinger family in the future. A woman expressed her gratitude, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you. If it wasn't for you defeating those bad people, we would be. He responded humbly. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not quite sure how to express my gratitude. Why have you been wearing such a sorry look on your face for a while now? He replied, his voice firm. I told you, I'm just fulfilling my duty. We'll never forget this favor. Yeah, this son of a bitch is just doing this for the money he'll be getting in the future. You shut up. Even if this was Paul Whale's doing, it is still the sin of the Whale family. I, in the name of Whale, will help these people until the end, and will head to Carnoy with the young miss. That woman is more cunning than I expected from her innocent appearance. He watched from the shadows, a malevolent glint in his crimson eyes. The young man below, oblivious to the unseen observer, muttered the word responsibility. His gaze lingered on the youth's face, a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing his features. The weight of the word seemed to press heavily on the young man. Meanwhile, a scene unfolded in a sun-drenched square. A young boy, his face alight with wonder, thanked a cloaked figure. The boy's gratitude was echoed by the surrounding villagers, their faces reflecting a shared sense of relief and hope. The young man from before scoffed, his expression twisting into one of bitter cynicism. Responsibility, my ass, he muttered. He stood alone, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. It was merely a justification, he realized. A question hung in the air, a suggestion rather than a command. Shall we go see the dean? The imposing structure of the academy loomed before them, a testament to centuries of tradition and power. Inside, a tense conversation unfolded. A figure bowed before another, their posture suggesting subservience. The older man, his face contorted in anger, demanded action. He insisted on securing the excavation rights, regardless of the obstacles. Elsewhere, a young man with glasses seethed with barely controlled rage. Sean Noester's actions had crossed a line. A determined expression filled his face. He would find a way, even if it meant resorting to less than savory methods. A single desperate thought echoed in his mind. Just find something. A high-ranking official sat in his opulent office, a look of deep concern etched onto his face. The room was bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, highlighting the ornate details of the decor. Newspapers lay scattered on his desk, each headline screaming of the same impending crisis. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Only 3 days remained until the election of the new headmaster. A surge of purple energy erupted from one of the papers, a clear sign of the escalating magical conflict. The official's face contorted in a grimace as the magical energy intensified. He was clearly agitated, his body tense as he awaited further developments. He was confronted by a mysterious figure, their eyes glowing ominously. Meanwhile, a powerful figure sat calmly in a lavishly decorated room, exuding an aura of immense power. Elric, cloaked and watchful, arrived at his destination. Elric finally arrives at the imperial capital. However, what awaits him is not only the imperial capital. A title card indicated the previous story's conclusion. Elric, having vanquished the Blue Wolves dispatched by Paul Whale, had safeguarded the city. The immediate threat neutralized, a new chapter began. He revealed his identity to Isabel and provided her with the cure for her affliction. Afterwards, he reviewed a document, a weighty tome filled with arcane knowledge. Elric, now hailed as a hero of Lyseni, parted ways with his companion. He was met by a throng of people, their hands outstretched in supplication. His journey led him to the imperial capital, where he intended to confront the barracks. However, the welcome he received was far from celebratory. Lazuli proposed making him the headmaster, a proposition met with a question regarding excavation rights. The preparations were complete, pending his consent to cooperate. Dean, unimpressed by their pleas, declared that a deal was unnecessary. He was the only headmaster candidate, it seemed. A belief was expressed in him. The man's request was simple compared to the position of headmaster. It was more than enough. He reclined, satisfied. The city of Liceni was visible in the distance. A rumor was circulating. News of the recent events in Liceni had spread. It was an internal struggle, but the Blue Lion family's violence was unusual. Then, a mage appeared and eliminated the perpetrators. According to the rumors, the hero of Liceni was quite handsome. The hero of Liceni was the subject of much discussion, even among those who had only recently arrived in the capital. One individual questioned the hero's continued presence in the capital. He had told her to tone it down, but she hadn't listened. Her actions had made him a hero, whether he liked it or not. A woman's voice cut through the air, questioning his intentions. He considered her words. There was no better way to improve his standing than to embrace the narrative. A plea for assistance echoed in his mind. The situation was complex, a delicate dance of political maneuvering. The rumors were spreading, twisting his heroic tale into a romantic one. He decided to remove himself from the immediate situation. His reputation would benefit from strategic retreat. He reflected on his family, wishing he possessed the restorative abilities of Isabel. He urged Mephistopheles to get up. They were leaving. A sudden, violent energy erupted from him. A man looked up in surprise. A commotion erupted in the city. One man, his hand instinctively flying to his head, exclaimed, "Did a fight break out?" He looked on in disbelief as the scene unfolded before him. "No way," he muttered, "that Paul Whale, doing something in the capital as well." The intensity of the conflict was palpable. A fierce clash of power filled the air as two figures engaged in a brutal exchange. A powerful blow landed, sending one combatant reeling. The force of the impact was undeniable. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged, its presence radiating menace. "You dare dodge," it hissed, the words dripping with contempt. The figure's power was immense, a dark energy swirling within its grasp. "How much shit do you think I went through because of you?" It seethed, its anger barely contained. The confrontation escalated. "Don't you think?" the dark figure challenged, its voice laced with a chilling certainty. A close-up revealed the face of another combatant, his expression one of cold fury. "Friend," he sneered, the word dripping with sarcasm. Amidst the chaos, a familiar figure appeared. "Well, look who it is," a voice boomed, cutting through the tension. The newcomer's arrival shifted the dynamics of the conflict. "My amazing and loving friend, Sean," he began, his tone laced with a mixture of amusement and menace. The tension remained high. "Sigh, this is the last time, you damn demon," one of the figures sighed, clearly exasperated. Despite the ongoing conflict, a sense of camaraderie emerged between two of the figures. "We'll have an iced tea and a Rhone-Ice beer," one suggested, already planning their post-battle refreshments. One of the figures, his face obscured, contemplated his next move. He must wait until he can speak to the other himself. The tension eased slightly as the group settled down for a meal. "The food is here, so eat before it gets cold," one of them announced, gesturing towards a table. Two figures clinked glasses, a toast made amidst simmering tension. One, clearly agitated, voiced his displeasure at the other's actions, while the other seemed unconcerned, even boastful of his recent praise. He continued, his words laced with a hint of arrogance, yet a lingering threat remained. The other man, however, remained unmoved, reminding him of a debt. The second man, his expression grim, outlined his immediate priorities, retribution and the downfall of a powerful family. He confidently declared his intention to accomplish both simultaneously. The preparations, he was assured, were well underway. Meanwhile, the first man, his thoughts turning to a third party, Carl, reflected on the consequences of recent events. News of the unfolding events had reached another individual, who reacted with alarm at the implications for a certain witch, Tasha. A sudden concern arose. Their carefully laid plans might unravel. Elsewhere, a woman confronted a man, her anger palpable as she questioned his negligence in allowing a critical situation to develop. The man, however, was preoccupied with the recent changes in official documents, noting the significant shift in power dynamics. Even with considerable pressure, he knew his father would not yield. But the well-being of Sean remained a pressing concern. The woman, reflecting on the events, was struck by the sudden silence of a key figure. Elsewhere, a fiery confrontation erupted, hinting at a significant power shift. The demon, his face contorted in a sneer, addressed the two figures before him. "You still don't get it?" His fury was palpable. The excavation rights, he seethed, had been deceitfully withheld, a betrayal by both their family and the academy itself. How dare they deceive me? Elric, his blonde hair catching the light, considered his options. Should he confront those responsible directly? His gaze hardened, a grim determination settling upon his features. He would see the faces of those who had wronged him. Crafty sons of bitches, he thought, his anger simmering beneath the surface. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, declared their intention to change course. A fiery confrontation unfolded. One individual, clearly agitated, demanded an explanation, their words laced with disbelief. The recent excavation rites, it turned out, belonged to neither the family nor the academy. This revelation fueled their outrage. Elric, his expression hardening, considered confronting those responsible. He pondered the implications of such a direct approach. The narration explained the significance of the headmaster's position at Uston Academy, highlighting its symbolic power and influence. The position's prestige extended far beyond the academy, impacting both academic and political spheres. The narrative continued, emphasizing the weight of the title Magus of the Star and its connection to Uston Merbinger's lineage. The scene shifted to the Grand Hall where the headmaster election was taking place. The current headmaster addressed the assembly, acknowledging the momentous discovery of the Gem Dragon's nest and his own presence at the site. A candidate outlined their plans to establish a system for continuous discoveries like the Gem Dragon's nest. Elric, observing the proceedings, questioned the candidate's confidence and ability to achieve their ambitious goals. Elric Melvinger, Dean of Barracks, enjoyed an overwhelmingly positive approval rating in the headmaster election. Despite this, he knew his victory was far from assured, as he'd anticipated. His opponent, however, seemed unconcerned. They could do as they pleased. The opponent's speech had been well received, and they were confident of success. Elric suggested they postpone further discussion until after the other candidates had finished their campaigns. The opponent, assured of victory, felt there was nothing to worry about. He revealed his true intentions. He never intended to help Elric from the start. He boasted that once he became headmaster, crushing Elric would be effortless. With the speeches concluded, voting was about to begin. The candidates took their seats. Elric's sister, Tasha, was unexpectedly present. Tasha's presence was a surprise, as this was not an alumni association, but a place for the Lords of Hexagram. Tasha Nestor, representative of the Nestor family, asserted her superior knowledge of the events to unfold during the headmaster election. A candidate, seemingly aware of Tasha's presence, expressed surprise and concern. The candidate, noticing the growing tension, called for everyone's attention. He announced he had an important announcement to make before the election voting commenced. He requested that all voters remain seated and silent. The process of voting was explained. Each voter received a magic crystal to cast their vote for one of the 7 candidates. Another candidate, confident in his strategy, revealed that his pledge would attract the attention of those related to the academy, allowing him to collaborate with the Magic Tower and the Imperial family. He had already made deals with most of the election representatives. The results were about to be announced, excluding the vote of the absent Merbinger family. A mysterious figure, seemingly powerful and ominous, declared his name. Someone called out, "Wait!" A cloaked figure stood in a grand hall, the light reflecting off the polished floor. An air of mystery surrounded them. Their arrival caused a stir among the assembled dignitaries. Whispers rippled through the room. The interruption was met with outrage. One man, clearly a figure of authority, demanded to know who dared disrupt the sacred election. A young woman with fiery red hair watched the unfolding scene with a smirk playing on her lips. She gave a curt order to someone unseen. The command was simple: "Go, Elric!" The announcement of Elric Merbinger's name echoed through the hall. He was the lord of the Merbinger family. The Radiant Star Duke, a man of considerable power and influence, looked on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A young man with blonde hair and piercing eyes entered the hall. He declared his intention to exercise his right. The young man's presence caused a stir. His unexpected appearance was met with disbelief and suspicion. He was Elric Merbinger, and he had a vote. Whispers of disbelief and shock filled the room. Many questioned how he could be there, given his supposed coma. The Duke's shock was palpable. He could hardly believe Elric's presence. The Duke voiced his outrage at the disruption of the election by a mere trainee. The tension in the room was thick. The headmaster, Professor Uston, addressed the assembly, his voice carrying the weight of authority. He questioned their disregard for the Empire's laws. His gaze fell upon the empty seat, a seat reserved for the Merbinger heir. The unexpected arrival of Elric Merbinger was about to disrupt the proceedings. Despite his outward pleasantries, Uston expressed his concern over Elric's sudden appearance, given that the voting had already concluded. A revote was possible, provided a majority of the election members agreed. The implications of Elric's presence hung heavy in the air. The discussion turned to Elric, the Radiant Star Duke, and the accusations against him. According to Uston Academy's election law, Elric was disqualified due to suspicion of forging documents and inciting the murder of the previous Duke. Uston's face was grim, his expression betraying his disapproval of the situation. The accusations against Elric were serious: forging documents and instigating the murder of the Radiant Star Duke. The proceedings of the election were underway, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A serious issue had arisen, casting a shadow of suspicion over one of the candidates. A revote could proceed, provided a majority of the election members agreed. Elric Melvinger, the Radiant Star Duke, stood tall and composed amidst the unfolding drama. He declared his identity, his voice resonating with authority. His opponent, however, seemed unconcerned, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The accusation was grave. The headmaster candidate was implicated in the murder of the Radiant Star Duke. The candidate's qualifications were being scrutinized, the weight of the allegations pressing down. Due to suspicions of forged documents, the situation grew more complex. The gravity of the situation was not lost on Elric. He was being accused of a crime, a serious one. His opponent, participating in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, pressed for adherence to proper election procedures. Elric calmly addressed the election members, his gaze unwavering. The question hung heavy in the air. Were these accusations groundless? Elric faced the election council, his back to the audience, the weight of the accusations palpable. Despite the accusations, Elric seemed confident, suggesting he had a plan. However, the outcome remained unchanged. He recoiled from the touch, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you touch me? The accusation hung heavy in the air. I will show you what true politics is, you brat, the older man declared, his voice dripping with disdain. His opponent scoffed. You insist on uttering slander in this sacred election ground. You're saying there's actually a dragon's nest there? Elric Melvinger, the Radiant Star Duke, held a glowing orb, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused, that voice is. The image of the orb pulsed with arcane energy. His thoughts echoed. From back then, he continued, explaining, contrary to what is known in society, Dean Barracks helped in no way whatsoever in Sean Isters and my great discovery. Rather, he tried to eliminate me and snatch my family heirloom away. The dean, visibly shaken, whispered, Who thinks that? Elric's expression hardened. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. His opponent protested, No, he's framing me. How dare you try to trick people using deception magic? What do you mean by trick? How could I possibly fool you? The seventh circle archmage. Are you saying that I'm an eighth circle? The gravity of the situation became clear. A blockage disease, patient being, an eighth circle mage was absurd. A murmur spread through the crowd. Then the dean actually tried to kill the Radiant Star Duke? The dean's face was etched with despair. He realized, that crystal ball is the one that I gave to River when I told him to eliminate that bastard in the nest. How the hell does he have that? Elric walked away, leaving the dean to his despair. You son of a bitch. The election committee meeting was underway, but a sudden interruption shattered the decorum. A hushed whisper spread amongst the attendees. Elric Melvinger, the young heir, had been betrayed. News of Rivern's suspicious activities near the hospital the previous night had reached Elric's ears. His face hardened with a mixture of anger and betrayal. Meanwhile, a figure with blonde hair and sharp features sat calmly, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. He seemed to anticipate something. His thoughts were focused on a single, unwavering goal, to secure a way to obtain a crucial piece of evidence. He resolved to use any means necessary, the press, bribery, whatever it took, to find something, anything, to help him. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. The constant annoyance of those around him only fueled his determination. He was relieved that Rivern had managed to safeguard a crucial piece of evidence, enough to destroy the barracks. This new development, however, made his task significantly easier. He pondered the reasons behind Rivern's decision to record the conversation, a move that had unforeseen consequences. The legal ownership of the dragon's nest was explained, highlighting Dean Barracks' transgression in excavating without permission. The full weight of the accusations against the dean crashed down. Attempted murder, theft of the Merbinger heirloom, and illegal excavation. Elric, now in a sharp white suit, stood confidently, ready to face the consequences of his actions and the challenges ahead. A council meeting was underway. The members discussed the implications of Elric's actions regarding the dean's excavation rights. One of the council members questioned whether Elric had even been affected by the blockage disease, given his current state of health. A woman, seemingly amused, revealed that Elric's little brother had a relationship with Nister's representative. Another council member confirmed that the crystal ball had been tampered with, hinting at further investigation. Meanwhile, a man, his teeth bared in a grimace, worried about losing his position as headmaster. He decided to deny any wrongdoing and seek Siesta's assistance. Elsewhere, Sean and Lazuli were seen together, prompting a question about their alliance. A figure, their face obscured, muttered about a bastard. Sean's aide was shown, observing intently. Two other individuals discussed Carl's predicament and Sean's stress-relieving activities. A single word, you filled the void. The dean, his face contorted in anger, realized his plans had been foiled from the very beginning. The esteemed members of the election committee watched as the final votes were tallied. It seemed all was in order. Elric, the newly appointed headmaster, grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. His thoughts were far from celebratory, however. So who'd like to buy the position of headmaster? The scene shifted to the formal assembly hall. He expressed his gratitude for the appointment, but his inner voice betrayed his true feelings. I'm lost for words. I can't believe you made such a deal so blatantly. Mephistopheles, observing from the shadows, questioned Elric's audacity. He wondered about the young man's true intentions and resolve. The demon, however, seemed unconcerned. That aside, are you just going to leave that human be? He asked, unimpressed. The headmaster apologized for his earlier outburst, explaining his poor sound conduction. His companion, seemingly unimpressed, noted that his ability to hear was still a talent. But the remark about his lack of hair was met with a sinister smile. A surge of dark energy enveloped Elric as he sat upon his throne, a sinister aura surrounding him. The headmaster's eyes blazed with furious energy, his voice a low growl. "You impudent brat." He was clearly enraged, his words echoing the shock and disbelief at the audacity of the challenge. "How dare you mock me?" A nearby observer, his face contorted in terror, could only stammer, "Run away." The headmaster's rage intensified, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Elric, his expression unwavering, met the headmaster's wrath with a steely gaze. A surge of purple energy erupted, the air crackling with arcane power. The energy coalesced into a terrifying form, its power growing exponentially. From the heart of the energy, a voice boomed, filled with disdain. "You impudent brat." A large, imposing figure emerged, his face contorted in a sneer. His words were a venomous hiss. "How dare you mock me?" Nearby, two figures watched in horror. One whispered, "What is the meaning of this, Dean Barracks?" The other urged, "Run away." The monstrous figure unleashed a blast of energy, a single word echoing in the air. "Die." Elric braced himself, his eyes narrowed in determination. Elric's expression was grim, his focus unwavering. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a blue energy surging from his hand. Blow! The force of the blow was immense, a shockwave rippling outwards. The clash of energies was earth-shattering. He stood before the dean, the tension palpable. The air crackled with unspoken accusations. The dean, seemingly unfazed, watched as a powerful magical blizzard erupted around them. He questioned the source of such power. The force of the blizzard was immense, yet the young man held his ground. The dean, his face etched with surprise, muttered about the young man's unexpected strength. His companions, equally shocked, whispered about the impossible feat. The truth was revealed. The young man was a disgrace to his prestigious magical family. Despite his illness, he wielded magic with surprising skill. He admitted to underestimating his opponent, but a smirk played on his lips. However, the battle was far from over. A new wave of magical energy surged forth. The dean was reminded of his location, the Dean Barracks. A powerful golden energy emanated from the dean's hand, a counterattack. The raw power of the magical blast engulfed Elric, threatening to consume him entirely. Despite the immense force, he endured, his resolve unwavering. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the heart of the explosion, a woman of striking beauty and terrifying power. Her eyes blazed with an intensity that matched the inferno around her. Whispers spread among the onlookers. The youngest seven-circle magus, a master of unimaginable power. The dean, observing from afar, issued a stern warning. He emphasized the gravity of the situation, the consequences of further disruption. The dean, however, was visibly shaken, his confidence wavering. Elric, unfazed, pressed his advantage. He taunted his opponent, highlighting their fear. His words stung, revealing the opponent's insecurity. A surge of magical energy erupted from Elric, a furious display of power. A face contorted in furious rage filled the frame, eyes blazing with an unnatural light. Dark, purplish flames crackled around the figure. The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the scene. A nearby observer could only utter a single word, barely audible above the chaos. News of the attack spread rapidly. Orders were given to quell the immediate threat. A shadowy figure, cloaked and horned, watched the unfolding events with a chilling amusement. He lay there, contemplating his actions. The weight of his new power pressed heavily upon him. He questioned his right to the title. A voice cut through his introspection, a sharp challenge to his self-doubt. The consequences of his actions were made clear. A warning, etched in the very fabric of reality. Days later, whispers of the incident reached distant ears. News of the disturbance at Uston Academy spread. The discussion turned to the identity of the young man at the center of the chaos. His true nature was revealed. Rumors of his heroism in Licenti circulated among the elite. The news was met with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He was presented to the world, his image carefully crafted and controlled. Elric Merbinger, grandson of Uston Merbinger, the magus who protected the empire from demons. The question of how he cured an incurable blockage disease lingered, a mystery possibly solved within the dragon's nest. He was seen resting in a luxurious bedchamber, a stark contrast to the events that had transpired. Elric Merbinger generously granted the Nestor family, who had aided him, the rights to the next excavation. Newspapers detailed his rise, highlighting the endless ridicule and jeers he had overcome. A patient, injured by barracks, pleaded to meet Elric, while others questioned his authenticity. Reporters were eager to uncover the truth behind his sudden rise to fame. He challenged those who underestimated him, revealing his strategic planning over the past few months. His gaze turned towards the lady of the Blue Lion family in Laseni. A man, seemingly unconcerned, dismissed the need for Elric to know certain details. He was warned against causing further trouble. Questions arose about his actions and motivations. Despite the uncertainty, his father's plans remained a mystery to be revealed later. An invitation, simple yet intriguing, have a meal with you. The image depicts a stylized hand, its fingers interwoven with vibrant threads of color, symbolizing the intricate power and legacy of Sean's father, Gainoestur. He is one of the 9-circle great sages, among the greatest mages of this era, a figure of immense power and influence. Even his grandfather sought him out, desiring to take him as a disciple, a testament to his exceptional abilities. A figure of immense power and prestige, a genius among geniuses. The young man, Sean, reacts with a mixture of awe and disbelief to the revelation of his father's true identity and power. He knew his father lived well, but the extent of his father's influence and power was far beyond his expectations. Sean's resentment boils over. He realizes how much he could have benefited from his father's wealth and connections. The Nestor's main house, located not in a residential district, but in a place of immense power and significance. This is the Nestor family's home, a place of immense magical power, located within the Magic Tower. Sean, overwhelmed by the revelation of his family's power and legacy, feels a surge of determination. He vows to surpass his father's achievements someday. A swirling vortex of crimson energy filled the air, its chaotic tendrils reaching towards the heavens. He stood before it, captivated by its power. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed in his mind. "You're looking at something quite interesting, child." The voice continued, its tone shifting to one of warning. "Since you're coveting something that's not yours." Sean, his face illuminated by the crimson glow, stood defiant. Below, a monstrous grin stretched across a shadowed face, a voice booming. "You should pay the price now?" Previously, on the day of the Academy headmaster election, Elric returned. He ruined barracks that tried to kill him, and made an extravagant debut in the name of Merbinger. Not only that, he received an invitation from the Nestor family, a representative family of the hexagram that leads the Magic Tower. Meanwhile, Elric's sister was also coming. He was informed of her arrival. "Do you know how hectic it's been recently because of you? He should have contacted her sooner. My loving little brother, Elric. Don't trouble them until I get there, and prepare yourself. If you run." A worn wooden chest sat in the dim light, its contents unseen. He nervously adjusted his collar, a sheen of sweat on his brow. His eyes darted around, wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. It was over. He had won, but the victory felt hollow. The weight of his actions pressed down on him. He knew that his presence was the root of the problem, a fact confirmed by the dark figure before him. The figure reminded him of his sister's ruthless ambition. He expressed gratitude, but the words felt inadequate given the circumstances. A rival, confident in his sister's superiority, dismissed him. The rival commented on the drastic change in his sister's personality after being hailed as a genius. The rival, with a smirk, reminded him of a previous promise of a beating. He retorted that a simple request would have sufficed. He received thanks for his assistance during the election. The rival, along with others, walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The rival questioned the intensity of the previous beating. He wondered who had lied to him first, his expression a mixture of anger and confusion. He gazed intently forward, his thoughts fixed on the destination ahead. The path to his father's residence lay through the treacherous True Palace of Blue Fog. The journey began, shrouded in an ethereal mist. His guides warned of the dangers within, emphasizing the difficulty of escape, even for a powerful mage. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. A confrontation loomed. He found himself alone, his companions vanished. Panic swelled within him as he desperately called out for his sister, Tasha, and questioned Mephistopheles' whereabouts. His companions were of no help in this dire situation. He felt utterly lost and alone. A swirling vortex of energy appeared before him, a chaotic maelstrom of magical power. He cautiously approached the strange phenomenon. The sheer power of the magic before him was awe-inspiring, a testament to the Nestor's abilities. He noted the uneven distribution of magical energy. Despite the apparent differences, he realized that the various elements of magic were harmonized by a unifying wind element. He felt a strange pull towards the vortex, sensing the potential for groundbreaking research. A voice echoed in his mind, noting his keen observation. He stood before a swirling vortex of crimson and rose, its ethereal tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A feeling of being watched prickled his skin. He knew he was being observed. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. He wondered if his intrusion was unwelcome. A voice, echoing from within the vortex, broke the silence. It was mocking, condescending. He internally berated himself for his recklessness. acknowledging his error in judgment. Despite his apprehension, he resolved to press on, determined to uncover the mysteries hidden within. The vortex pulsed, and a figure emerged, seemingly from the heart of the swirling chaos. He could hear the gears turning in his mind. A dark, almost imperceptible opening appeared within the vortex, hinting at something hidden beyond. A cloaked figure sat in meditation, seemingly oblivious to Elric's presence. The figure, Ustin, was surprised by Elric's sudden appearance, noting how quickly he had moved. Ustin realized that Elric had used his own magic against him to conceal his approach. Despite the unexpected encounter, the mysterious figure found Elric to be quite interesting. Elric, aware of the danger, knew he needed to leave immediately. He began to retreat, but the cloaked figure warned him against leaving. A swirling vortex of crimson energy engulfed Elric, its chaotic power threatening to consume him. The intensity of the vortex increased, and a voice echoed through the space. Since you're coveting something that's not yours, you should pay the price. Elsewhere, two young men, Sean and Red, watched the vortex from a distance. Sean stated, "We have to let Father know." Red, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "When the world happened?" Their father, Lord Gynester, stood before them, his imposing figure radiating authority. Sean addressed his father, "Fath, no, my lord. Did you not guide him properly?" Lord Nestor responded gravely. "He disappeared before we even passed through the entrance. He disappeared before even entering the true palace." The image showed a large, circular vortex with arcane symbols etched into its surface. Red, bewildered, questioned, "Why would great-granduncle? His illness must have worsened again." Sean urged, "We can't just stand here and watch. He is a guest who came to the Nestor family home as the Lord of Merbinger." Red, his face contorted in worry, muttered, "If something goes wrong." Sean, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "You're so cute, brother. To think he'd make my brother, who's indifferent even toward his family members, worry this much. This era's Radiant Star Duke. I'm even more curious now. Who the hell is worried?" A man with a long, dark beard and intense eyes, dressed in formal attire, mused, "I'm also curious." His gaze shifted to a woman with fiery red hair, her expression unreadable. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, her attention focused on something unseen. The scene changed, and a voice echoed, about how skilled the new Lord of Merbinger. A vast, snow-capped mountain range was shown, shrouded in a fiery, ethereal glow. Sean, his face etched with worry, appeared, the prestigious magic family that stands side by side with the royal family. The chapter begins with a character profile of Elric Melvinger, a young man with striking green eyes and blonde hair, identified as the talent-swallowing magician. A narration box reveals that the true Palace of Blue Fog is the result of extensive research. The image shows a figure in meditation, seemingly deep in thought. It is revealed that Ustin, a powerful figure, passed away quickly, and not only did someone decipher his magic circle, but they also used it. Elric, seemingly surprised, observes that an interesting child has been left behind. The scene shifts to show a figure in a dark robe, seemingly observing Elric. The figure encourages Elric to go as wild as he wants. A powerful surge of energy erupts from Elric. Elric is shown in a moment of exertion, sweat dripping from his brow. Mephistopheles notes the presence of Elric, Otto Hahn, and an old man. Elric questions why all the old people are around him. A massive explosion of energy engulfs Elric. A voice commands him to calm down. The mana here was multifaceted, not limited to a single attribute. In essence, he was manipulating only the wind attribute. The hot wind, carrying the fire attribute, turned moisture into vapor. The cold wind, possessing the ice attribute, thickened the fog. The strong wind sealed the enemy's movement. If that old man could control the wind to such an extent, he hadn't intended to harm Elric, but he had provoked him first. Elric would decipher the rest of what he couldn't before. He felt it in Lysini as well. Did he shape that ice mountain with wind too? His other magic was weak except for ice magic. He would apply the method of transforming mana flow and wind to his own mana and ice magic. The soul speech and seals reduced wasted mana. Wouldn't he be able to use other attributes with his ice magic? He held a glowing orb in his hand. The force of the blast sent him reeling. A sphere of intense blue energy pulsed with raw power, its core a blinding white light. He channeled this energy, his movements fluid and precise as he prepared for the next step in his spell. The energy coalesced, forming a swirling vortex of blue and white. With a final surge, he unleashed the spell, a torrent of energy erupting outwards. The resulting blast was a spectacle of raw magical power, a towering column of ice and energy. Exhausted but triumphant, he gasped, muttering words of relief and awe. His fists clenched, his body tensed, ready for whatever might come next. Ustin and the other mages watched, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Ustin explained that even for a six-circle mage, escaping the magical barrier took at least 24 hours. Elric had done it in under an hour. Mephistopheles, observing from afar, was impressed by Elric's speed and power, noting the significant advancement in his magical abilities. Another mage expressed astonishment at Elric's feat, highlighting the near-death experience he had recently endured. Despite his accomplishment, Ustin revealed that Elric had already reached the 6th circle mage level. The young mage, still reeling from the revelation of his own power, stared blankly ahead. His record, broken by his brother's friend, felt like a distant memory. He was soon interrupted by a formal apology. Lord Nestor, Guy Nestor, introduced himself, explaining his tardiness. The two men shook hands, a gesture of reconciliation in the wake of the recent events. Lord Nestor expressed his remorse for any inconvenience caused by the situation. Elric, however, seemed more concerned with his own experiences than the disruption. He was then invited to the Nestor family home. His mother and siblings awaited him there. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at his apprehension about this unexpected reunion. His thoughts turned inward, questioning the concept of family. The Nestor family crest was prominently displayed on a flag outside their imposing castle. Inside, a young woman, seemingly his sister, called out for her father. She was embraced by a man, presumably her father, who chuckled at her childlike behavior. A concerned woman with vibrant blue hair asked Elric, "How did you wake me up?" She explained, tears welling in her eyes, that not even the doctors could cure her disease. Sir Elric had saved her. A shadowy figure cackled, as expected of the prestigious magic family. Elric, despite his weakened state, questioned the necessity of jeopardizing his health in such a precarious situation. The presence of such a righteous child in a corrupt world was noted. Elric reflected that this would give him even more reason to leave. The panel depicts Isabel's escape following the slaughter of the Blue Wolves. The narrator observes the miraculous healing of Elric's brother and the subsequent explosion of the Blue Wolf. A question arises: were all these events orchestrated by a powerful mage? It is revealed that Elric is traveling with the Blue Hawks, and he has yet to attack the Nestor family. The Blue Lion, weakened, must avoid a confrontation with Hilton, his brother, and Elric Melvinger. She nodded slowly, her gaze unwavering. The threat hung heavy in the air. Her life was forfeit the moment she left the Nestor estate. A surge of power, a crimson tide, erupted from within her fist. It was a terrifying display of raw, untamed magic. I will keep that in mind. A grand, imposing structure loomed before them, its architecture hinting at a history spanning centuries. The imposing castle stood as a testament to power and prestige. Elric and his companion continued their approach. "Let's go, Elric," the other young man said. "Mother and my younger siblings are waiting." His companion's words were laced with a quiet intensity. He muttered under his breath, "That guy, bastard." They approached a figure with horns, his features sharp and unsettling. The question hung heavy in the air. Is he human? The horned figure suddenly collapsed, a dark cloud of something escaping him. His form dissipated. The companion's gaze was intense, focused on the lingering effects of the horned figure's collapse. "He's not," he stated, "but a regular human who's not a Merbinger." A surge of dark energy erupted from the spot where the horned figure had been. The question arose: how could he have reached such a level without laying his hands on a non-human being? Elric, startled by the sudden display of power, admitted, "You scared me for a bit there." His companion responded, "You think humans have just been playing around during the 1,000 years that you were sealed for?" The companion continued, explaining the various factions and powers at play in the world. The sheer number of them was staggering. The horned figure reappeared, his words echoing the vast power he commanded, but also those similar in strength to that human, or even stronger. A sinister smile stretched across his face. It seemed there must have been a reason for his awakening in this era. He mused on the countless beasts that devoured each other to become king, the chaos and hostility that spread from it. The demon reveled in the joy of trampling his enemies and emerging victorious. His form was imposing, dark and powerful. Mephistopheles declared his intention to push his enemies as far as possible. Elsewhere, a formal dinner was underway. A young man with blonde hair was questioned about his whereabouts. Two young siblings bickered loudly at the table, their mother exasperatedly telling them to be quiet. Their mother scolded them for being loud in front of Licini's hero. The blonde young man, seemingly unfazed, declared his intention to be a good boy. His sister, equally unbothered, also stated her desire to be a good girl. Their mother sighed, reminding them that children are meant to fight while growing up. The mother then turned to the blonde boy, promising to teach him a lesson when she becomes an archmage. She instructed him to read a book on mage mindsets. The boy, however, had other plans. He wanted to play with his father. The mother, sighing again, decided to leave Elric for the day as well. The young man, Elric, sat at the elegantly appointed table, a slight frown creasing his brow. His mother inquired, her tone polite but laced with concern, "Is the food not to your liking?" He quickly responded, "No, it's delicious. I was just in a daze because the flavor in my mouth isn't disappearing at all." His mother smiled, relieved. "I'm glad you like it. I was worried the hospitality was too poor because you had such a solemn expression." A simple truth was stated. A meal eaten with others is a joyous thing. The scene shifted to a conversation between Elric and several other individuals, including a man with striking red hair. The red-haired man, Sean, spoke. "I heard you'll be handing the Ness excavation rights to us." The conversation continued, with tension palpable in the air. Elric's companion asked, "Don't you resent me?" The red-haired man remained silent, his expression unreadable. The title card read, "The Fall of Merbinger." A voiceover explained, "There's no way a family with 1,000 years of history, no less one that led wars to victory, would become like that overnight. The ostracism by the imperial family, the hexagram's political maneuvers, and the betrayal by people who I trusted." Elric's hand delicately lifted a teacup, the action betraying a quiet contemplation. He thought, "And he's asking me if I resent him? I wonder. I do not." The lingering effects of the family dinner weighed heavily on Elric. The Lannister family's lack of involvement in the Merbinger downfall was a point of contention, though it was understood that political realities often prevented aid. He reflected on his own inaction during the crisis. Could he have done more? He questioned his courage, wondering if he would have acted differently if he had been in a similar position. The precarious position of a Merbinger in the presence of a Lannister was highlighted. The power dynamics between the two families were stark, a legacy of 1,000 years of conflict. Despite his family's fall from grace, Elric maintained a certain pride. He couldn't afford to let his pride dictate his actions, however, as his current circumstances were far from ideal. Elric's ambition burned brightly. He aimed to surpass his predecessors, seeking to confirm the capabilities of their mages and the character of their leader. A figure, seemingly powerful and composed, offered Elric a chance to state his desires. The Lannister's pledge of full support to the Merbingers was a significant development. This unexpected alliance shifted the balance of power. Elric, surprised by the offer of excavation rights, accepted the gift, understanding it was also intended for his friend's father. A cunning strategist, he saw this as an opportunity to strengthen his position and bolster the weakened Merbinger family. He considered the potential support from other factions, aware that keeping the Lannisters in check would be crucial for his plans. A shadowy figure appeared in the background, hinting at unseen forces at play. Elric and a companion stood before a figure in a richly colored robe, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. A blinding light erupted from within the Lannister family home, momentarily obscuring everything in a brilliant flash. Elric, his eyes wide, whispered, "W." A dark figure emerged from the light, their presence ominous and foreboding. "You." Elric's eyes narrowed, his face contorted in disbelief. "No way." His anger flared. It was that person. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. A cloaked figure stood silhouetted in a doorway, their identity obscured by shadow. The figure turned, revealing only glowing eyes in the darkness. A powerful hand, seemingly mummified, erupted from the shadows, its grip tightening around something unseen. A voice, laced with chilling intent, whispered, "You." Elric Melvinger, his face contorted in a grimace of fury, glared back at the unseen assailant. His eyes burned with a fierce green light. The shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, declared, "Become my disciple." The hooded figure loomed over Elric, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. The air crackled with anticipation. Elric recalled a conversation with Sean. He had learned that Sean's father was so greedy for talented individuals that he had amassed over 100 people as vassals. The true power of an Lannister family, it turned out, resided within a senate teeming with monstrous individuals. The hooded figure addressed a gathering, its voice echoing with authority. It was a disrespectful act, the figure stated, demanding an immediate withdrawal. The great master who trained all of Lannister's mages was shown in a flashback. The image revealed Augustine Lannister, the White Knight. Observers whispered amongst themselves, impressed by the strength of the hooded figure, perhaps even surpassing that of Augustine Lannister himself. Augustine Lannister, realizing his mistake in rushing, apologized to the hooded figure. The hooded figure stated that he was there to make Elric, whose shamelessness knew no bounds, his disciple. The inquiry hung heavy in the air. Was the discussion about the young man standing beside Sean? The speaker clarified, it was about Elric Melvinger, one of the Empire's 4 dukes. Elric Melvinger was the subject of their conversation. A gasp escaped Elric's lips upon seeing the imposing figure before him. The red-haired man watched, his expression unreadable. The elder statesman chuckled, amused by Elric's recognition. He explained that if their family had a pillar like Elric, their downfall would not have been so swift. The elder continued, noting that Elric's father had no known connection to him. He accused Elric of cunning, his words sharp. The elder revealed his true intentions, stating that Elric's potential was the reason he sought him as a disciple. He offered Elric a place as his disciple, a proposition that was unexpected. Elric seethed, remembering the magic taken without permission. He challenged the elder, reminding him of his past suffering. He roared, silencing the room with a raw, guttural command. The force of his outburst sent a shock wave through the air, a visible ripple of energy. An elder, his face etched with disapproval, reminded him of his place. His patience snapped. "You talk too much," he retorted, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. The young man, his eyes wide with disbelief, watched as the impossible unfolded before him. It was too bright, too white to be a night sky. He attempted a desperate teleport, a fleeting escape from the overwhelming power. It wasn't a simple movement, it was a physical exertion, a strain on his very being. The elder lunged, his grip tightening around the young man. With a triumphant laugh, the elder declared, "You're mine." Two figures, a woman in a crimson dress and a man in teal and gold, stood amidst a flurry of sparkling particles. The woman's expression was sharp, her words laced with concern. "Why are you standing still when your friend was just kidnapped?" The man, his face etched with worry, sighed. He replied, "Sis, you still don't know what kind of person Elric is?" Across from them, a shadowy figure smirked, his words dripping with malice. "He's doping up. It looks like we're going to have another victim who'll succeed me." The narration box revealed a chilling observation. "How fearless of you to use that monstrous old man as your master." A brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by the dismissive comment, "Pushover." A low, guttural sound escaped the lips of the shadowy figure. "Hichurung." A young man with blonde hair, seemingly caught off guard, exclaimed in shock, What the hell?" A hand reached out, seemingly attempting to grasp something. The blonde young man tumbled from a rocky precipice. The blonde young man, now airborne, was caught by a shadowy figure. As the shadowy figure carried the young man away, a warning was issued. "Be careful." An aged figure, his face etched with the weight of years, reflected on a past near loss. "I almost lost my very first disciple," he mused, "in my 90 years of life." The gamble he'd taken to cultivate the Naestor family's great master had been a precarious one. His thoughts drifted to the audacious young man who had managed to outwit him. To think he'd just outright kidnapped me while I was playing hard to get, he chuckled, a hint of grudging admiration in his tone. By getting him to make a reason for me to become his disciple. The young man, however, found himself in a precarious situation. Back up the wrong tree, a voice echoed in his mind, urging caution. "Get hold of yourself first. Circulate your mana." He felt a chilling realization wash over him. His mana, the very source of his power, was stagnant. "My mana isn't moving," he thought, a wave of panic threatening to overwhelm him. The old man, observing from afar, noted the young man's predicament. "It seems you've already noticed," he observed. "Your senses are exceptionally sensitive." He decided to offer guidance. Now, I'll tell you the details as we go, so don't rush me." The young man, his mana still unresponsive, found himself teetering on the edge of a cliff. Below, the ground was a dizzying drop. From above, the old man's voice carried on the wind. "Then, go see for yourself." A sudden burst of energy erupted from the young man as he plunged downwards, a swirling vortex of power surrounding him. Elric's story is not over until it is. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with tension. A storm brewed within him. The enormous shadow threatened Elric. The young man, his back to the viewer, stood in a dark cavern, a sense of foreboding heavy in the air. He seemed to sense a presence. The latest installment of the saga unfolds. Previously, Elric had visited the Naestor family home. Elric earns enlightenment in the true palace of blue fog and grows. Meanwhile, Paul Whale, having lost the opportunity to become the Blue Lion due to Elric's interference, sends Hilton, the captain of Blue Wolf Squad 1, to stop the awakened Blue Wolf from meeting Elric. At the same time, Elric, who was kidnapped by a crazy old man, falls into danger under the pretense of disciple education with his mana in a sealed state. Elric, battered and bruised, faced Mephistopheles. The demon taunted him, declaring that he had finally met his match. Elric, surprised, demanded to know how Mephistopheles had found him. Mephistopheles dismissed Elric's question, boasting that finding someone like him was child's play and asking if Elric finally understood his importance. Elric urged Mephistopheles to forget the taunts and help him, warning that they would both die if they didn't escape. Mephistopheles scoffed, asking who Elric thought he was fooling and demanding Elric teach him the seal of original sin to escape. He realized that while his mana flow was restricted, he could still use the mana in the atmosphere. Channeling the ambient mana, Elric began to glow with power. Mephistopheles questioned if Elric thought he could fool him. Despite his efforts, Elric coughed, weakened by the mana restriction. He realized he was seriously close to death because of the mana restriction. He wondered where he was, noting that he knew the entire geography of the continent, but there was no place like this. The area resembled the true Palace of Blue Fog, but was identified as the Labyrinth of Blue Fog. The true Palace of Blue Fog was merely a version of this place. Despite the mana restriction, Elric managed to draw mana from the atmosphere to use magic. It seemed someone quite talented had chosen him. Elric admitted he almost died. He questioned why Mephistopheles was doing this, reminding him that he had wanted Elric to be his disciple. Mephistopheles responded that he still did, but he would not teach him anything that belonged to the Naestor family, just as he could not teach what Elric already knew. Mephistopheles asked what Elric was trying to teach him, given that he was the head center of the Naestor family. Elric, bleeding from his head, was surprised to hear the name Grassland, something he had never encountered in history books. Mephistopheles couldn't believe they were still going on, calling them persistent bastards. Mephistopheles asked if Elric had heard of it, stating that he had not. He explained that they originated from the East and annoyed him to no end while he was still active. They were active 1,000 years ago in the East, and they used magic martial arts instead of magic. Mephistopheles elaborated that it was similar, the art of fighting by strengthening the body using mana circulation as its foundation. Simply speaking, it was the teaching Elric needed most right now. Grassland was a school that specialized in harmonizing various forms of magic. He realized it was perfect for harmonizing all the entwined mana inside him. He recalled being stumped on what to do since the different kinds of mana inside him refused to mix. He now understood why the old man had locked his mana away. He thought he could freely receive excellent teachings, perfect for him, while not being tied down by the Nister family. There was no better opportunity than this. He wondered if he would be taught the magic martial arts. The demon noted that he knew about magic martial arts, even though there shouldn't even be records of it, and that he surprised him to no end. In that case, the demon declared that they should not delay and get started right away. He was told that he was in the habitat of dire wolves, which were 3 times bigger and stronger than normal wolves. The demon was sure he knew that Grassland's magic martial arts were built on practical experience. He stood before a dark cave. Dire wolves appeared before him. The dire wolves towered over him. He shouted at the old man, calling him a crazy geezer and questioning what he was telling him to do while restricting his mana. Someone asked if it was all right to just keep watching. From what he had heard, the person they were watching was nothing more than a novice who hadn't even learned magic for half a year. He was here. The demon stated that he was indeed a novice in experience, but not in skill, and thanked them for letting him borrow the dire wolves. A voice mused that it would be a significant problem if the dire wolves acquired a taste for humans. The speaker wondered if Elric was in trouble. The same voice remarked that Elric would die at that rate. Elric knelt on the ground, exhausted. Elric, bloodied and bruised, grinned as he told someone to just watch. A hand glowed with blue energy. The energy surged around Elric. Someone expressed surprise, as another voice reminded them that they had been told this would happen. The glowing hand now held a chunk of ice, and the speaker declared that Elric was different. Another voice stated that if it was him, he would surely pass the test and fulfill the wish that Grassland had cherished for over 1,000 years. Someone observed that Elric was still lacking. A voice declared that someone would have to step up as the one who raised the Revolutionary Army. It was stated that not even the Empire's Investigation Bureau had been able to figure out all their identities, and that their executives were on par with the Magic Tower Masters and the Lions. It was stated that they exist solely to liberate the continent from the Emperor's tyranny. There exists the most notorious terrorist group. The group's symbol burned brightly. Meanwhile, a massive tiger stated that he would comply, since it was their request. Elsewhere, a voice noted that they had been so excited about getting a new disciple after so long. It was revealed that the new disciple was a former executive of the Revolutionary Army. The man, known as Beast King, sat calmly. A voice questioned if they were fine with losing him. The chapter begins with a title card, Talent-Swallowing Magician. He was sure that Grassland's magic martial arts relied on practical experience. The command echoed, hunt all the dire wolves. They lived here. He had managed to defeat one through sheer luck, but it would be difficult to defeat another in his current state. These dire wolves were 3 times bigger and stronger than normal wolves. It would become more wary now that it had seen its own kind being killed. He shouldn't expect good fortune right now. He realized he could only pull in mana from the atmosphere once or twice. The deranged codger had left him with this thing with nothing but his bare body. How was he supposed to kill it? He had never been so desperate for the armament magic that he used in the Ice Mountain. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have done some physical training. Wait, physical training? Yes, the strong body art. He noticed a book titled, A Study of Physical Enhancement Based on Examination of Factors. Body art that he'd been researching was physical training. In that case, don't I? He just had to mimic that? The art that was supposedly passed down the Tiger King's lineage. The text describes the strong body art as a battle technique that hardens bones to the strength of steel and multiplies physical power. The text speaks of the Tiger Men, the kings of the Beast Men, teaching one how to fight using their inherent features. It is claimed that the body is a miniature version of the world made by God. The text explains that just as mana flows through nature, breath flows through the body. The body changes based on how one inhales and where on their body they focus their mind. From the point one's mind is focused, countless subconsciousnesses emerge, and one of them is instinctively chosen. The text states that one's changed body moves by intuition, urging them not to anticipate anything. The text advises to simply look at the world as it is, relying on instinct and intuition. It is described as a fighting technique made from the boundary between them, where one has no plan nor reason. He declares that his choice is the right one. That is, the text introduces the fighting technique of the Tiger Men. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles watched the scene unfold, calling Elric a crazy bastard. The demon mused on how a human could even think of fighting like a beast man. The dire wolf lunged forward, jaws agape. A voice echoed, insisting that something happened before. The dire wolf's form was a blur of motion. The beast's claws tore at Elric's flesh. Someone wondered how Elric managed to do it. The dire wolf was sent flying through the air. From the shadows, a voice remarked that Elric had already defeated 2 of them, as expected of his disciple. The voice continued, noting that the difficulty would have to be increased. Elric retorted, asking not to be lumped together with that codger, while Mephistopheles observed that the geezer was getting excited while looking at the state Elric was in. Elric cursed. Elric recalled that he was told to hunt all of them. A surge of power emanates from Elric. The question hung in the air. Which of them would emerge victorious? A blinding flash filled the area. 10 days, feeling both long and short, passed in what seemed like an instant. The dire wolves continued their relentless assault. He realized that this flower contained magical energy. Nearby, one of the figures admitted he didn't know why they were there, while the other observed that the moss was red. It was identified as a resurrection plant from the demon realm, and it contained magic energy. Elric fought desperately against the wolves. He overheard that, for humans, it was nothing more than a plant used for medical purposes. He realized that it wouldn't be impossible for him to consume it, since he possessed seals. It was revealed that consuming the plant could even increase a seal's achievement level. The figure mused that the geezer didn't tell him to come there for nothing, wondering how the plant could be there and if it was connected to previous summoning. He concluded that this was an amazing opportunity. The battle had left him displeased. He was still upset about being put in danger. However, he realized that thanks to the fight, he could increase his seal's achievement level, and his mana had increased significantly. The battlefield was littered with the remains of the dire wolves. He had even managed to train in the strong body art, thanks to his mana being sealed. The cavern glowed with an eerie light. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the cavern. A massive, glowing-eyed wolf appeared. The wolf spoke, wondering if Elric was the last one. Elric, covered in blood, noticed the wolf's foot. He recalled that he had heard he was the top of Uston Academy from a boss. The wolf admitted that he never expected Elric to show such growth. The air crackled with energy. Elric realized that the wolf continued to astonish him by the second. He decided that if he managed to defeat even this dire wolf. The wolf's words echoed in Elric's mind as a figure emerged from the shadows. The figure declared that he would make Elric his disciple. The figure wondered if Elric had some sort of geezer-collecting fetish, to which Elric told him to shut up. The towering figure loomed over the battlefield, its shadow casting a pall over the conflict below. A surge of unseen energy crackled through the air. The figure, bloodied but resolute, declared that he had made a decision, hinting at a challenge involving a dire wolf. The ground trembled as a massive foot descended. The imposing figure declared his intention to make someone his disciple. Someone exclaimed that the figure was a crazy bastard. An explosion of energy erupted. One of the figures accused another of trying to take the boy he had worked so hard to find, questioning if he was even considered a master. Another figure retorted that it was his line, questioning if the other knew how hard he would have to work to raise the dire wolves that were slaughtered because of him. The figure declared that he would have to go get some cubs from the southern land of dragons, feed them only resurrection plants for 5 years, and he then questioned if he was unsightly. One of the figures stated that he could not say that the other was not unsightly. The figure, covered in blood, was told that he shouldn't ask for an opinion if he was going to get upset. The figure with dark skin admitted he got ahead of himself upon seeing such a splendid prospect. He asked if the other knew who he was from all the wanted posters, and then inquired if he would like to become the disciple of this beast king. The man covered in blood stammered, while the demon remarked that he might be a bit of an eccentric master. The demon then asked what was with him, stating that he was already Lord Augustine's disciple. The man covered in blood stated that he couldn't become his disciple. The Beast King declared that he would teach him the Mirage Eyes. The Beast King explained that the art allowed one to freely control beasts and allowed him to earn the title Beast King. The demon stated that having just one master was nothing more than a social norm. He then asked if he could ask for his teachings, if it didn't trouble him. The demon stated that the Merbingers were straightforward, and he liked it. The man with the beard cursed, realizing that there was no way he'd have a sense of honor. The man covered in blood denied it. The Beast King asked if he didn't tell him earlier. The Beast King declared that he would make him his disciple if he managed to defeat the dire wolf. It was explained that the ability to finally control mana was crucial for those with the Mirage Eyes, and that magic martial arts that effectively utilizes mana circulation amplifies the ability of the Mirage Eyes. The Beast King stated that he looked like he was replenishing his mana by eating the resurrection plant, but this was the final test, and if he defeated this one solely using magic martial arts. A surge of power emanated from the man covered in blood. Meanwhile, the Beast King watched with amusement as his white tiger nuzzled him. The man covered in blood stood amidst the aftermath of his battle, questioning if he had completed the task. The Beast King's heavy footsteps echoed as he approached the bloodied man. The Beast King continued his advance. The man covered in blood realized that the one who had been relishing in his suffering had finally appeared. The Beast King stood tall. The Beast King asked if the man covered in blood was satisfied now. The Beast King's expression remained unreadable. The Beast King complimented the man covered in blood, stating that he had done good work. It seemed the man covered in blood could finally. The man covered in blood's eyes glowed with determination. The Beast King offered to teach him about the grudge of Knight's Chronicle. The path ahead was lined with strange flora, bathed in an unnatural reddish light. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor, the sound bouncing off unseen walls. They approached a grand archway, the words Hall of Knight's Chronicle inscribed above it. Elric's expression hardened, sensing something amiss. A dreary and somber mana scent permeated the air, and a realization dawned on him. This was demonic energy. The demon Mephistopheles questioned why there was a demonic domain here. Mephistopheles sensed the energy and wondered if it belonged to a certain individual's territory. Elric was told that, as far as Mephistopheles knew, the individual mainly operated in the east, and he asked if Elric could feel it. The professor stated that he was sure a descendant of the Merbingers, who hunted demons, could feel it. The professor explained that Knight's Chronicle crossed over from the far east, but questioned why there was a demonic domain in the shrine of Knight's Chronicle, suggesting Elric might know. They stood before a mural, and the professor noted the Eastern architecture and language. The mural depicted the founder of Knight's Chronicle, who was originally an alchemist researching herbal botany in the East, but one day lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king. The mural continued, explaining that the founder ended up chasing the demon king all the way to the west for revenge. Because the demon king was powerful, the founder changed his plans, combining Eastern knowledge and Western magic knowledge, and even incorporated the power of demons without discrimination to become stronger. Professor Ustin inquired if the founder's grudge had persisted to this day. Elric confirmed that it had, for almost 1,000 years. Since he had been accepted as a disciple, Ustin stated that the revenge was not over yet. However, a voice declared that the revenge was already over. The voice questioned if it was over, wondering who could have been responsible. The speaker demanded to be listened to. It was acknowledged that the one who captured him may be of common origin, but still must have been quite powerful. The speaker stated that the geezer must be extremely skilled. If even Mephistopheles acknowledged the demon king, then he must have been extremely strong. The speaker then wondered how strong the master was who defeated him. The speaker admitted that this wasn't something he should brag about to his disciple. The battle that day had too many variables, so a proper winner could not be decided. So, just like their founder, the speaker made a new goal. He would settle the winner of the battle that day. The speaker declared that through a disciple that will come his way one day, his disciple would settle it. The speaker wondered whether it would be more powerful or this old man's teachings. The figure's face remains obscured, only the lower portion visible. The title card appears, Talent Swallowing Magician. The chapter begins, titled Dark Elves. Before them loomed a monstrous entity, its form wreathed in dark energy and strange symbols. One of the figures questioned if they were truly expected to fight such a thing. The cloaked figure stated that, to be exact, he wanted them to fight its seal. He added that since the protagonist could take the seals of demons, despite being human, he should be able to do this. Suddenly, Elric was struck by an unseen force. He questioned how this was happening. Ustin reassured him that there was no need to worry. He wondered why a master would expose his disciple's secret. Elric's face contorted in pain as the strange markings on his arm glowed intensely. Ustin stated that since there had to be trust between master and disciple, he would have a look. Another figure exclaimed that it was the bee boss. Ustin explained that every mage has a secret technique that they cannot tell anyone about, and that he was the same. He thought that in his case. Ustin's arm was covered in strange markings. He realized that he had a stark contrast is presented, a silhouette of a figure filled with a vibrant, sunlit forest. Juxtaposed against this, the narrative recounts that unlike elves who dwell in the light, others lived in gloomy underground realms, following demons. The chronicle continues, stating that these beings were considered demons and were driven to extinction by the Empire's oppression. It is further noted that body transplantation of other races is forbidden black magic, even more so if the body is that of a demon. Ustin reveals that, other than Gility, no one else in this world, not even Lord Nister, knows this secret. He asks if knowing each other's weaknesses makes Elric feel more assured. Ustin admits he discovered Elric's secret while searching his body when he was unconscious. He apologizes if this upset him, but claims it was for the sake of teaching. Ustin continues, revealing that he now knows Elric can absorb the seals of demons and activate them. Ustin declares that his actions are merely the greed of an old man. He states that he cannot let Elric go any further for the sake of this grudge. The scene shifts. A figure is told to do as they please from now on. Meanwhile, a man with a beard stands beside a white tiger, both looking concerned. The demon Mephistopheles acknowledges that it is greed. Ustin questions if it is a sin to have greed, to have a goal. He asserts that just as he has his own goals, so does his master, implying Mephistopheles. The narrative asks who is striving toward his goal. The Lord of Merbinger, Elric Melvinger, declares himself. A disciple paid his respects to Sir Augustine Nuister, the inheritor of Knight's Chronicle. Elric listened intently. The old man thanked Elric for his words. Elric confirmed that he simply needed to absorb the Demon King's seal. The old man admitted that he did not know the demon's true name, as it had been called by many names throughout its journey from the east to the Empire. However, within Knight's Chronicle, they called him the Savage Beast. The air crackled with energy. The old man watched with anticipation. Elric declared that he would begin. Power emanated from Elric. You was a demon king, even Mephisto acknowledged. Elric realized that if he could absorb the seal of such a being, it would be something he would welcome. Elric welcomed it, but Elric inquired of Mephistopheles how to absorb seals. Mephistopheles wondered if Elric had been putting on airs, acting as if he knew what he was doing. He pressed Elric, reminding him that demons grow stronger by extorting each other's seals, and asked how he thought they did it. Mephistopheles scoffed, asking if Elric had learned how to eat before he started eating. He stated that extorting seals was just like eating for them, and wondered how he could teach something like that. Elric realized this was bad. The magic pendant wasn't reacting. He recalled that in the Seal of Cruelty's case, it had happened naturally because of the assignment. A realization dawned on Elric. He could absorb it. Absorb. The Demon King you stood before Elric. Elric thought back to what he had prioritized during his week of training. It wasn't just magic, martial arts, or strong body art, but the harmony of the various forms of mana within him. He tried applying that by linking his seals and soul speech magic, just as he thought. The scene shifted to a mental world. Within this world, Elric wondered if he would have to undergo a trial to earn the qualifications, like in the Ice Mountain King's case. That aside, he wondered if there was anything else in this place. He noted that a swamp like this should have insects or birds, but there was nothing. He considered that it wasn't simply because it was a mental world. The swamp was eerily quiet, as if everything had been eaten by something. There was only the sound of the wind, bubbles popping in the swampy terrain, and leaves rustling against each other. In this place, there was something unnatural, dreary, yet fierce. There was an unapproachable predator. Amidst the strange landscape, Elric fell. He wondered if something had just moved. Inside the forest, he wondered if the sound he heard was up in the sky. He found that he could no longer sense the presence of the predator. He exclaimed in frustration. His search continued, but the predator remained elusive. He wondered if it could be anywhere in this place. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy. Elric looked up, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. A disembodied voice echoed, noting the presence of an interesting human. Elsewhere, the sound of shattering echoed. Before a doorway bathed in red light, a figure lamented that their dear brother was not responding. She wondered how busy he must be to not even reply to his older sister. Previously, Elric had become the disciple of Augustine and Gillidy after passing their test. He was given a mission to swallow the Demon King after learning the magic martial arts of Knight's Chronicle. However, the Demon King's sharp teeth aims for Elric's. The shadow and teeth vaguely created from the rays between the leaves and an endless darkness. He wondered if he was supposed to fight. He still didn't know how to absorb Yu's seal, so he was still figuring out the way he defeated the Ice Mountain King. He knew getting out of the situation came first. There may be another way, and there's no guarantee that he'll win. He figured Mersingers usually shoot first and ask questions later, but Yu uniquely seemed to possess patience. Elric wondered if his opponent had already figured out who he was. The Demon King mused that this wasn't the only unique thing about him. He noted that Elric was human and possessed Mephistopheles' seal. The hunger in Yu's voice was like that of a predator eyeing its prey. He observed that Elric possessed a dragon heart, and questioned if he even knew how to use soul speech. Yu remarked that Elric had another seal, though it was of a lower status. He declared he would attack as soon as Elric brought it on, admitting he wouldn't have bothered if Elric was just an ordinary person. Elric decided that Yu was worth switching over to. A voice echoed, commanding the Merbinger child to stay hungry. Elric questioned what was happening. He was told to crave more and more and to fulfill his greed and ambitions. Elric realized his body wasn't moving. He was warned that if he did, he would. A voice called out, demanding to meet him again. The surge of power emanating from Elric was palpable. He stared intently at the glowing blue seal on his arm. Far below, the figures of Ustin, Tasha, and Chun watched with bated breath. They wondered if Elric was finished. Mephistopheles, standing beside Elric, muttered that he was a crazy son of a bitch for revealing his true name. Mephistopheles considered that seals were not usually this easy to obtain, and there was no way Elric should have been able to do it. He realized Elric had pulled the only choice he had left. Since he was at his limit, just maintaining his seal from being dead for a long time, he was parasitizing Elric's body to grow himself back to what he once was. Mephistopheles recalled that he had said he would meet Elric again if he craved more and more power. Mephistopheles wondered if Elric was telling him to keep advancing the seal to its original form. Yu, meanwhile, thought that Mephistopheles had gained a new family member and could tell him his true name as a moving gift. However, Yu would never help a bastard who was lowering himself to stay alive. Yu's true name was Wicked God. Yu considered that Mephistopheles' status must have fallen after he lost to him, so it was probably brutality, fiend, and maleficence. Yu thought that Elric must have gone insane, wondering why he was butting in when no one asked him. Not only that, to think a human would know the degree of true names, he must be possessed. You thought that on asking Master if Mephistopheles refused to tell him. But why was he suddenly showing such ferocity? The seal of ferocity. He was originally a demon known as a preta. A preta is a hungry ghost, spirit of a greedy person in Buddhist folklore whose divine retribution is never to be sated. Demons, ever fearful of death, tread carefully. Yet they still crave power. This allows one to sense danger like the preta sense, and to quickly discern an opponent's strengths and weaknesses. The awakening of a sixth sense occurs through the circulation of mana. The feeling of his heart tingled, and his senses pricked, a sensation that the magic martial arts of Knight's Chronicle had long sought to replicate. Preta sense. Knight's Chronicle had finally acquired Yu's seal, and with it, the preta sense. All that remained was to raise the status of that seal and battle against you. The degrees and usage of the seal contained such detailed information that it could not be found anywhere in books. One wondered how much suffering the ancestors of Knight's Chronicle and its master had to endure to accumulate such knowledge. The knowledge and dream of Knight's Chronicle accumulated over 1,000 years. All of this to achieve a single objective. Ferocity. The seal pulsed with power. The power surged. The seal's energy manifested. Elric stood, now empowered by the seal of ferocity. A declaration echoes. It is someone's turn to bear the burden. Energy crackles intensely. The energy seems to affect those nearby. A man wonders aloud about his master. He questions why the preta sense is activating so suddenly. Elsewhere, Sean appears abruptly. Someone demands to know how he arrived, but Sean dismisses the question, insisting there is big trouble. Outside, two figures stand guard. The master's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He is clearly taken aback. A grand estate looms in the distance. Inside, a servant informs Lady Tasha that she must come outside to see something. She wonders if the Radiant Star Duke has finished his isolation training. The servant seems hesitant. Tasha's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. She instructs them to prevent her from entering for now. Someone prepares to secure a trunk. Moments later, a figure stood before a secured trunk, politely requesting to be excused. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, inquiring if Elric Merbinger was present. The battle continued with explosive force. Sean, amidst the chaos, protested that he should have stopped Tasha. His companion retorted, questioning how he could possibly stop that crazy witch. Sean countered, blaming the other for Tasha's increasingly competitive spirit. He added that her competitive spirits had been on the rise lately because of him. As the battle raged, Sean reflected on the Radiant Star Duke's elder sister, who had been making sacrifices for him her entire life. He realized that she had less talent for magic than her brother, who suffered from blockage disease. Sean considered that it was difficult for even one person from a fallen house to succeed. He then realized that the person who the Radiant Star Duke feared the most was his sister. He mused that it probably wasn't simply because she was his sister. A figure prepared to open a large trunk. The figure, revealed to be Elric, wondered if his little brother, Elric Merbinger, was inside. The Radiant Star Duke had arrived, but the guard informed the visitor that entry was forbidden without an invitation. Confused, the visitor questioned why they were being denied entry. The guard dismissed the request to call for Sean, stating they had received orders from the young miss not to let the visitor pass. The visitor wondered why Sean's elder sister would be involved, as the guard greeted someone. The visitor turned to face the newcomer. The newcomer introduced herself as Tasha Nestor, daughter of House Nestor. Tasha stated her name was Hayes Merbinger, which caused the other woman to react in surprise. Tasha continued, saying she had heard many things about her from Elric and his younger brother. Hayes had heard that Tasha was full of grace and like a dazzling flame, but she thought those descriptions were understatements. She admitted it was an honor to meet her, and Tasha thanked her. Tasha asked why Hayes was blocking her. Hayes admitted she couldn't figure out why she wasn't letting her in, mentioning the main house of Neaster and the first key of the hexagram. She added that it wasn't like they could just let anyone in. Hayes explained that while blonde hair and green eyes were the signature characteristics of House Merbinger, Tasha could be wearing a disguise. Hayes continued, stating that even if Tasha truly was the Radiant Star Duke's elder sister, there were procedures for such things. Tasha asked what she must do for Hayes to believe her. Tasha Nestor stated that if she were truly the Radiant Star Duke's elder sister, that would mean she was also a member of the prestigious magic family. She declared that she would believe Tasha if she beat her in a magic battle. Unfortunately, Tasha admitted she could not use magic then. Meanwhile, someone asked about aura. Elsewhere, someone wondered if they would get hurt, though. It was simply, the air crackled. A surge of energy erupted. The force of the blast sent guards flying. The attack continued. Someone asked if they were sure they were fine with that massive thing. A figure stood amidst the destruction, wielding a massive hammer. The hammer swung. The impact was devastating. The figure advanced. Tasha reminisced about her past, recalling how she used to play with Sean when they were younger. As she spoke, a magical circle glowed intensely. The magic intensified. Amidst the magical display, Tasha taunted her opponent, boasting that she had never lost to him and questioning his own skill. The figure wielding the hammer declared that they had never lost either, but their overwhelming desire to win was driving them. The wielder of the hammer gripped the weapon tightly. The air crackled with energy. The hammer wielder swung down with immense force. The impact reverberated. Tasha's eyes widened. She gasped, sweat beading on her brow. The sound of the hammer striking echoed. Tasha was surprised that a member of the prestigious magic family was also a martial artist, and even more surprised that she could wield a sledgehammer that weighs around 100 kg so breezily without using aura. Tasha recognized the mark on the hammer, realizing it was a Merbinger. The hammer bore the mark of the Black Skull, identifying its wielder as a member of the strongest mercenary corps and the Radiant Star Duke's elder sister. The hammer connected with its target. The force of the blow reverberated. Nearby, Sean remarked that the score was 1-0, promising not to hold back. The impact sent out a shockwave. The Radiant Star Duke's elder sister stood over Tasha, who was sent flying. The Radiant Star Duke's elder sister remarked that things were just getting good. Sean looked on with anticipation. A muffled groan escaped Tasha's lips. The Radiant Star Duke's elder sister commented that Tasha looked as healthy as always. Elric mused that it looked like they were having fun with Tasha, wondering if he was interrupting and that it would be a problem if they got charged for repairs. Elric told himself to calm down and let go. Something cracked. Elric proposed that they have a chat. The man narrowed his eyes, considering the implications of the information he had received. He hummed thoughtfully as he reviewed the document. An attendant stood before him, holding a document. The document stated that information regarding Hayes Merbinger could not be confirmed, and that information was being strictly regulated. The man mused that he expected as much, given that Black Skull was the strongest mercenary corps, veiled in secrecy. He knew they had as many enemies as the number of missions they had completed. He decided he would take the chance to make a friend his age, as their identities must be kept classified. A looming figure stood before the attendant, their intentions unclear. It was hard enough just to meet a member of Black Skull, since they did not have relations with anyone but the Grey Lion of the Great Lion family. He wondered what if Lady Merbinger was actually a member of Black Skull. It was already more than reason enough to have an amicable relation with House Merbinger, just for the Radiant Star Duke. But with this, Noester had absolutely nothing to lose, right? He seemed to have hit it off pretty well, too, and he confirmed that it was okay. The scene shifted to a battle, where someone wondered if the two were still playing tag. Someone shouted for them to talk with words. Someone commented that it looked like he had gotten pretty good with all that fame. He seemed surprised by his opponent's abilities. She could use magic and had learned to rebel. The force of the attack reverberated through the area. The sister's attack sent him flying. If it weren't for Preda's sense, he seriously would have died from that. She had been like this since they were young, always trying to break his legs every time he caused trouble so that he could never do it again. The attack continued with unrelenting force. It was strange to feel aura instead of mana from a Merbinger. He had never seen her so flustered. She really was a Merbinger. It was his first time seeing something like this, which made it even more interesting. He braced himself for the next attack. The sister thought to herself that he was a stuck-up brother of hers, and wondered if he could dodge even this. The attack was imminent. The force of the blow intensified. The attack landed with devastating power. He questioned if she was serious. Elric grits his teeth, struggling against the force of the attack. He wonders how he is expected to dodge something of this magnitude. The strain is visible on his face as he continues to resist. Despite his efforts, a bead of sweat trickles down his temple. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ustin watches the unfolding events with a concerned expression. He wonders if it is really her. Ustin recalls his relief upon hearing that Elric was going to excavate a dragon nest. He had been sure Elric was having a hard time because of the blockage disease. Ustin remembers wanting to support Elric as best as he could, since he was still giving it his all. But then, Elric got into an accident in the nest, losing consciousness for several days, and then disappeared for several months without a word. Ustin thinks back to the last time Elric contacted him, half a year prior, when he lost contact with him for half a year. He wonders if Elric knows. Ustin reflects on how worried he was. He remembers that Elric's sister was always overprotective of him. Ustin recalls that he didn't like her overprotectiveness. She would reprimand him on anything he did, saying it was dangerous, and she was always by his side. But he understood why she acted that way. After their parents passed, Ustin was her only remaining family member in this world. She had to look after a troublemaker like him. She had to become an adult at too young of an age. Elric considered that both times he lost consciousness in the dragon nest, and when he disappeared as soon as he woke up, were for their house's assignment. To be honest, he had thought he wouldn't need to revive their house. It had already fallen, so he wondered if there was any meaning in gathering strength. But after he experienced many things, a thought crossed his mind. This world could be filled by demons again at any moment. So, hiding as a Merbinger would be disrespectful to mother, father, and their ancestors who fought with their lives on the line, he realized. He resolved to go to the north, because there was an assignment left by their ancestors there. No matter what the assignments were, or how dangerous the path he walked was, he would walk it, just like their ancestors, until their house, the world, and every place that he set foot onto, the night sky stretched endlessly above. Against the backdrop of the cosmos, a voice echoed, comparing someone to the stars. The intricate design of a clasp held a dark suit together. Tears welled in the eyes of a man with blonde hair, his expression sorrowful. His face remained etched with sadness. A stern warning was issued. If he left without a word again, she would actually bash his skull in. Silhouetted against the starry sky, a figure questioned what was happening. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles wondered if they weren't having a moment, and reminded Elric that he was an adult now, and he wouldn't meddle in his affairs anymore. He was prompted to say something like that. Mephistopheles lamented that she couldn't have hit him some more, and that Elric was still a ways from escaping his grasp. He admitted he was hoping today would be his funeral, but wondered how he could. Mephistopheles stated that he trusted Elric just live that after everything he'd done until now, and that humans sure get sentimental over the most trivial things. A sniffle echoed in the darkness. The night sky stretched out, dotted with stars. A crescent moon hung over a village nestled among the hills. A cloaked figure stood in a swamp, holding a glowing object. The swamp's surface rippled, reflecting the dim light. Below, a figure stood in the murky water, a dark shape against the gloom. A red glow emanated from something held in their hands. Deeper in the swamp, a dark statue of a winged demon sat within a wooden box. The figure in the swamp wore a long, dark cloak and a bird-like mask. The words, Lord Azazel's Resurrection, were written below. The wing of a massive bird cut through the air. The bird soared through the clouds. 3 months later, a lone figure stood atop a rocky precipice. The bird flew with incredible speed. Elric sat in a meditative pose, a serene expression on his face. His eyes glowed with newfound power. The bird descended rapidly. Elric raised his hand, and the bird landed gently on his arm. Ustin observed, remarking on Elric's quick learning. Ustin admitted he hadn't expected Elric to master the Mirage eyes so quickly. Ustin's expression was stern. Elric and Ustin stood facing each other, surrounded by swirling energy. Ustin noted that Elric had fully mastered Predasense as well. Ustin declared that Elric had done everything he could there, and that from then on, it would be quicker for him to gain enlightenment through actual battles. He sat, catching his breath, wondering if it was finally over. He hoped they would never have to see each other again. The professor stood nearby. Ustin scoffed at Elric's words, reminding him of how much he had tormented him in the name of training. Elric responded that he had learned a lot, thanking them. Elric smirked, telling them to consider it souvenirs, and that they should never see each other again. But well, Ustin watched him. Ustin asked them to please stay healthy. The professor reflected on the days when they roamed the continent with Set. He recalled how every day was entertaining back when they were so full of vigor. Now, they were spending what little time they had left holed up in a place like this. Ustin grumbled that Elric would nag about how they were just waiting for the day they were laid down into their graves like a bunch of old men, even though they weren't even 100 years old yet. For God's sake, he insisted, they weren't the boomers. Elric was. Ustin admitted that they were pretty much young adults when compared to him. Ustin wondered how Elric could leave such amazing masters behind and go to the north by himself. Ustin thought that the damned disciple looked like he needed to be taught manners from scratch. The excavation rights to the Diamond Dragon nest were being handed over. The recipient expressed their gratitude. With the agreement settled, he told Elric he would leave the matter in his hands. The speaker confirmed that a carriage had been prepared for Elric to travel north, located by the entrance. He assured Elric that he would take care of his attendance at the academy and wished him a safe trip. The agreement itself detailed the Diamond Dragon nest excavation rights between Firebird Roost and the Merbinger family, specifically Elric Merbinger and Tasha Nestor. He had left the matter to her, as she was widely known to be a dragon fanatic. He thought he could finally get his hands on some dragon goods, expressing his excitement. However, he admitted he didn't think she'd be this happy. He mused that their relationship with the Nestors had grown even tighter and that everything was ending well. Lady Isabel, he recalled, said she'd contact him when she arrived in Carnoy. He wondered if she could have forgotten her debt to him. Regardless, he would just get on the carriage. He also felt that Paul was hurting his feelings. No matter how weak he had become, he couldn't believe that Paul thought this was enough to kill him. The man stood amidst the bodies of fallen soldiers. He thought that Paul must be getting impatient. He knew that Paul was already weakened after losing many Blue Wolves. He knew that if Paul joined forces with the Merbingers, it was believed that Paul would be in a dangerous position. One man commented that their niece was clever and right. He questioned why they didn't stop the farce and just go to Paul directly and kill him. One of the group stated that he told the others to stop treating him like a child. He affirmed that the 3 of them would go, but another man reminded them that they just needed to keep Isabel safe. He would meet the Radiant Star Duke to thank him himself. The group considered their next move, deciding to deal with Paul after. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure wondered why Paul hadn't been appointed as the Blue Lion yet. He was informed that there had been an unexpected distraction, but was assured it wouldn't complicate their plans. The figure thought it would be easy to eliminate a Blue Lion with reflux disease, but to think it was not yet time to deal with the Merbingers. They needed to quickly appoint Paul Whale as the Blue Lion. 2 figures stood together, one identifying himself as Blue Wolf Squad Captain Hilton. The cloaked figure was told not to worry. He wanted to be of help to Lord Azazel. albeit even a little. He was told not to worry. A carriage traveled towards the city. There was no way. Someone was planning on going to the north in peace. He declared that his name was not Coachman, but Carl. One of the men admits that it wasn't so bad to go on a trip with a friend after so long. However, he clarifies that he only came along because of his father's orders. The other man questions why he doesn't want his sister to come along. He stammers, insisting that he is already jumping with joy at the thought of spending more time with them. Another man chides them, suggesting they should have stayed home considering their age. He scoffs, asking if they're not allowing old men to even go on an outing. One of the older men declares that he should beat some manners into them while they're on the way to get some northern air. The other older man says that they have hurt their feelings, starting from when they practically abandoned them. The demon remarks that it looks like this is going to be a rowdy trip, adding that he hates nothing more than getting irritated. Sean thinks to himself that he is so happy that 7 is the perfect number of people to go on a trip with. He reflects that it feels like a family trip or something. A voice booms, stating that he hasn't introduced himself yet, and that he is Augustine, Elric's master. He thanks Hayes for taking care of his little brother, who is so incompetent that he even needs such cute animals to help him. From a distance, Sean is asked if he thinks the animals of the Beast King are cute, and if Elric can't stop frowning. He is also asked if he doesn't want to come along. Sean is seen sitting on a couch. A white tiger yawns, and an eagle stands nearby. Augustine and one of the older men are seen. Sean looks down, covering his face with his hand. A close-up of Sean's eye. Inside a lavish room, the patriarch sat in a chair while another man stood nearby. A gloved hand delicately placed a cup of tea on a saucer. The patriarch, with a thoughtful expression, inquired if everyone had departed for the north. The other man confirmed that they had. The patriarch took a sip of his tea. The man standing asked if something good had happened, addressing him as patriarch. The patriarch, looking up, remarked that something was interesting and told the man to look at it. The patriarch considered something to be a ridiculous combination. A carriage moved along a path. A woman sat with a smile. Someone commented on Sean's display of dignity and manners. Sean dismissed the notion of dignity and manners. The man suggested that he was considering teaching his brother some manners and wondered if that would be acceptable. The other man assured him that they wouldn't mind. Another man agreed, stating that things like discipline ought to be taught by family. The first man smiled, seemingly pleased with the responses. Elsewhere, Elric thought to himself that he was already old and questioned why he would need to be taught discipline. A voice boomed, inviting Elric to take a stroll together. The man's face was shadowed, but his eyes glowed with a menacing red light. As the man approached, Elric nervously asked if they were just going for a stroll. The man suggested that Elric could leave that scary thing behind. Elric cried out to Tasha, begging her to let him go. Tasha ignored his pleas, a sinister smile on her face. Mephistopheles chuckled, watching Elric being dragged away. Mephistopheles reveled in the thought of seeing Elric being dragged around. Mephistopheles held his hand over his chest, a blue glow emanating from his palm. The carriage rolled along the forest path. The driver maintained a steady pace. The carriage wheels turned, kicking up dust. Inside the carriage, Carl questioned what was the matter. Elsewhere in the forest, a group of men chuckled menacingly. The bandits advanced, their intentions clear. The leader of the bandits stood at the front, a knife clutched in his hand. The bandits demanded that the occupants hand over everything they had. The driver and Carl looked out from the carriage, surprised by the sudden ambush. The bandit leader seemed surprised by the lack of immediate compliance. Carl peered out, seemingly unfazed. The bandit leader threatened to spill blood if they did not comply. Augustine, inside the carriage, sighed, finding the situation irritating. Outside, the bandits stood their ground. Meanwhile, Ustin's hand rested calmly on his lap. He told the bandits to take care of the situation. Ustin saw this as a chance. He realized this was a chance. A tiger appeared. Ustin thought this was a chance for him to show Elric just how great his teacher was. The tiger stood before the bandits. One of the bandits questioned if it was a tiger. The tiger told Elric to take a good look. Ustin declared that from now on, he would show them why. Elric prepared to cast a spell. The spell took form. A surge of energy erupts, throwing several figures into the air. The figures are sent flying backwards, crashing into a crystalline structure. Elric questioned why Ustin had interfered, stating he could have taken care of them. Ustin retorted, asking if Elric had been planning on turning the place into a sea of blood. Ustin explained that those people were obviously not bandits, but wanderers from a nearby village who were hungry. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. One of the men begged for mercy. The men kneeled, explaining that they had starving families at home and pleaded to be forgiven. One of the men stated that if they happened to be just powerless and good people, Elric wondered if they would be begging if the roles were reversed. An older man looked on with concern. Elric's expression hardened. The older man confirmed that they were correct, identifying himself as the village chief. The village chief explained that the others were only there because he had forced them and asked that Elric punish only him instead. One of the men exclaimed at the chief's words, stating that he only did it because of the village. One man insisted it was not the other's fault. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to stop, declaring that he would see if what they were saying was true. Elric stood firm, his expression unreadable. The village was quiet, the people somber as they walked through the streets. The villagers explained that they had been having a difficult time due to years of drought and famine. They had thought that if they were going to starve to death, they might as well become mountain bandits. Elric listened intently as the villagers spoke. Suddenly, he sensed a strange energy. The villagers continued to lament that it would take 5 days on horseback to reach another village, and they could not leave to look for work since their livestock were starving. One of the villagers took responsibility, claiming it was all his fault. Another villager explained that the administration of their country did not reach this place. He suggested that Elric let them off since they had a good reason to commit their crimes. Elric considered their words. He knew it was his duty to look after those who were suffering. Elric affirmed that it was their duty as nobles. An old man acknowledged that the villagers' actions were not entirely their fault. Elric accepted the villagers' gratitude. The villagers swore they would never rob again. Mephistopheles questioned why someone was pacing around. The demon detected faint demonic energy in the fields. Another demon questioned the presence of demonic energy. The source of the demonic energy seemed to emanate from a desolate landscape. Elric's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with determination. The group approached their destination, a desolate wasteland under a vast sky. The air hung heavy with anticipation. The professor surveyed the scene with a critical eye. He found the sight utterly depressing. The landscape stretched out before them, a cracked and barren expanse under a pale sky. The group continued their trek across the desolate terrain. Elric admitted he sensed nothing, questioning if there was truly anything to be found there. Mephistopheles declared that this was indeed the place. Elric realized that whatever they sought must be buried somewhere. Mephistopheles reminded him of his promise to hand over the demonic energy they found. Elric, visibly annoyed, questioned if Mephistopheles trusted anything in the world. He then suggested they start digging up the land. Elric instructed everyone to stand back. A surge of energy began to pierce the ground. Elric's eyes narrowed with determination as he focused his power. The energy intensified, tearing through the earth. A massive explosion of blue energy erupted from the ground, shattering the earth and revealing what lay beneath. The onlookers expressed their astonishment at the sheer scale of the ice block Elric had conjured in an instant. Because of this, Elric landed gracefully on the ground. Dust and debris settled around him. He braced himself, landing firmly on the cracked earth. He noticed a box amidst the rubble. Elric was asked if he had found anything. The speaker confirmed that the box had been hidden deep underground. A dark energy emanated from a box. Elric held the box, surrounded by a dark aura and flanked by the demon. Augustine sensed demonic energy. Inside the box rested a figure resembling a demonic idol. The demon wondered why it was there. It was said that the servants of the demon god were the 4 great demon kings who ruled over demonkind. The demon king Mephisto is the original sin. Other demon kings include Shaitan. Lilith is a fornicator and a tyrant king who possesses most of the demon king army. Azazel is another demon king. Azazel desired many things from the human world, more than the other demon kings. Many countries have been destroyed because of his invasions. The idol was made by the worshippers of Azazel, and it seems to be used for human sacrifices. Azazel demands to know how Elric knows about him. Elric explains that he read about Azazel in a book in the Otto estate. Elric asks if the human sacrifices are being used to revive Azazel. Azazel observes the state of the village. There's a huge possibility that Elric's theory is true. Elric wonders what the demons are scheming while hiding in the human world. He is told to absorb the demonic energy and hand it over. Elric was informed that the traces of demons, thought to have been eradicated 30 years prior, had resurfaced, creating a grave situation. Meanwhile, the demon insisted that the item be sent to the administration bureau. Elsewhere, another demon scoffed at the old man and his wishful thinking. The demon demanded to know why he wasn't given the item to absorb, considering the position he would be in if he did. The demon was furious that they wanted to send the demonic energy to the administration bureau. The young man offered to do something about it if he was taught how to use seal magic. The demon instructed Sean to send it to the administration bureau right away. The young man asked what else he could do, offering anything except teaching him seal magic. The demonic energy looked delicious. Sean was surprised by the sudden surge of demonic energy. He was caught off guard by the sudden event. The demonic energy reached out towards Augustine and Sean. Augustine was overwhelmed by the demonic energy. The demonic energy pulsed with an ominous light. A furious cry echoed as someone realized their demonic energy was being stolen. Elric, disoriented, questioned what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Ustin observed the flow of demonic energy. Elsewhere, Sean noted that they had been outmaneuvered, and the evidence they had painstakingly gathered had vanished. The demon demanded to know what was being taken from him. The group discussed the unlikelihood of a single totem devastating an entire village and decided to continue searching for other clues. In a cavern illuminated by candlelight, figures gathered before a statue of a winged demon. One of the figures knelt, seemingly in pain or supplication. Another figure stood over the kneeling one, their expression obscured. One of the figures questioned the ritual leader about what was happening. It was declared that an unbeliever had dared to interfere with the Great One's ritual. The ritual leader questioned which heathen could be capable of such a feat. The cloaked figure stood in the cavern, a dark silhouette against the pale stone. Below him, a monstrous form with bat-like wings awaited his command. The figure was addressed as Great One. The figure raised his arms, seemingly in supplication or command. The figure declared that the land would experience the Great One's will once more, and that treacherous heathens would be dealt with to appease his anger. The assembled figures intoned that the revival of his will would be done. One of the figures, his face obscured by a hood, ordered that Judas be given an order before heading to the ritual. The figure was instructed to meet with Kaya and proceed with the ritual of revival. The landscape was barren and desolate, the sky a fiery orange. The desolate landscape stretched out, marked by withered trees and a blood-red sky. Elsewhere, a man wondered aloud why no one was aware of what the demons were doing. Nearby, others celebrated the sudden filling of the water, anticipating they could finally do some farming. It was revealed that innocent lives were sacrificed. Since evidence had been handed over to the Administration Bureau, a large-scale investigation would soon take place, and the Administration Bureau personnel of the region would be punished. Augustine stated that he, on the other hand, wanted to cut off the heads of those responsible, but it was no longer under their jurisdiction. Elric affirmed that he would get rid of all the demons after that. It was agreed that since the Administration Bureau was involved, the demons would not be able to do anything recklessly. The top priority was to locate the Temple of Flower and complete winter. An elderly villager expressed his gratitude. Now that the drought had been resolved, Elric asked that the villagers be taken care of. The group prepared to leave, but a villager called out for them to wait. The villager asked the noble mage for his name. He responded, Elric Merbinger. The villagers realized that he was the Radiant Star Duke, the hero of Mar Ascent. Augustine realized that the star of the Empire had risen once again. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way down a tree-lined path. Inside, Elric and his companions are gathered around a table with Augustine and another man. Elric's companion tells him that he needs to come out and take a look at something. From inside the carriage, Carl asks what is happening. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stands in front of two others in a forest. Three figures stand in formation. They announce that they are the Inspection Bureau from the Imperial family. A group of masked figures stood silhouetted against a forest backdrop. The figures stood in formation, their presence imposing. The masked figures stood guard before a tomb. The masked figures surrounded a cloaked individual. One of the masked figures stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Elsewhere, Elric's smug expression was noted by an unseen observer. Look at him acting all cocky, they thought. The Inspection Bureau was an intelligence institution that existed solely for the Emperor and Imperial family. Masked figures stood guard around a figure seated on a throne. The masked figures stood in perfect symmetry. They were known to be monsters that would do anything from kidnapping, making concessions, and murder without hesitation for the sake of their mission. One of the masked figures stood holding a large, ornate blade. Their fighting capabilities were as strong as the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family. Even places that should have known about the demon's movements were unaware. Before they resolved everything, they sent the report and the totem. It was no wonder they had come running to this remote place. However, even if they had the Emperor backing them, wasn't it a little too much to be speaking so casually from the start? How dare they speak so casually? They declared themselves agents of the Imperial family's Inspection Bureau. So, the mere likes of them should be treating them with respect. Elric questioned what he had just said. Even if they were from the Great Inspection Bureau, they were at most only a Viscount if they were on the field themselves. What was this? Since when were mere officials allowed to disrespect a duke? The masked figures continued their assault, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. A strange energy emanated from the scene, prompting a silent question. Elric observed the unfolding events, his expression unreadable. From the shadows, someone wondered how such a feat was even possible. The speaker realized the masked man's power was nearing that of a magus. The masked man's face remained hidden, his intentions a mystery. The sounds of battle echoed through the air. Another masked figure stood tall, observing the scene with a watchful gaze. The masked man's presence exuded an aura of quiet menace. The masked man's gaze remained fixed, his thoughts unreadable. The masked figure offered their apologies. The masked figures asked for forgiveness for their manners. The masked man adjusted his attire, his expression hidden from view. Elric was complimented on his ability to show who's boss, but he knew that overlooking the situation would only invite trouble. Elric declared that he would speak directly with the House of Peers if they dared to repeat their mistake. The kneeling figure responded that he would bear that in mind. Meanwhile, Ustin scoffed at the display, thinking that the man was acting arrogant despite merely holding a duke title for show. Ustin internally called the man an arrogant brat, and thought he should count himself lucky. Ustin continued to fume, thinking that no one should dare to treat his student with disrespect. He thought that if it were up to him, the man's head would already be on the ground. Ustin's anger was palpable. He was shocked to hear the name Augustine Nemester. Ustin realized that the man was the student of the strongest person in the magic tower, which he found ridiculous. Ustin resolved to kick out and change all the intelligence agents once he returned. A sinister smile crept across his face. The sky was a clear blue, with the sun shining through the trees. Allowing himself a moment, Patran introduced himself again. He declared himself to be Patran from the 4th Inspection Bureau. Patran's expression remained calm as he waited for a response. The chroniclers noted that the 4th Bureau had been by the Crown Prince's side during a fierce succession war within the palace. Patran wondered if the Crown Prince was the one who caught wind of what happened this time. The man with orange hair told Patran that he was wasting his time and to get straight to the point. He urged him to speak quickly, as he was still wasting his time. Patran expressed his annoyance with the man. The chroniclers noted that they had been secretly tracking down the remnants of the demons for a long time and had recently found an unknown group. The man with orange hair was surprised that Patran knew about Grigori. He asked how he knew that. Patran wondered if the Inspection Bureau had forgotten which family he was from. He stated that he was a Merbinger. The chroniclers noted that the Merbingers were the natural enemy of the demons. The Merbinger lineage was ancient and powerful. Moving on, the man with orange hair was informed that only one of the discovered totems was written in the report. He was then asked about the location of the remaining 8 totems. The man with orange hair smirked, stating that he had them. The man with white hair was shocked, exclaiming that it was illegal. The man with orange hair was reminded that, based on the 11th clause, 2nd paragraph of the Imperial Law, all items related to the demons were to be kept by the Imperial family as evidence. However, the 8th clause, 1st paragraph of the Possession Law, stated that with the permission of the Administration Bureau, an individual was allowed to possess items related to the demons with the purpose of research. The man with orange hair stated that he had already obtained permission and questioned if the Inspection Bureau was unaware of that as well. The man with white hair allowed him to ask one last question. The man with orange hair asked how the man with white hair was able to know the exact locations of the totems. The man with white hair reminded him that he had already stated that he was from the Merbinger family. The man with orange hair was shocked and said, "Seriously?" The man with white hair was visibly annoyed. The man with white hair thought that such a vague answer was insufficient. He wondered if the man with orange hair was asking his family to give their family secrets to the Inspection Bureau. The man with orange hair glared intensely. The man with white hair thought that the man with orange hair was a sly weasel who didn't even know his place. The man with white hair thought that the man with orange hair kept using that obsolete family of his as an excuse. Elric sat, seemingly relaxed, as he considered the situation. Nearby, an official thanked someone for their cooperation. A carriage moved along a forest path. The carriage continued on its way. Someone remarked that Elric was quite bold to go up against the almighty Inspection Bureau. Elric walked with his companions. One of Elric's companions praised him, saying that if he hadn't intervened, they would have cracked open some heads. Elric was reminded that the Inspection Bureau was very persistent and never let go once they bit onto something. He was asked if it was all right to leave things as they were. The man with the beard looked on. Elric stated that he wasn't the kind of person who would let things end like this, while one of his companions wondered what trouble he was going to cause again. The bearded man thought to himself that he was the kind of person that couldn't let people who were hostile towards him for no good reason. Elric's eyes glowed as he smirked. Elric declared that his enemies would not get away so easily. Under the light of the full moon, a figure moved through the forest. Deeper into the woods, the figure continued their journey. The figure, Agent Perron, expressed shame and offered apologies. Agent Perron knelt in the forest. Elsewhere, a man stood with a serene expression. He questioned if the one who should be ashamed was not Perron. The man revealed himself to be the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince commanded Agent Perron to raise his head. The Crown Prince's gaze remained fixed. A bat hung upside down from a branch as the Crown Prince and Agent Perron stood nearby. Elric grinned, realizing that there was a bigger target to pursue. Agent Perron was ordered to raise his head. The Crown Prince was told that he was not the one who should be ashamed. The Crown Prince reflected that he was the one who wanted to meet the Merbinger. Another man, kneeling, admitted that he was blinded by jealousy, underestimated his opponent, and acted recklessly. He addressed the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was told that his subordinate had brought disgrace upon them all because of his incompetence. The kneeling man begged the Crown Prince not to say such things. It was stated that everything that had happened so far had been personal matters. The priority was to exterminate the remnants of the demons that were hiding. The kneeling man acknowledged the Crown Prince's statement. He was then asked if Viscount Garrett was one of Grigori's underlings. It was confirmed that demons and everything related to the totems led to them. It was stated that in order to gain the upper hand in the succession war, they must succeed in the demon subjugation this time around. The Crown Prince realized that there must be no mistakes. Another man affirmed the Crown Prince's statement. The Crown Prince's plans were set in motion. Under the cover of night, a figure walks away from a carriage. Meanwhile, it was said that His Highness had been unable to forget his previous fiancée, Lady Isabel. He had no choice but to choose politics over her for the sake of the throne. The reason he hid his identity and came out was probably because he wanted to see for himself what Elric Merbinger, the one who saved Lady Isabel, was like. This was supposed to bring His Highness some comfort, but now they had given him an excuse to disgrace them, even though they were supposed to crush him. Elsewhere, a man stood with purpose. He was the son that would lead the Empire. They must avoid getting involved with Elric Merbinger any further. In other words, they must get rid of Elric Merbinger. His expression hardened with resolve. Back in the forest, the figure continued his walk. An order came down. The Inspection Bureau was to listen up, as this was demon territory that's swarming with demons. He commanded them to search every. The order came down. Search every corner of Garrett territory and leave no stone unturned. Explosions rocked the area. Seeing the destruction, one of the figures remarked that it appeared the others had already started, and they should continue as well. A figure landed lightly on the ground. The figure continued forward. Another figure was sent flying through the air by an explosion. It had been a wise decision to send a familiar to stalk the Inspection Bureau. Having acquired more information than expected, the figure seemed pleased. A sinister smile spread across Elric's face. He found it interesting that the Crown Prince was hiding among the Inspection Bureau. Learning the information about the demon's secret hideout was a total jackpot. The order was given to fight until the Inspection Bureau and Viscount family were covered in blood. The figures decided they would just plunder the house that was on fire. While the demon remnants and the Inspection Bureau were getting close, the figures decided to take the totem and then get away. Elric knew his teachers would create an escape route for them. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles declared that they should go get some food. Explosions rocked the area. The blasts tore through buildings. It was only a matter of time before the Inspection Bureau arrived. The masked figures knew they had to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. One of the masked figures acknowledged the order. The figure with red hair prepared for action. They moved quickly. One of them shouted to break through the wall. The figure with blonde hair prepared to use his power. Bolts of energy formed. He unleashed the energy, shattering the wall. A surge of energy erupted. The force of the surge shattered the surrounding area. Inside the mansion, the guard were shocked by the sudden breach. They wondered if the Inspection Bureau had already arrived. Sean was told to take a good look. He unleashed a torrent of energy. The guards were caught in the blast. One guard looked on in disbelief. Another guard fell, defeated. A demonic voice declared that this was the truth. A figure with glowing red eyes believed his teachers would protect the kind denizens. A demon roared for the human to die. Sean was told to run rampant to his heart's content. A wind cutter technique was unleashed. The wind cutter sliced through the air. A surge of energy crackles through the air. Demons descend, their forms wreathed in shadow. The demons spot their targets. They shout to each other, pointing out their location. One of the demons commands the others to stop the humans. Meanwhile, a masked man swings a large hammer, declaring that he needs to beat the hell out of everyone he sees. The hammer connects with a resounding impact. The force of the blow obliterates a demon. Another demon falls before the masked man's onslaught. The masked man pauses, his expression hidden, but his intent clear. Elsewhere, two figures in suits stand their ground. They tell Elric to leave the place to them. Someone urges Elric to go quickly. The masked man continues his assault, hammer raised high. Another figure falls, someone shouting for him to be stopped. The scene fades into a dimly lit corridor. Below, several demons stand guard near what appears to be a vault door. One of the demons declares that they will be occupied with that. The demon continues, confident that even the Inspection Bureau would have a hard time finding this place. He explains that while others are trying to find this place, they will carry the sacred relics out using the secret passageway. Suddenly, the vault door is shattered. One of the demons looks up, confused. The vault door is completely destroyed. A figure stands amidst the wreckage, remarking that he's not too bad, right? The demons turn to face the intruder. The demons are shocked, wondering how he found this place. A figure in a suit declares that they have found themselves a delicious buffet. The figure's legs are wreathed in golden energy. The building shook violently. The surrounding area was engulfed in flames. The force of the explosion was immense. Inside a nearby building, a subordinate informed Viscount Garrett that the Inspection Bureau had already discovered the underground vault. Garrett demanded to know what he had just heard. The subordinate urged Garrett to leave quickly. Garrett wondered how they could have found the vault, as only his closest associates knew of its existence. Viscount Garrett realized it couldn't be. Garrett realized there must have been a spy. The explosion continued to rage. The destruction was widespread. Amidst the rubble, a figure lay injured. The figure wondered who Viscount Garrett was. Two figures stood amidst the destruction. Amidst the chaos, a figure recognizes someone in the shadows, questioning if it's Kaya. Elsewhere, a winged figure stands amidst the destruction. The winged figure recalls a past chase, noting that their target always managed to escape, but now they have them cornered. Meanwhile, a man with a sinister smile holds a blade, flanked by masked figures. The winged figure accuses someone of not only planting a spy in their estate, but also plundering their vault, demanding to know who the rat is now. The man with the blade dismisses the accusations, feigning ignorance about any vault. The winged figure declares that the man's ignorance will not save him. The winged figure threatens to extract information through torture, promising to cut off limbs until the truth is revealed. The winged figure descends. The man with the blade prepares to fight. He declares that from this moment on, he will begin the execution of the traitor, Kaya, in the name of the imperial family. The man lunges forward with his blade. The winged figure and the man clash in midair. The scene was one of devastation, the aftermath of a fierce battle. Explosions continued to rock the area. Buildings crumbled amidst the chaos. The destruction was widespread. Amidst the destruction, one of the masked figures expressed shock. Nearby, another figure remained stoic. Another masked figure, wielding a large hammer, surveyed the scene with a thoughtful. The figure with the hammer stared intently. Below, the ground continued to crack and shatter. The red-haired figure watched as the destruction unfolded. The hammer-wielding figure chuckled, a sinister ha-ha escaping their lips. The red-haired figure questioned how the other could laugh at such a time, but the hammer-wielding figure declared that now was the time. The hammer-wielding figure raised their weapon high, ready to strike. The figure strode confidently through the city, the destruction around him seemingly of no concern. Elsewhere, a masked figure with glowing green eyes observed the chaos. With a burst of speed, the figure launched a flying kick. The attack impacted with tremendous force, sending debris flying. The force of the blow continued to reverberate. The impact point exploded outwards. The shockwave ripped through the surrounding area. The devastation continued to spread. Inside the collapsing mansion, the winged demons panicked. One shouted that the mansion was collapsing and they needed to escape quickly. Elsewhere, figures in dark suits fought against an unseen foe. One of them yelled to go where the teacher was. The figures continued to flee the destruction. Their escape was hampered by the crumbling remains of the mansion. Two masked figures discussed the audacity of a student questioning his teacher. One mused about who found it amusing to mock the inspection bureau while acting like a hero. One of the masked figures reported that all the denizens had been evacuated and asked what to do next. The other figure demanded to know what else was happening. Amidst the chaos, a masked figure with blonde hair stood amidst the destruction. He realized it was time to leave. The aftermath of the destruction was visible, with several figures standing amidst the rubble. Another man grimaced in pain. The man realized that his enemy had accomplices outside of his territory. A subordinate informed the man that they had found the vault he mentioned. While things had gone awry with the mansion collapsing, the man continued forward. Another figure stated that his mission was to find traces of the demon kind and offer it to His Highness. A man knelt before another seated on a throne, thinking that he would help him claim the throne with this accomplishment. The man kneeling believed he would be able to climb the ladders of the inspection bureau and find the fake traces that Elric left behind that link him to this incident. Augustine surveyed the scene. Elsewhere, a man grinned, confident that he would be able to put an end to the Merbinger family. Back at the vault, the vice-captain questioned what was happening. Another agent stammered, unsure of what to say. The vault was in ruins. The agents confirmed that the vault was empty. The vice-captain cursed, wondering if the demons had cleared out the place. Deep within the shadows, a figure admitted that he was unsure. The vice-captain realized that Kaya couldn't have known about their ambush. It dawned on him that he had suspected they planted a spy in his midst. The vice-captain paused, realizing something. It made sense. It was revealed that there was a spy for the demons within the inspection bureau. The man from before laughed, confident in his plan. Within a lavish room, several figures chuckled amongst themselves. The reason for their amusement was the thought of the inspection bureau struggling to explain the vault's emptiness. Meanwhile, another man declared that the inspection bureau had messed with the wrong person, adding that it was expected of a student. Elsewhere, Char_003 was asked if he was still upset. He was reminded that he had been allowed to absorb the demonic energy as promised, and questioned why a great demon king would be so petty. Char_004 was asked if he had told him about his seal. Char_003 expressed his astonishment at the sheer number of seals present. He held several of the seals in his hands. The scene shifted to a room where Char_003 and Char_004 were surrounded by crystalline structures. A voice warned that if he didn't keep his promise this time, there wouldn't be any more deals from now on. Char_003 acknowledged the warning. Golden seals floated around Char_003. He reached out his hand. He commanded that they be absorbed. Energy surged around him. The small demon rejoiced, finally getting some demonic energy. He wondered if the energy was so delicious because it belonged to Azazel. Suddenly, the demon protested, demanding to know why it was taken back. Char_003 responded that it wasn't their first time doing business and that there should be give and take. Char_003 demanded the trigger of the seal of original sin, threatening to give the demon the remaining demonic energy otherwise. The demon was shocked. The demon continued to be shocked. The demon called Char_003 a scumbag. Char_003 remarked that it was a good absorption trade. Char_003 considered that if he wanted to understand original sin, he would need to first obtain the seal that was below it under the same type. He realized the problem would be that Mephisto wouldn't know who was under him since he only cared about himself. Since the crest engraving was a wolf, Char_003 decided to try to find some clues using that. Char_003 began to cast a spell. The spell took form in a nearby room. The spell spread across the floor. A horse-drawn carriage travels along a dark road, seemingly unaware of the danger lurking nearby. From the shadows, a figure watches the carriage approach. The figure's size, his intentions unknown. His eyes glowing red, he declares that he has found the thieves. Dark energy crackles around him. The air crackled with unseen energy. A dark figure plummeted through the night sky. The demon, Mephistopheles, seethed with rage. He spat out the names of his enemies, the Inspection Bureau and Patran. He vowed that he would not give up so easily. Wings spread wide. Mephistopheles prepared to hunt. Mephistopheles realized that the totem they had taken held a scent only he could detect. He intended to absorb the totem and strengthen his seal of scent. He promised to rip them all into pieces. Mephistopheles' eyes glowed with fury. Dark energy swirled around him. Elsewhere, a man observed that a demon was walking in broad daylight and seemed angry because of someone. The man stood with his arms crossed. Another man offered to investigate, but was told to sit down and not get involved. A blond man questions what he is hearing. Another man listens intently. The man listening believes it is natural for the person who received the invitation to be the one to go out. The blond man reveals that he was the one who called Hayes Merbinger. He believes he still has much to plunder from Hayes. The other man asks if he is after the seal. The blond man responds that it would be rude for him to reject a meal prepared on the table. Elsewhere, someone observes a noble horse carriage without any bodyguards, believing it to be a trick. A figure states that he'll be taking back the totem, wondering if the other person would come, and noting that they did. Someone asks if the other person is there for this. A man in a suit stands in front of a carriage, holding a small, dark object. Someone asks who the other person is. A masked figure wonders if they are being addressed. Elsewhere, Elric dramatically reveals himself. The demon smiles sinisterly. The masked figure comments on the poor quality of the mask. The long-haired man expresses disbelief at seeing who is before him. The man's expression twists into a snarl. A monstrous entity declares that it has been tricked. The long-haired man stands before the monstrous entity, ready to fight. The monstrous entity vows to tear its opponent into pieces. The long-haired man is dwarfed by the monstrous entity. The demon asks if it is wise to provoke the long-haired man. The demon notes that while the long-haired man has lost an arm, he still possesses a strong seal. The long-haired man screams as he unleashes an attack. The long-haired man's attack surges forward. The man with long hair stood firm, his back to an unseen threat. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted around Elric, the force of it shattering the ground beneath him. He relished the sensation, realizing how much stronger he had become. The surge propelled him forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of destruction. He recalled his decision from the previous encounter. Landing with a resounding impact, Elric prepared to unleash his power. He vowed to exterminate all demons. Golden energy began to emanate from him, bathing the area in a radiant glow. The energy coalesced around his hand, forming intricate patterns. Elric's eyes glowed with determination as he gazed at his empowered hand. The golden energy intensified, taking the form of countless sharp projectiles. With a shout, he unleashed the attack. The projectiles streaked forward, piercing the air with incredible speed. The attack struck its target, a malevolent eye burning with dark energy. A hand, wreathed in dark energy, reaches out. The demon scoffs at Elric's attack, confident in his own power. He questions if such simple magic could possibly stop him. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The demon taunts Elric, incredulous that a mage would dare to let him get so close. He laughs, declaring that it is all over. The dark energy intensifies around the demon's hand. Elric remains focused, channeling his energy. The clash of energies creates a blinding flash. The force of the collision reverberates outwards. The area is engulfed in a fiery explosion. Chunks of debris are scattered by the blast. The demon stumbles, seemingly affected by the attack. The demon struggles to maintain his footing, questioning how a mage could be this strong. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a scene of devastation. The situation was escalating rapidly, and Elric realized this could become extremely dangerous. The poison within his demonic energy seeped through his pores. The power emanating from Elric was immense. The demon wondered if this was the power of his seal. Elric decided to freeze the poison for now, seeing it as only a temporary measure. He knew he needed to be careful to avoid further exposure. Meanwhile, the demon sneered, unimpressed. He scoffed at Elric's attempt to stop the poison by freezing his arm, dismissing it as a petty trick. In that case, the demon prepared to unleash his own power. The demon unleashed a torrent of dark energy. He challenged Elric to see if he could freeze a poison wind. The demon's power surged, manifesting as a swirling vortex of dark energy. Elric realized that this wasn't something he could simply freeze, but there was still something he could do about it. The attempt to freeze the poison was underway. With a surge of power, Elric prepared to uproot the poison. He declared that he would send the poison wind right back at the demon. The air crackled with energy as the counterattack began. The force of the magic intensified. The demon scoffed, questioning if Elric truly believed his magic could affect him. The demon was caught off guard. The professor wondered where Elric had gone. The demon stood with the professor, a sinister aura surrounding them. The demon's shock was evident. The demon was suddenly ensnared by chains of ice. The demon shouted for them to wait. The chains tightened around the demon. Elric declared that stopping now wouldn't be fun at all. Elric mused that it had been a while since he last used this power. Focusing his energy, he prepared to unleash another attack. The air crackled with energy as Elric prepared to use the Ice Mountain King's secret arts. The demon, now on his knees, struggled against the ice. The demon gasped, wondering how a human was capable of such power. He questioned how Elric could use the Ice Mountain King and use power. Meanwhile, someone placed a hand on a woman's head. The man declared that there was no need for her to know anything. Elsewhere, a surge of energy prepared to be absorbed. The demon screamed as the energy overwhelmed him. Elric stood over the defeated demon. The man watched the scene unfold. The demon, standing tall, declared his intent to exterminate all demons. The fact that he sat in front of him meant that they had no choice but to work together for now. They would eventually become enemies that would have to fight. This was great. The demon grinned, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. That's what he thought as well. Elric stood, his expression unreadable. Below him, one of the cloaked figures lay prone. Energy crackled around the fallen figure. Clawing at his chest, the figure struggled to breathe. More energy discharged. He cursed, realizing that poison had accumulated within his body. A golden aura began to emanate from Elric's hand. The professor and Tasha Nister rushed to Elric's side. He confirmed that he felt better now. Elric wondered if demons had always been this strong. The professor confirmed that they were. The professor considered that if Elric had been in top condition, the outcome might have been different. The professor stated that Elric would have lost. The fallen cultist remained prone. Despite the professor's assessment, Elric believed he still would have won the fight. Meanwhile, Ustin chuckled, finding Elric's confidence boundless. Elric stretched, believing he would have found a way to win regardless of the disadvantageous situation. However, Tasha scolded Elric, telling him not to let conceit get to his head and that he needed to improve. But Ustin laughed, asking why Elric was making that face, as expected of a student. Elsewhere, two figures stood in a ruined cityscape, one asking what the captain wanted them to find. The other responded that he had no idea either, wondering why the captain kept asking them to look for traces of a third group in this place. He sighed, noting they had been searching for days without a single trace. A masked figure stated that if it weren't for the fact that this was an order, the masked figure was stabbed through the chest. The attacker's red eyes glowed. The masked figure slumped forward, the fatal wound taking its toll. Elsewhere, a figure demanded to know what had occurred. The figure demanded that the unseen presence reveal itself. A hand, marked with strange symbols, twitched. The unseen figure gasped, annoyed by the voice. The figure resolved to investigate the situation personally. Two figures stood amidst a desolate landscape, the word assimilation hanging in the air. A hand glowed with an eerie purple light. The disembodied hand pulsed with energy as a voice declared that Kaya had failed. A figure with long, dark hair looked on. A winged figure stood ready, a sword in hand. It was realized that a third group, separate from the Inspection Bureau and their own kind, had become involved. Two figures stood amidst rubble, one gesturing with his hand. The figures considered the unexpected harvest before them. A figure, unseen, remarks on the Crown Prince's personal involvement. Elsewhere, the figure with red eyes considers the implications of the Crown Prince's involvement. The aftermath of a battle is visible, with bodies strewn across the courtyard before a large statue. The scene shifts to a close view of the fallen, their injuries apparent. A voice echoes, commanding the injured to remember their wounds and reflect on their wrongdoings. Two figures stand, overlooking the carnage. One, in a white uniform, observes the other, masked, standing silently beside him. From the ground, a voice responds, promising to remember the lesson. The camera focuses on the speaker, bloodied and kneeling. The figure in the white uniform states that the subjugation plan, years in the making, has been completely destroyed. The kneeling figure is asked what he intends to do now. The figure in the white uniform continues, stating that, according to his report, Viscount Gara wasn't the only follower of Grigori. The figure in the white uniform observes that the plan for this place wasn't a total failure. He adds that Viscount Garrett's plan was simply a mistake of theirs as the Fourth Bureau. The figure in the white uniform addresses someone named Patran, indicating further action. The figure ordered the area cleaned and instructed the others to head to the gathering point. Suddenly, an attack came from above. It was an ambush, and demons were responsible. The demons descended rapidly. The man in the suit ordered his forces to form up. The demons continued their assault. One of the men shouted at the others to protect the crown prince first. They were commanded to protect His Highness. The order was given to go to His Highness. Someone noted how fast the enemy was. One of the demons remarked that the human was not bad, but was still a filthy demon. Someone exclaimed, wondering how they dared. The demon pointed and declared that it was him. Two figures stood their ground, aware that they were facing a formidable foe. The air crackled with anticipation as the demons prepared to strike. The demons declared that their target was the crown prince. Amidst the chaos, one of the protectors declared that he would stop the demons and order the others to bring the crown prince to safety. Arthur Patran announced that he would begin the execution of the enemies who tried to kill the crown prince. The protector moved with purpose. The demon declared that they should get started as well. The demons remarked that Arthur looked delicious. A surge of energy erupted. The energy intensified. The energy continued to build. A massive explosion occurred. The explosion engulfed everything in its path. The protectors and demons clashed. A figure questioned if they would receive the seal if they brought the crown prince's head to the messenger. Another wondered if they would receive several seals if they brought him various parts of his body separately. Demons expressed outrage at the insult to the person who would become the ruler of their empire. A voice declared that they would open a path for their highness. Below, the Azazel cultist carried the crown prince away from the chaos. A figure chuckled, stating it would be best to hand over the crown prince, declaring that the seal was theirs. A surge of power emanated from the speaker. The figure demanded to know who dared to stand in the way of the envoy. Energy crackled intensely. A wave of blue energy surged forward. The energy slammed into an unseen barrier. The force of the impact reverberated. A spectral wolf's head materialized, glowing with blue energy. The wolf sigil on a flag glowed brightly. The demon remarked that they were lucky. Elsewhere, someone muttered about the blue lions. Under the moonlight, soldiers marched, bearing a flag emblazoned with the blue lion insignia. The blue lions had arrived. A commander urged his soldiers to annihilate their enemies. The soldiers charged into battle, their blue energy blades cutting through the air. Nearby, Elric sat, seemingly unconcerned with the battle raging outside. He muttered Isabel's name. The blue lions stood in formation, ready for battle. One of the soldiers reported that they were able to eliminate most of the demons with the blue lion's help, but they were unable to kill the demon that looked like their leader. The soldier looked concerned. Another soldier expressed his relief that Elric was safe and offered to escort him back to the palace, but noted that the inspection bureau was already with him and took his leave. Elric told the soldier that he must be busy and to please go ahead. The soldier thanked his superior for his understanding. However, the superior inquired about their destination. The soldiers stood beside the superior, awaiting further instructions. The superior officer remained silent, his gaze fixed on the departing figure. The woman bid farewell, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The officer's ornate brooch glinted in the dim light as he watched them leave. Elsewhere, someone muttered Elric's name with a hint of frustration. A carriage sped through a snowy forest. Inside the carriage, Elric peered out the window, a look of curiosity on his face. The carriage approached the Great Wall. He remarked that the Great Wall was far larger than he had imagined. The carriage wheels crunched through the snow as it continued its journey. Elric, still looking out the window, noted that flowers were located somewhere behind the Great Wall and asked the driver to stop. The carriage came to a halt before the imposing gates of the Great Wall, guarded by several soldiers. As the carriage approached the Great Wall, a border guard raised his hand, halting their progress. He stated that they must be the border guards and that they were looking to pass through the border. The guard apologized, his expression firm. Another guard appeared, declaring that they would not pass. Before them stood the Great Wall. A guard stated that they could not pass. The guard wondered if something had happened beyond the walls. Elric stepped down from the carriage. The guard explained that many had gone berserk recently, and that unexplainable phenomena were appearing. Because of this, all border guards were on emergency standby. He knew the energy he felt from beyond the walls felt ominous. The Great Wall loomed. Elric resolved not to give up. The professor instructed the guard to pass them the permit, which the guard understood. The professor adjusted his attire. The professor approached the guard with the permit. The professor handed over the permit. The guard examines the permit, a low hum escaping his lips as he wonders what it is. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he reads further. He realizes the permit is for the Nestor and Merbinger families. The guard apologizes for not knowing they were from such important families, admitting that usually people aren't allowed through even with permits. He allows them to pass since they are from the Nestor and Merbinger families. The guard then instructs them to go to the tallest wooden post if they run into any dangerous situations. He wonders if rescue will come if they do that. The guard's expression hardens. He thinks that only then would it be easier for them to find their corpses. Meanwhile, Sean looks on with concern. The group found themselves plummeting downwards. The sensation of falling intensified. Below, a monstrous sandworm awaited. The sandworm lunged, its jaws agape. Sean raised his hand, preparing to defend himself. The word fall echoed in the air. He descended rapidly, bracing for impact. The sandworm's attack connected. The force of the blow was immense. Sean realized the situation was dire. These darn sandworms are endless, he thought. Another sandworm closed in. The sandworm's maw was a terrifying sight. Elric's eyes narrowed, focusing on the unfolding danger. He prepared to intervene. After his previous battle with the demon, Elric felt he hadn't been able to properly utilize what he had gained. He realized that if he obtained more seals in the future, his mana would become a limiting factor, preventing him from using them at their full power. A sandworm shrieked. The sandworm burrowed through the ground. Elric knew he needed to create a new type of magic, something that belonged only to him. He resolved to become strong enough that no one could look down on him. Someone asked if he was done. The others complained about the cold, even after wrapping themselves in mana. One admitted to almost running out of mana. Elric noted that the place was originally supposed to be as hot as the desert, but it was surprisingly cold with a chilling wind. He wondered if this was related to the unknown situations mentioned earlier. He realized this place was the Black Snowfield. The name Snowfield was figurative because the land was poisoned and rotten black, resembling a black snowfield. This place was swarming with numerous monsters, and even the Empire had given up on reclaiming it. The area was known to be dangerous, even for archmages of considerable power. Elric was addressed by Sean, who questioned if the Temple of Flower was truly located in such a desolate place. Sean looked towards the Temple of Flower. The professor remarked that in fairy tales, the Temple of Flower was a peaceful garden where gods of flowers and humans lived together, before asking if the current location looked like a flower garden to them. Elric confirmed that the Temple of Flower did exist, based on records passed down in his family and the Imperial family. Sean asked if he knew its exact location, but Elric doubted it could be found with just information from the records. Elric considered looking for the demi-humans guarding the Temple of Flower. The group considered that the demi-humans held a deep-seated grudge against humans, wondering if they would be all right. Augustine assured them that they would be fine, claiming to have a way of winning them over. Chin stated he did not know what Augustine was hiding, but he would look forward to it, though he thought it would be more fun if he knew what it was. Sean asked how they planned on looking for the demi-humans in such a large place. Elric admitted that he was still thinking about it. Mephistopheles asked if there were any maps or signposts, as they could not possibly search through the entire snowfield. Hayes responded that they did not have any of those, wishing they had at least a compass or something. Mephistopheles noted that the ice crystal was shining. Elric held the ice crystal in his hand. Elric wondered why the ice crystal was suddenly shining. The crystal pulsed with light. The light from the crystal, Sean realized, was showing them a path. The crystal continued to emit a beam of light. Sean believed the light from the ice crystal was guiding them. Elric declared that they had found their way. Carl was told to stop. Carl asked what was the matter, and Ustin replied that it was Elric's request. Elric explained that the ice crystal had stopped shining after they entered the forest, and he thought they needed to look around the area. The group paused on the forest path. Sean wondered if they would really find anything there, as he didn't see anything. Far above, a familiar spirit searches the forest from the sky, but finds nothing. Below, Elric observes something. He extends his hand. Elric's eyes narrow as he continues to investigate. He suggests they return to the horse carriage, hoping the ice crystal will guide them once more. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Red reacts to the sound. A surge of energy erupts nearby. The energy blast throws Elric backwards. The blast continues to tear through the forest. The group runs towards the source of the disturbance. Red shouts that something is there. Elric's eyes widen as he sees the source. The group arrives at a clearing. Elric realizes they have found a female demi-human. It was declared that the demi-human was a cat. Nearby, a monstrous serpent prepared to strike. The serpent lashed out. Elsewhere, the wolves were thrown back by an unseen force. The demi-human dodged the incoming wolves. She cried out for help. A surge of energy swirled around her. The demi-human smiled. She wondered what was happening. The energy continued to build. The demi-human stood amidst this swirling energy. She manipulated the energy with her fingers. The energy exploded outwards. Elric asked if she was all right. Elric, with a confident smirk, remarked that his opponent must be in shock. An outstretched hand reached forward. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles criticized Elric's acting talent, or lack thereof, while Elric offered to heal anyone injured. Elsewhere, Elric asked the demi-human if she could get up on her own. Her eyes flashed with anger. She retorted that she didn't need any help from a human. The forest was silent. From the trees, the wolf demi-humans watched the group below. The group was surrounded. One of the wolf demi-humans warned the humans that if they didn't surrender by the count of 3, they would all be killed. An arrow was drawn. The countdown continued, too. Nearby, Hayes wondered what Elric was scheming. A sinister smile spread across someone's face. Elric stood in the sunlight, arms outstretched. The lower half of Elric is shown as he stands in the sunlight. Suddenly, a declaration of surrender appears. A figure stood amidst the trees. The individual wore a long coat. Nearby, the demon, Mephistopheles, watched with amusement as the others reacted with varying degrees of exasperation and concern. Someone surrendered. The surrender was shouted. Mephistopheles smirked, confident in his schemes. A short time earlier, the group had gathered in the woods. They stood near a large tree. The cat demi-human was kneeling, surrounded by dark figures. Elric, hidden amongst the trees, realized it was a trap. Elric was informed that soldiers were nearby and was asked what he intended to do. A sinister smile spread across someone's face. The individual decided to play their game and allow them to lead the way. Elric wore a knowing smile. The group approached the Beastman Kingdom, known as Anthromorph. The city streets were dimly lit, the buildings tall and imposing. Ahead, a carriage awaited, pulled by horses and escorted by guards. The carriage stood ready, its occupants unseen. Inside a prison cell, Elric and the others sat, bound and seemingly defeated. Nearby, the cat demi-human watched them from outside the bars. Elric thought to himself that he had to act to this extent. He considered the guards ignorant. Mephistopheles mused that one had to go this far for a perfect deception, finding it hard to believe that the dull beastmen were tricked by such lousy acting. An unseen figure exclaimed their annoyance with humans, questioning why the search team brought them back. The beastmen guard argued that Elric and his companions were up to no good and should be eliminated immediately. Mephistopheles considered that the beastmen had a lot of anger towards humans. He thought it was natural, considering humans stole their place to live and drove them there. He did not believe that the anger passed down by their ancestors would be so easily appeased. The sound of a cart echoed through the halls. Footsteps approached. A woman with white hair identified herself as Irina, a royal bodyguard of the Anthromorph Kingdom. Irina warned Elric and his group that if they treasured their lives, they had better watch their manners. She informed them that their great king would be interrogating them. Irina stood before Elric and his companions, who were now in shackles. Elric mused that the beastmen would not reject him. Meanwhile, several members of the Anthromorph court stood in attendance. The combat technique of the Tiger King, the former Beastman King, was discussed. The body-strengthening art was mentioned. It was said that the Tiger tribe held the king's position for generations, but they are now extinct. The question was posed, what if the body-strengthening art, which represents the authority of a king, appears? The demon noted Elric's excitement about selling that for an exorbitant price. The group was brought before the Anthromorph King. The cat demi-human addressed the king, calling him the great king of Anthromorph. She announced that she had brought the criminals. The king responded that she had done a great job. The king remained seated on his throne. Someone wondered if the king was a tiger beast man. The king threatened to punish anyone who dared to lie, stating that it was impossible. The king's gaze fell upon Elric, who stood in chains. Meanwhile, the tiger beastman king, seated on his throne, declared that Elric would not leave this place alive. Nearby, a woman commented on the king's youth. Elsewhere, Mephistopheles chuckled, musing that a young tiger king might not be as valuable as they thought. Elric overheard someone remarking that it was good a descendant of the tiger king remained, but that he was too young. Elric considered his options, deciding to try his luck and escape if things went wrong. The old man beside Elric asked if he was the king. The king remained silent. An advisor rebuked the old man for daring to question their great king, but the king told him to stay out of it. The king, enraged, called the old man insolent and ordered the guards to drag Elric away. The guards moved to obey. The king demanded to know if Elric intended to defy his orders. The tiger beastman king's eyes glowed with power. The king stood with his advisors. The tiger beastman king demanded if Elric had anything to say. He considered that he had underestimated Elric, realizing that the blood of a tiger truly flowed within him. It dawned on him that it might be easier to convince Elric than he initially thought. Elric inquired if the king knew of the body-strengthening art. The king appeared taken aback by the question. Elric continued to press the king. He stated that he was selling it, asking how much the king would pay. Enraged, one of the king's advisors exclaimed, "How dare a mere human speak of the body-strengthening art," and ordered the guards to cut down the impudent human. The tiger beastman king told everyone to calm down. Elric shattered his restraints. The restraints fell to the ground. The guards realized that the criminal had freed himself and moved to protect the king. The guards rushed to protect the king. Elric stood defiant. The restraints that once held Elric clattered to the floor, now useless. One of the advisors questioned if the beastmen were too difficult to handle alone, offering his assistance. Elric refused the offer, stating he would deal with them himself. Bathed in golden light, Elric stood defiant. He knew he needed to demonstrate his capabilities to earn their belief. The royal guards were ordered to subdue the vicious human. One of the advisors realized Elric had been too quiet on the way there. Another advisor threatened Elric, warning that he would be killed if he laid a hand on the king's dear tiger cub. The advisor reveled in the unfolding chaos. Elric grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. Energy crackled around him as he prepared to fight. He launched himself forward. His movements were a blur of motion. The tiger beastman king watched the unfolding events. Elric's expression was fierce, his green eyes burning with intensity. He prepared to unleash the body-strengthening art. Elric, now glowing with power, is surrounded by a red aura as he prepares to fight. Meanwhile, one of the tiger beastman king's advisors wonders how a human knows the body-strengthening art. Another advisor orders the royal guards to transform into their beast forms. The guards begin their transformation, their faces contorting into monstrous visages. The transformation continues, their bodies growing larger and more bestial. The room shakes as the guards fully embrace their beast forms. Towering figures now fill the room, their bestial forms complete. One of the transformed guards bares his fangs, ready to attack. The transformed guards roar their battle cry, signaling their attack. Elric is surrounded by the transformed guards, who are now significantly larger and more powerful. One of the guards declares that it is over for Elric. Elric, however, remains unfazed, channeling the body, strengthening art. With a surge of power, Elric unleashes the Tiger Slash. The force of Elric's attack sends one of the guards flying. The transformed guard lies defeated on the floor, Elric standing over him. The Tiger Beastman King's face contorts in rage. The image of a black tiger looms behind Elric. A surge of energy erupts. The energy intensifies around the remaining guards. The Tiger Beastman King watches as one of his guards is blasted backward. Another guard, now a tiger demi-human, is enraged by the display of power. She demands to know how Elric dares to defy them. Suddenly, a voice booms out, ordering everyone to stop. The Tiger Beastman King's expression hardens. Elric stands with the cat demi-human, his sword drawn. The Tiger Beastman King is addressed as Your Highness. The Tiger Beastman King stands before his throne. The Tiger Beastman King declares that he has already shown them he possesses the real thing. The Tiger Beastman King's face was split between his human and tiger, as he questioned if they believed him now. The Tiger Beastman King stared intently, his golden eyes gleaming with an unknown intensity. A figure addressed someone of high status. The individual stood before an ornate chair. The figure in the chair believed he had already proven his capabilities. The individual pressed the issue, questioning if they were believed. Meanwhile, a battle unfolded elsewhere. Combatants clashed, their movements swift and deadly. One of the fighters fell. The tiger demi-human questioned how anyone could be familiar with the body-strengthening art, which even they were unaware of. The battle intensified, with fighters unleashing powerful blows. One of the fighters declared it was magic. Back in the throne room, the tiger demi-human questioned if it was magic. It was said that magic runs through all truths of the world, unraveling the mysteries of nature. The fighter stood amidst swirling magical energies. The magic surrounding the fighter merged the principles within it harmoniously. Meanwhile, the tiger demi-human wondered if the body-strengthening art had been restored through magic. The fighter held his hands out, magic swirling around him. From above, the throne room was visible. The tiger demi-human looked surprised. Below, the demon scoffed, accusing the fighter of selling snake oil instead of magic. The fighter explained that the Beastmen tribe had some familiarity with magic, and if they presented it in an appealing and enigmatic manner, they would surely fall for it. Elsewhere, a man pointed out that it wasn't just the king who had bought into this, but others as well. The demon stated that the Beastmen were excessively naive, which was why they were perfect to exploit. The fighter declared that it was time to wrap things up. The fighter stood before the tiger demi-human, who was seated on his throne. The fighter thought to himself that the body-strengthening art was the treasured secret of the royal family, even though he had acquired it through magic. It was the fighter's belief that its true brilliance lies in the hands of its rightful owner. The tiger demi-human sat upon his ornate throne, exuding an air of regal authority. Meanwhile, Elric gestured expansively, outlining his proposal. He suggested using the deal to establish a new foundation for the royal family. The cat demi-human, standing nearby, declared that enough had been said. The cat demi-human clarified that, to put it simply, they understood Elric wished to sell the body-strengthening art at a steep price. The anthropomorphic finance minister approached. Elric realized that the cat demi-human had seen through his true motives, acknowledging that the old man was no joke. He confirmed that the cat demi-human was correct, and what he sought was information. The cat demi-human's expression hardened. The rabbit demi-human wondered why a human would want to go to the Temple of Flowers, adding that the place was currently. Elric was told that they understood what he desired for the deal. However, they needed to discuss this further and requested that he leave for now. The cat demi-human instructed the royal bodyguard captain to escort them to the side palace. It was almost a done deal, if not for that old man. Mephistopheles watched with a calculating gaze. The assembled group watched as the cat demi-human escorted Elric away. The cat demi-human's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. It was becoming clear to some that he was a demon. The assembled beastmen watched as the cat demi-human led Elric away. The cat demi-human continued to lead Elric away. Meanwhile, another beastman with rabbit ears clenched his fist, agitated. He exclaimed that the Fury bastards posed a greater threat than the humans at this moment. He believed that if they could build up the spirit of the Tiger King, they wouldn't dare to mess with them. Another beastman agreed with him. The beastmen discussed how the body-strengthening art was a symbol that united the beastmen, who had been divided into various races, into one. They saw this as their opportunity to eliminate the Fury tribe's excuse for not recognizing a Tiger King without the body-strengthening art. The tiger beastman agreed, thinking that if that's what everyone thought, then so be it. The cat demi-human ordered them to do it. The cat demi-human subordinate, Finance Minister Norris, was warned that losing the symbol of the royal family would be a grave mistake. The minister listened intently, his cat ears twitching slightly. Elsewhere, the cat demi-human watched as one of her subordinates kneeled before her. One of the beastmen acknowledged the importance of the body-strengthening art. His eyes narrowed with determination. Another beastman was reminded of the sufferings they had endured. He recalled how the humans used sweet words to lure them, only to cowardly stab them in the back. A tiger demi-human was warned that accepting a deal with the humans would mean playing into their hands once again. The speaker warned that their history of suffering would repeat itself. The tiger demi-human was reminded that this was why they must not make deals with humans. The tiger demi-human listened intently. His subordinates urged their king not to let go of the opportunity. The tiger demi-human gripped his sword tightly. The tiger demi-human stood, contemplating the weight of the decisions before him. Elsewhere, a figure declared the need to rebuild the royal family. Meanwhile, the tiger demi-human discussed the importance of the body-strengthening art to fulfill the previous king's last words. He insisted that they must call the humans back quickly. The tiger demi-human acknowledged that they couldn't do that since Norris objected to it, trusting that Norris had a good reason for doing so. It was true that Finance Minister Norris was wise in running the kingdom, earning him the title of the Black Sage, but some felt he had grown old and his judgments might be off. The tiger demi-human warned others to watch their words, reminding them that Norris had devoted his life to the kingdom since the previous king. He did not wish to doubt Norris's judgment. Another apologized for speaking wrongly. Elsewhere, a demi-human with cat ears stood before statue. The tiger demi-human walked away, his tail swaying behind him. Norris trusted that his judgment was correct. The anthropomorph side palace stood tall. Footsteps echoed. A man in a suit entered the room, his expression unreadable. Inside, Elric lounged in a chair, greeting the newcomer with a casual air. He inquired as to the purpose of the visit. The man was introduced as Finance Minister Norris. Elric listened intently. Norris declared that he had come to make a deal. Elric, with a disarming smile, invited Norris to take a seat. It seemed Elric had already accepted the deal offered. Norris inquired how Elric intended to pay. Norris stated that he would give Elric what he wanted and open up the path to the Temple of Flowers. Elric, pleased, complimented Norris's generosity, as expected of a kingdom. Norris internally pleaded to have the body-strengthening art sold to him. A sinister grin spread across Norris's face. Elric collapsed. Norris mused that no one else was coming. He wondered if they all thought they could take the throne just because they had the body-strengthening art, and how it was that the finance minister and the other officials all said the same thing. Norris sat across from the collapsed Elric, commenting on the ruined state of the Tiger King's bloodline, admitting he hadn't realized it was this bad. As Elric lay unconscious, a voice inquired who he would sell it to. The response came that the finance minister still offered the highest value, prompting the question of whether it was that inflexible finance minister. In any case, a hand glowed with golden energy. The golden energy intensified as a voice noted that there were too many customers after the body-strengthening art, making it very expensive. The voice then inquired what the royal family intended to do, referring to the finance minister. The words Tiger King appeared in a glowing circle. The image shifted to a close-up of Norris, his eyes glowing with an intense light. In any case, the ritual continued. The speaker noted that there were too many customers seeking the body-strengthening art, making it quite expensive. Elsewhere, someone inquired about the royal family's intentions. The figure was identified as the Tiger King. The Tiger King's expression was unreadable. Another figure scoffed, believing the king's power was diminished and that, were they his vassals, he would have already executed them. He admitted that he didn't have anything stupid to say inside. The cat demi-human wondered why the finance minister had acted as they did, certain that something was amiss. Elric stated that he had told them so. The Tiger King's tail twitched. It was suggested that they would be seeing something interesting. Elric smiled. Someone scolded Elric, telling him that he must speak like that to someone who must be really upset right now. Elric responded that this wasn't like playing house. The Tiger King wondered if comforting the boy would improve the situation. Meanwhile, Hayes Merbinger spoke to Elric, suggesting that no matter how justified or good the throne looked, he knew it too. Elric considered that if there wasn't anything to support the throne, it would only be looked down upon. Hayes called out to Elric. Although they were called a prestigious magic family, the scene shifted to a memory of Elric and his sister as children, dressed in fine clothes, observed by onlookers. Juxtaposed against this was another memory, this time of Elric and his sister in tattered clothes, walking through a downtrodden area. The crowd watched them. The moment they lost their power, their vassals, the nobles, the imperial family, and even the magic tower all abandoned them. Young Elric looked distraught. People exclaimed that he was the hero of Lyseni, the prestigious magic family they knew, and pleaded for him to look over there. Meanwhile, back in the present, Elric was greeted by a crowd chanting Merbinger. The crowd continued to chant. Elric's eyes narrowed. The crowd's adoration was a stark contrast to the scorn Elric had once endured. He remembered when he was called the shame of his family. Because of this, those who once despised him completely changed how they treated him. Meanwhile, the world was run by those in power, a fact not lost on others. Elsewhere, a figure spoke to a tiger demi-human, their hand resting on his shoulder. He was told that he must sharpen his claws. The tiger demi-human seemed surprised, questioning his own claws. Another man was told that he must sharpen them without anyone knowing, and when he was finished, he could use them to get everything he wanted in one go. The man offered to help him with that. The tiger demi-human seemed shocked. Nearby, a demon observed that the angle was looking good and that the tiger demi-human looked like he was about to sell his soul. The man thought that this must happen for him to get more. A figure questioned if he thought they didn't know he was just trying to boost his will to fight. Even if one were to assist him, the demon knew that the tiger demi-human was the only one who could resolve his current situation. No one knew if he could be as majestic as his predecessors. Meanwhile, Elric inquired if the tiger demi-human knew of Tiger King Yul. The tiger demi-human confirmed that he knew of Tiger King Yul. He questioned if the Tiger King Yul wasn't the strong Tiger King who led the Beastmen to their highest peak. The fortunes left behind by Tiger King Yul were vast. The tiger demi-human stood firm. He offered to exchange all of that, plus the research materials they had in their efforts to restore the body-strengthening art. Elric explained that the gate to the Temple of Flower was closed because of the Eastern General. If he wanted to open that gate, the tiger demi-human would definitely need Elric. The tiger demi-human stated that he would personally guide Elric to that place, so he asked that Elric give him the body-strengthening art. The tiger demi-human was insistent. Elric smiled, seemingly agreeing to the tiger demi-human's terms. A figure suggests they take a seat to discuss the details. The tiger demi-human wonders if he made the right decision. The tiger demi-human reaffirms his resolve, declaring that he shouldn't doubt his own judgment, for he is the king. He believes that once he sharpens his claws, everything will return to its rightful place. Suddenly, the tiger demi-human exclaims in surprise. Meanwhile, the cat demi-human embraces the tiger demi-human. The tiger demi-human is embraced. The cat demi-human looks at the tiger demi-human. The cat demi-human continues to embrace the tiger demi-human. The tiger demi-human thinks that even though he might look young, he is still the king. The cat demi-human tells the tiger demi-human that if he wants to cry, he should cry his heart out. The cat demi-human advises that it's not good to suppress emotions. The cat demi-human smiles. The tiger demi-human's eyes widen. The cat demi-human advises to laugh when you want to and cry when you want to. Below, a tiger tail hangs from a chair. Above, a blond man smiles. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, asking if Valence is all right. Elsewhere, someone is sweating. A clawed hand sniffs. The tiger demi-human's ears twitch. The tiger demi-human cries. Nearby, a man with orange hair laughs as he stands next to Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles remarks that the tiger demi-human looked like a real king earlier, but now he is just a crying child. It was said that he is indeed too young to handle the weight of a crown. A man clutches a pendant. Someone asks if that means they will leave Anthropomorph. The blond man pets the tiger demi-human, calling him Tiger King. The tiger demi-human is held. The blond man considered the situation. If his guess was correct, they needed to depart immediately. Wasting time could allow the finance minister and other officials to act against them. He urged the tiger demi-human to gather the royal bodyguards quickly and leave the palace. The tiger demi-human questioned if he was being dismissed. The finance minister had placed Irina as his bodyguard to watch him. The blond man wondered if the finance minister already knew he was there. The tiger demi-human stated that he had left the palace without anyone knowing, but they should have realized it by now. Suddenly, Elric's name was shouted. It was reported that beastmen were gathering outside the side palace, and there were quite a number of them. It wouldn't be easy to escape secretly in this situation. The blond man considered this. The tiger demi-human paused, wondering if there was a need to escape secretly. With their current members, they could subdue all of them and leave through the main door. The blond man declared that everyone should prepare themselves. A tense silence fills the room before an alarm suddenly blares. Unaware of the impending chaos, two figures walk down a hallway. The alarm's significance was not lost on the tiger demi-human, who recognized it as an emergency signal. The tiger demi-human's expression shifted to one of concern. Elsewhere, someone wondered if the Fury tribe had charged into the palace. The sounds of battle grew closer. The tiger demi-human realized that the Beastmen tribe, currently in conflict with Anthropomorph, was responsible for the alarm. The tiger demi-human understood that they were trying to prevent King Valence from leaving Anthropomorph. Explosions rocked the palace. The sounds of destruction intensified. The tiger demi-human lamented the poor timing. His eyes widened in alarm. Chaos erupted as the invaders broke through. A warning cry went out. The enemies were coming, and they must prepare for combat. The group prepares for combat. Magic crackles in the air. Elric's name is called out in question. Chaos erupts as the battle begins. The sounds of soft footsteps echo. Red stands ready, facing an unseen threat. Elsewhere, a woman with long blue hair stands alongside a bearded man in armor. The armored man takes a step forward. The air crackles with energy. A disembodied voice echoed, questioning if it was Isabel. Elsewhere, Elric wondered what she was doing there. Nearby, Norris watched as a small, winged demon hovered nearby. Norris questioned who the monster was. Elric remained silent. Elric was honored to meet Herman Whale, the Blue Lion. Herman Whale, the Radiant Star Duke, insisted there was no need to be so formal, stating he was just a normal warrior who had been bestowed the title of a count. Herman suggested they go in together first. Someone thanked them. Hayes asked her father to come down slowly. Herman Whale, accompanied by others, was asked how he knew they would be present. The man with the dark beard chuckled, stating he wished to thank their benefactor in person. He continued, explaining that not only had they saved his daughter, but they had also cured her illness. The blond man explained that he had gone to the capital, only to discover they had already left. He admitted that he should have left his whereabouts, as it seemed they had missed each other. The dark-haired man dismissed this, saying they should have sent a letter first. He explained that he wanted to surprise them, so they looked for them. He admitted that arriving without notice was their fault, but the group noticed some familiar faces. A woman stated that she wasn't expecting the hunting dog of the Gray Lion to be in such a place. She insisted that she had already told them multiple times that she was not their hunting dog. The blond man exclaimed, surprised that she was his blood relative. The dark-haired man thought that to think she'd be a daughter of the Merbingers, the world's such a small place. Someone commented that it was rare to see the old freak of the Niester family out and about. The man with blonde hair and green eyes was not present, as another man stated that he believed he told someone not to call him that. The man with the beard questioned what was wrong with calling an old monster an old freak, asking what else he should be called. The two men stood facing each other. It felt as though they would get into a fight at that rate. The two men shook hands. It was said that every single member of this party was an incredible individual, and that there was an executive of a traitor group. A man stood with his arms crossed, next to a beast man. Someone told everyone to calm down. Someone stated that that was why they desired someone even more now. Several people stood together. It was said that those who attract talented people would eventually soar through the skies. Someone thought that ignoring the crown prince, whom they hated, and coming here instead was the right choice. Someone asked how two people got there, and it was said that they heard that someone crossed the walls, so they did too. A woman with dark hair explained that people from their side were causing a commotion to distract the beastmen. She added that a knight exploring the forest reported seeing him being dragged away, which is why they came to help. The woman stated that if they wanted to leave, it had to be now or never. Outside the window, the city burned. The fires raged. The tiger demi-human heard Elric consider that if they wanted to get out of there without issues, now was their chance. Elric added that, luckily, it wasn't the Fury tribe invading. Elric wondered if the tiger demi-human's resolve to leave this place had changed. The tiger demi-human stated that he wanted to get out. Elric considered that if he abandoned his kingdom in crisis, his vassals would label him as a traitor and send the city into confusion. Elric assured the tiger demi-human that he didn't have to worry about that. Elric realized he had just thought of a great solution. The city continued to burn. A foot stepped forward onto the ground. The city burned, the chaos of the attack consuming everything. Amidst the destruction, the tiger demi-human stood with his fellow guards, their expressions grim. One of the guards stated that the royal guard's objective was to protect the king. Elsewhere, a wolf demi-human's expression hardened as she looked towards the city. She knew that their king was with the heinous humans. Another guard stated that once they secured the king's safety, they should kill all the humans. The wolf demi-human's eyes glowed with rage. She vowed to kill all the humans. Meanwhile, Red stood with Hayes and Augustine. The wolf demi-human's anger intensified. Red was caught in the crossfire. The situation grew more dire. The wolf demi-human demanded to know where their king was. Red seemed to know something, but hesitated to speak. A sinister smile plays on the man's lips as he observes the unfolding events. Elsewhere, the wolf demi-human demands to know if someone is trying to start a fight. The order is given for everyone to shift into beast form. The demi-humans begin their transformation. Red cries out, seemingly in pain or shock. The wolf demi-human declares that she doesn't know what trick is being attempted, but if their king isn't brought to her immediately. Her eyes narrow, radiating fury. Far away, a lone figure stands atop a rocky precipice. Meanwhile, Red stands his ground against the wolf demi-human, who's drawn her sword. Elsewhere, someone cries out for their highness. It is declared that if anyone dares to make a move, their king is as good as dead. The crowd expresses their outrage, demanding that the scum take their filthy hands off their king. The tiger demi-human asks if the plan will work. It is observed that now that everyone has seen the human with body-strengthening art kidnap their king, Norris, observing the chaos, believed none would dare act rashly. Below him, the city burned. Suddenly, a hand reached out, as if to grasp something. A monstrous voice boomed, demanding a path be opened to save the king. The tiger demi-human, along with the king, were surrounded by a dark aura. Meanwhile, Irina stood her ground. Norris watched her, his expression unreadable. Nearby, a fist clenched in anticipation. A voice echoed, commanding everyone to open a path. The crowd began to part. The path led to the captured king. The demi-humans stood ready. They were prepared to fight for their king. The demi-humans declared they had opened a path as requested and demanded the king's release. The man's lips curved into a sinister smile. Below, a figure stomped forward, demanding how they could possibly be trusted. They would only release the king once safely outside the city. Meanwhile, the tiger demi-human was carried, seemingly piggybacked by another. A figure warned that they knew what would happen to the king if anyone came after them. Below, the demi-humans looked up at the figure in the sky. In the distance, a group of figures stood together. The city was engulfed in flames. A desperate plea went out. They needed help. The cry for help continued, emphasizing the need to extinguish the fire first. The tiger demi-human was still being carried away from the chaos. He was asked if he wanted to go back there. The one carrying him stated that he must open the path to the Temple of Flower for him, but then asked him to put that aside for now and answer his question. The question hung in the air. Did he want to go back or leave? He admitted that he felt suffocated the moment he thought about the palace. Carried away from the burning city, the tiger demi-human was held securely in someone's arms. The man carrying him stated that it was a different story with his citizens, as they were all good people who trusted and cheered him on. He knew that if he abandoned them, chaos would engulf the city, especially if there was an invasion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the demon, Mephistopheles, was told that he did not have time to be chatting away leisurely. He was then asked what he saw. The question hung in the air as the group waited for his response. Mephistopheles focused his gaze, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He identified a black sand tornado. The tiger demi-human looked on in shock. The black sand tornado continued to rage. Its power was immense. It was identified as the Eastern General. A swirling vortex of energy crackled in the air. The vortex intensified, growing larger and more menacing. It was the same disaster that had destroyed the North. A swirling mass of golden energy formed before Elric. He realized he would be shredded to nothing if he got caught in that. Elric was warned that there was more to the situation than just the vortex. Someone mused that a few troublemakers had come along with that huge tornado. Elric wondered what that was, as he noticed the demon standing behind him. Elric's eyes glowed with an eerie green light. The vortex continued to spin, a destructive force of nature. He realized what he was seeing. It was a fox with 9 tails. A voice cackled, urging everyone to run at full speed. A massive wolf, armored and fierce, charges forward, its eyes burning with intensity. It was the Fury Tribe. The Fury Tribe. The world seemed to shift and darken. A tribo da Fúria sempre foi uma rival de Antromorphor, liderada pelo Rei Tigre. They were an alliance of beastmen who had turned their backs on the Tiger King family, a family that had lost the body-strengthening arts. The Fury Tribe coveted the rule of Anthropomorph. Until now, there had only been small conflicts. They had never waged a large-scale war. A tiger demi-human wondered what the Fury Tribe was doing here. He realized that some traders from the palace must have given them information about the body-strengthening art. He scoffed at his own naivete, even after having been betrayed so badly, finding it ridiculous. He wondered why they would suddenly invade Anthropomorph. He realized they had come to the place where he, the person who possessed the body-strengthening art, resided. The tiger demi-human was being carried away from the chaos. His eyes widened in alarm. He questioned what was happening. The man carrying him demanded an answer to his question. The man's expression was stern. The tiger demi-human looked down, filled with shame. Meanwhile, others watched the events unfold. The tiger demi-human steeled himself. He reached out and grabbed the man's clothing. He declared that he would return to the city and protect his people, knowing the man expected him to say that. He admitted that he was weak and had nothing to offer, and that he couldn't ask for more help. The man flicked the tiger demi-human on the forehead. The tiger demi-human complained that it hurt, and the man called him, "Your Highness." The man told him that friends don't care about things like that. The tiger demi-human seemed to consider the words of his friend, who assured him that he simply needed to ask for help. He realized that he could ask for help. The realization seemed to give him strength. The man with blonde hair and green eyes assured him that if he did ask, his friends would go wherever he needed help. The tiger demi-human's friend admitted that he was right. The tiger demi-human wondered if he could become their friend, too. He realized that being a friend was not hard. The man with blonde hair and green eyes told him that he could become friends as long as they enjoyed each other's presence. The tiger demi-human smiled. He declared that since his friend was in trouble, he could not possibly look away. A voice commanded Sean to tell this to the rest. The man with blonde hair and green eyes announced that there had been a change of plans. The order was given to increase speed. The Fierce Beast squad captain led the charge. The squad advanced towards a distant structure. One of the squad members questioned if the body-strengthening art truly resided within an anthropomorph. Hugo, the Fierce Beast squad's adjutant, was asked if he was in disbelief that a mere human had brought the body-strengthening art. The adjutant admitted that it was hard to believe that such a lowly race would possess such a great secret technique. Even if that information was false, they could not lose the chance to take over Anthropomorph, especially considering the current state of confusion. That was true. If the news was true, They mustn't allow the Tiger King family, who had lost the will of the heavens, to get their hands on the body-strengthening art. 40 years ago, the mage with golden hair and green eyes had stood in their way. A great empire stood atop the Tiger King's corpse. However, if he acquired the body-strengthening art, he could restore the tail he lost and finally reclaim the ninth tail he had longed for. He believed no one would be able to stop him. The Blood Wolf King commanded his army to bring him the body-strengthening art. They were to bring back their honor and glory. Once they did, he would place the world at their feet. They declared that the Blood Wolf King had inherited the will of the heavens. The dire wolf leader's eyes glowed with fierce determination. The intensity of his gaze seemed to amplify. He vowed to protect the blessings bestowed upon them. The dire wolf leader commanded his fellow beasts to tear off the head of the Tiger King. A hulking, bear-like warrior raised his sword high, ready to strike. The warrior roared, declaring it was for the Blood Wolf King. Another wolf-like warrior snarled, his eyes burning with rage. They were commanded to go and drink the blood of their enemies. Suddenly, a wave of intense cold swept through the battlefield. The air crackled with frost. A voice echoed, commanding everything to freeze. The advancing army found themselves suddenly encased in ice. The ice spread rapidly, encasing the warriors. The battlefield transformed into a frozen wasteland. The dire wolf leader stood frozen, encased in ice. His soldiers, similarly trapped, desperately cried out for him to stop. The ice crept closer to the leader's face, encasing his snout and teeth. The ice shattered a soldier. More soldiers were destroyed by the freezing power. The dire wolf king struggled against the ice, but it was no use. Another soldier shattered as the ice consumed him. Someone wondered what had just happened. A figure on horseback surveyed the frozen battlefield. An arm glowed with intricate blue markings. Sean questioned why they were the only ones fighting. A hammer appeared, and someone thought it looked fun. A distant castle stood silhouetted against a fiery sky. The group continued their trek across the desolate landscape. The main gate of Anthropomorph stood tall. Two figures observed the scene. One questioned if the other would truly stay out of the conflict. The response came that the number of enemies was not too much. A horde of anthropomorphic creatures stood ready for battle. Meanwhile, an older man with a long beard watched with a knowing look. The two figures from before continued to observe. One told the other not to be too worried, suggesting they should see how entertaining it would be. Elric watched with a smirk. The battlefield was covered in ice. The wolf-like creatures wondered what had happened. One of the wolf-like creatures lamented if the heavens had abandoned them. Another creature urged the others to get it together, stating that the heavens hadn't abandoned them and that a human was just using magic on them. One of the creatures claimed to have heard that there was a human in Anthropomorph that uses magic. The dire wolf leader, enraged, could not believe his kind had allied with humans, blaming them for their current predicament and branding them as traitors. Meanwhile, a group of figures stood in the distance, determined to exterminate the humans. Elsewhere, Elric smirked, seemingly confident in his plans to triumph over Anthropomorph. The wolf-like creatures roared in defiance. Their rage echoed through the ranks. The dire wolf leader's expression hardened. He recalled a mage with golden hair and green eyes. In the forest, wolf soldiers lay defeated. He had not forgotten the appearance of that man from 40 years ago. The dire wolf leader remembered the monstrous human who annihilated them all by himself. Elric's gaze was intense. But the dire wolf leader realized that Elric was different from that human from 40 years ago. He considered it either a simple coincidence or a deliberate attempt to ridicule them. The dire wolf leader commanded Hugo to bring him their heads. One of the bird-like demi-humans acknowledged the dire wolf leader's command. The demi-humans took to the skies, their numbers vast. Another of the bird-like demi-humans was commanded to show the greatness of their kind to the lowly humans. The demi-humans continued their descent. Meanwhile, Elric was instructed to use his iron feathers and turn them into beehives. The bird-like demi-humans continued their advance. The demi-humans descended rapidly. Elric stood his ground, surrounded by the iron feathers. Elric's eyes narrowed as he prepared to unleash his power. The iron feathers began to glow. A windstorm began to form. The windstorm intensified, swirling with energy. The windstorm raged, engulfing the area. The windstorm continued to build, its power immense. The windstorm Elric summoned began to tear through the ranks of the bird-like demi-humans. One of the creatures cried out as it was caught in the swirling winds. Another demi-human was sent spiraling away by the force of the wind. The windstorm continued to batter the remaining attackers. The bird-like demi-humans questioned what was happening and if it was magic. Meanwhile, Sean declared that he might not seem like much, but he was the third son of the Niester family. The wind magic intensified around Sean. The demon remarked that he had wondered why Sean had brought along someone who didn't do much, but he was actually pretty skilled. Sean added that there was a reason why his family was known as the strongest in a magic tower. It was more important that the magic element of the Niester family was wind, and birds like them were just easy pickings for Sean. Sean declared that he would relieve some stress today. The demon asked if they understood the sorrows of being a sidekick. Sean began to exert his power. The wind magic intensified further. The wind magic swirled around Sean. The wind magic crackled with immense power. The energy surged outward. The bird demi-humans, realizing the danger, screamed for retreat. Sean, however, declared that they would not escape so easily. The wind magic began to take a solid form. The magic manifested as a series of hammers. The hammers struck the ground with tremendous force. Sean grimaced as he focused his power. Below, the demonic bull tribe watched as the wind magic took form. One of the bull demi-humans scoffed, confident that wind magic would be ineffective against their tribe. The bull demi-humans roared, demanding that their enemies be crushed. Suddenly, one of them felt a tap on his back. Hayes Merbinger remarked that it was her first time seeing a cow that uses a hammer. The bull demi-human turned to face her. Hayes Merbinger stood before the hulking bull demi-human, who proposed to play with me. The bull demi-human expressed his outrage at the audacity of a lowly human. The force of Hayes's blow sent the bull demi-human reeling. The other bull demi-humans watched as Hayes struck their comrade. The force of the blow sent the bull demi-human flying. The bull demi-human crashed into the ground. The other bull demi-humans watched in horror. From the shadows, another bull demi-human watched the scene unfold. The bull demi-humans looked on in shock. Hayes realized she had struck first without thinking. One of the bull demi-humans shouted an insult at Hayes. The bull demi-humans vowed to avenge their captain. Hayes swung her hammer with deadly force. Hayes continued her assault, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Hayes unleashes a burst of dark energy, shattering the ground around her. Elsewhere, a demi-human is struck by a powerful blow. Mephistopheles realizes he now understands why the other is afraid of her, noting that she crushes skulls while smiling and has the potential of a demon. The other man expresses his disgust. Meanwhile, a dire wolf charges forward, sword in its jaws. A wave of icy energy erupts. An order is given to break the ice and advance. A large force of enemies stands ready. Elric remarks that the timing is great, as his body was starting to itch. He declares that he will cut them all down, noting that there are only 3 of them. The dire wolves are ordered to use brute force to overpower. Icy energy crackles. A blizzard rages. One of the wolves wonders where the blizzard came from. The dire wolves found themselves unable to advance any further. Above them, a torrent of ice crystals rained down. Elric commanded the ice to fall. The ice crystals plummeted towards the earth. The dire wolves braced for the impact. The ice crystals struck the ground, shattering upon impact. Elric noted that there were still many enemies remaining. He declared that he would show them the magic he had painstakingly created. Elric prepared to unleash his magic. He would surround himself with the Dragon Heart's mana. Then, he would freeze anything his hand touched. Elric began to channel his power. He would crush them. The dire wolf shouted for the barriers to be raised to stop him. The magical energy coalesced, forming a series of interconnected barriers. From above, a figure descended, seemingly falling into the network of magical defenses. The barriers pulsed with light, their structure intricate and powerful. The magical constructs continued to expand, their geometric patterns becoming more complex. The network of barriers grew denser, forming a seemingly impenetrable defense. The interwoven structures of the barriers shone brightly, their energy palpable. The words body-strengthening art, ferocious tiger rush, appeared, hinting at a powerful technique. The figure crashed through the barriers, shattering them with immense force. The attacker, surrounded by shattered magical energy, prepared to strike. Elric, his eyes gleaming with power, declared that this was fucking awesome. The words magic and the body strengthening art appeared, suggesting the source of Elric's power. A dark, monstrous entity loomed behind Elric, causing another to remark that he was a dangerous one. Someone observed Elric, noting the immense aura he possessed. A figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of red energy, radiating immense power. The monstrous entity's feet glowed with power as it was revealed to be a master of the fourth chain. Meanwhile, the dire wolf leader observed the unfolding events, finding the human Elric to be an interesting specimen. The figure noted the immense aura emanating from his opponent, realizing this was a master of the fourth chain. Before them stood a towering figure, radiating power. The wolf-like creature spoke, confirming that he was the one responsible for the current situation. The creature's menacing grin revealed rows of sharp teeth. Elric stood his ground, facing the massive wolf demi-human. Elric calmly assessed the situation, concluding that his opponent was not someone he could easily defeat if he thought strategically. He acknowledged that it was a pity to lose a fish he had already hooked, but he couldn't waste any more time. The wolf demi-human roared, furious that Elric would try to escape. The wolf demi-human lunged forward, claws extended. Elric realized the demi-human was fast. But the wolf demi-human's attack connected. Elric gathers energy into his fist, preparing to strike. The dire wolf leader is confident in his ability to block the attack. The force of the blow connects. The impact sends Elric flying backwards. He crashes to the ground. Elric realizes that dire wolf's strength and speed are incredible, and he worries about the fight's outcome. The dire wolf leader stands tall, his armor gleaming. The dire wolf leader prepares to strike with his blade. Elric vows to not let the dire wolf leader escape. The dire wolf leader's power intensifies. Elric realizes he is now inside the dire wolf leader's territory. He knows it will be difficult to escape using flight magic. The dire wolf leader commands Hugo to lead the army to Anthropomorph. The dire wolf leader vows to cut off Elric's head before catching up with his comrades. The dire wolf leader's menacing visage filled the horizon, his glowing eyes promising destruction. The landscape stretched before him, a desolate path leading towards Anthropomorph. An avian beastman relayed the order. The beast squad was to advance toward Anthropomorph. Elsewhere, Elric struggled to his feet, battered and bruised. Mephistopheles observed Elric's struggle. He realized things had become complicated because of the bear. Mephistopheles mused that Elric had underestimated the beastmen. He recalled a time when even the demon race wouldn't dare recklessly mess with them. The dire wolf leader stood his ground, awaiting Elric's next move. A cloaked figure approached, their weapon glinting in the dim light. Elric knew that even though their race had weakened, there were still strong ones around. The dire wolf leader recalled that Anthropomorph built walls and stayed wary of the Fury tribe. Elric knew he needed to defeat the dire wolf leader quickly, using all means at his disposal. He began to channel his energy, gathering it in his hands. Elric prepared to unleash his power, a spectral wolf forming behind him. A determined look settled on Elric's face. Elric gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the imminent clash. The dire wolf leader, fueled by rage, declared that Elric was not the one he sought, boasting of his own rigorous training. The dire wolf leader lunged forward, a whirlwind of fur and fury. The dire wolf leader vowed to tear Elric to shreds to appease his sadness. Elric, with a sinister grin, retorted that the dire wolf leader should have trained for 10 more years. The dire wolf leader's rage intensified, his eyes burning with fury. The dire wolf leader roared, demanding how Elric dared to mock him. The dire wolf leader's expression was one of pure, unadulterated rage. The dire wolf leader, mid-charge, demanded to know who Elric was. Elric parried the dire wolf leader's attack, the clash of steel echoing through the battlefield. Augustine watched the battle unfold, his expression grim. Augustine instructed Elric to leave the area to him, allowing Elric to proceed. Elric thanked Augustine, accepting his offer. The dire wolf leader's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on his new opponent. A blade sliced through the air, the wielder confident that no mere lion could stand in their way. The dire wolf leader met Augustine's attack head-on, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. From a distance, Elric wondered if Augustine could truly win against such a powerful foe. Another figure declared that they would have to see for themselves. Mephistopheles stood with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Elric continued his advance. He prepared to unleash another attack. Elric considered that while the blue lion wasn't at full strength, Augustine was still a formidable opponent. He knew Augustine wasn't someone who'd lose easily to that dire wolf leader. He also wondered if Hayes and Sean were doing well. Elric's expression hardened with determination. A flurry of dark birds scattered as an attack was launched. The attack struck true, sending feathers flying. Blood splattered as the attack connected. From a distance, someone observed that Elric and the attacker were a perfect combination. Elric observed the battlefield, realizing that the dispersed beastmen would not be stopped by the current assault. He thought that he had wanted to round up the beastmen so the 3 of them could take them all down. Elric's expression hardened as he refocused on the task at hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, someone questioned the identity of the approaching figures. The Blue Lion Knights advanced, their movements precise and coordinated. The speaker identified them as the Blue Lion Knights. The figure declared that he had heard the Blue Lion Knights were rather exemplary. Another figure roared, his face contorted in rage. The Blue Lion Knights continued their assault, their blades flashing. The enraged figure told his nephew-in-law to leave this place to them. The nephew-in-law responded that they would ensure that not a single ant got past them. Elric felt like he had just heard something strange. Whatever the case, now that the Blue Lion Knights had joined in on the fight, Elric realized he just needed to take care of the remaining beastmen. He wondered since when they had gotten that far. The battle raged as winged figures descended upon the city. The city's buildings stood tall against a blood-red sky. Amidst the chaos, one of the demi-humans questioned what the others were doing and why no one was in sight. Below, a group of figures stood in what appeared to be a grand hall, seemingly unaware of the aerial assault. The tension in the room was palpable as one of them insisted that this was not the time for inaction and that they needed a plan immediately. Another demi-human, a tiger, looked on with concern. The tiger demi-human wondered if they could stop the Fury tribe if they went all out. Another, a rabbit demi-human, questioned if they were being asked to simply sit by and watch. The group seemed to be in disagreement, their frustration evident. A bear demi-human suggested that they surrender. The bear demi-human's suggestion was met with outrage, as another demanded to know what he was talking about. Another demi-human demanded to know what they could do and asked if anyone had any good ideas. The rabbit demi-human looked on with concern. One of the figures stated that it was obvious they needed to risk their lives to protect and fight for the city, and another agreed with the finance minister. The debate continued within the hall. Voices rose as the demi-humans argued over their next course of action. One demi-human, clearly terrified, exclaimed that he didn't want to die. Another demanded to know if they planned on putting everyone in danger. A stern voice questioned whether their people would be left alone if they surrendered. The speaker believed that surrendering would only feed their people to the attacking beasts. Suddenly, a commanding voice ordered everyone to stop. The premier announced that he had heard all of their opinions. The demi-humans turned to face the premier. One of the demi-humans stated that he thought the finance minister was correct. The premier declared that those who agreed should come over to him. Several demi-humans began to move towards the premier. The demi-humans moved to stand behind the premier. One of the demi-humans demanded to know what exactly the premier was doing. The premier announced the formation of the Shadow Corps. Norris is struck by an unseen force. The force emanates from the feet of an unseen figure. Meanwhile, another demi-human watches Norris fall, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a man demands to know if they truly intend to abandon their king and country. The man's eyes glow with an ominous red light. The unseen force continues to strike. A group of figures stands together, declaring that the traitors must be killed. The unseen attacker stands over their victims. Elsewhere, the order was given. An anthropomorph had been spotted. The city was under siege, with winged creatures and soldiers clashing amidst the towering structures. The winged creatures dove through the air, attacking those below. On the ground, a hulking, bear-like warrior urged his wolf companions to increase their speed. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, blocking their path. The ice wall towered over them, an impassable barrier. A voice cried out for them to stop. The command echoed through the air. Halt. The advancing pack of wolves and their bear-like leader were forced to a standstill. One of the wolves acknowledged that they had managed to stop in time. High above, Elric descended, having created the icy barrier. The wolves and their leader watched as Elric approached. Elric landed gracefully, the impact creating a burst of icy energy. The ice wall shatters as the wolves attempt to break through. One of the wolves bares its teeth, saliva flying. The wolf admits he was disappointed he didn't get to play enough with the bear earlier. The wolf declares that they will have some more fun. Elric stands his ground, a blue aura emanating from his hand. Meanwhile, two wolves observe the scene. One questions if Elric defeated their captain. A minotaur-like creature urges the others not to be scared, stating there's no way the captain could have lost him. The minotaur insists that Elric is just a coward who ran away from the captain. Varison, the beast squad's adjutant, stands ready with his sword. The wolves are commanded to kill Elric. They are told to exterminate the coward and advance toward the city. Elric prepares to use a body-strengthening art. The tiger demi-human lunged forward, claws extended, ready to strike. The force of his attack shattered the ice wall. The other beastmen cried out as the tiger demi-human broke through. Mephistopheles observed that the tiger's energy seemed to instill fear in the other beastmen, stating that it was natural, as the Tiger King was an absolute ruler to them. Mephistopheles wondered how Elric intended to deal with such a large number of beastmen. It was observed that while the body-strengthening art was good, it might not be enough to deal with such a large number of enemies. Elric focused, energy gathering in his hands. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The attack was brutally freezing. The blast ripped through the air. The energy surged outward. The wave of energy engulfed the beastmen. A voice advised that a wide-area attack was needed. Elric stood ready, prepared to unleash his power. The air crackled with intense energy. But the ice beneath their feet was not enough to contain the power. It was better to fight with fists, the beastmen thought as they prepared to attack. Elric prepared to fight with his fists. The ground trembled. The beastmen charged forward, their weapons raised. One of the beastmen grunted as he was struck. Another beastman prepared to strike. Augustine wondered if his current weakness was due to his recent recovery from illness. He realized his body wasn't moving exactly as he wanted it to, and he questioned if his body was trying to deceive him. The bear demi-human denied that he was trying to deceive Augustine, explaining that he had become sick trying to push himself to the next level. Augustine stood his ground. The bear demi-human expressed his gratitude to Augustine's son-in-law, stating that he had regained his life and attained enlightenment thanks to the young man. Augustine stated that he would like to show the results of that enlightenment. The bear demi-human stood firm, a warrior of the great Fury tribe who never backed down from fight. The battle raged on. Elsewhere, Elric continued his assault. A warning echoed, cautioning to be careful of the lion's claws. The battle between man and beast raged within Elric. The lion demi-human scoffed, declaring that the claws of someone like Elric would never work. The clash of powers continued. Elric pressed his attack. The force of the battle shook the very ground. The earth cracked and split. The bear demi-human watched the battle unfold. Augustine observed the ongoing conflict. Augustine thought it was a good fight. The bear demi-human was impressed, thinking that humans were truly incredible. The Blood Wolf King stood firm, his imposing figure a testament to his power. Regret washed over him. He lamented his failure. He couldn't complete his mission. His armored arm remained raised. He hoped their great plans would come to fruition. Meanwhile, the blue-haired warrior cursed. The Blood Wolf King's attack landed. The warrior was struck by the force of the blow. The attack exploded with fiery energy. The force of the impact reverberated. The warrior stood amidst the devastation, his sword drawn. Augustine realized he was too late. Another explosion rocked the area. The battle raged on, a lone figure standing against the chaos. The man in the light jacket looked up amidst the chaos and wondered if what he was seeing were fireworks. Below, the captain had fallen, and the remaining soldiers received their last order. The dire wolves, eyes glowing red, declared they would not avoid death. The dire wolves roared their allegiance to the Blood Wolf King. From below, the man could only hear the dire wolves' declaration of loyalty to the Blood Wolf King. The man muttered, questioning what was happening. The dire wolves continued their advance. Below, a figure stood amidst a torrent of blue energy. A rhino-like creature was struck down. The force of the attack shattered the ground. The attack continued to obliterate everything in its path. The ground cracked and split. The dire wolves pressed forward through the destruction. The advance party focused on running ahead. A soldier strides forward, declaring that they must clear a path for the main force that would soon arrive. Elsewhere, the order was given to trample over Anthropomorph and bring down the Tiger King family. The command was given to destroy the city, claim everything within, and ensure everyone was killed. It was said that it should be about time for those inside to send the signal. The signal was sent. The officials of Anthropomorph had already decided to follow the wishes of the Fury tribe. Even if the human mage tried to interfere, the outcome of the fight had already been decided. It was announced that the flag had been raised atop the castle walls. The signal of victory was clear. The Fury tribe member grimaced. A soldier questioned what was happening. The Fury tribe member exclaimed that it couldn't be. The Fury tribe member was in disbelief as soldiers questioned what was happening. Another soldier thought that it couldn't be. It was announced that all the cowards had been executed. Before a vast army, two figures stand on a balcony overlooking the city. Below, Norris watched the unfolding events. The order was given to prevent any Fury tribe traders from crossing into their land. A volley of arrows rained down. The arrows struck with deadly force. The archers continued their assault. The battlefield became a scene of chaos and death. Many fell as the arrows found their marks. Suddenly, Elric was addressed as Sir Merbinger. He wondered what was happening. Nearby, others questioned why the premier would help them. Elric realized something. He had made a deal. Suddenly, Elric heard someone calling out to him, addressing him as Sir Merbinger. The voice seemed urgent. Elsewhere, the tiger demi-human wondered why the premier would offer assistance. Elric's eyes widened as he realized something. He recalled making a deal with someone. A sinister smile crept across his face as the memory returned. The scene shifted to the Anthropomorph side palace. Someone requested the body-strengthening art be sold to them. Elric muttered that even the premier was involved and that no one could be trusted. Norris stated that something happened before that. Norris told someone that he needed to show them something and asked if they could come outside with him for a while. Norris stood with the other man in a grand hall. Elsewhere, the tiger demi-human remained in thought. He steeled himself, resolving to act. Below, the tiger demi-human walked through the halls. He continued his journey. The tiger demi-human glanced to the side. Norris gestured towards a stone statue, asking if it was the thing he wanted to show him. He noted that there were too many hyenas in the palace of Anthropomorph. The other man pleaded with Norris. The tiger demi-human was determined to protect their king from them. The man with Norris was surprised by the request. Norris pleaded with the man. Mephistopheles wondered why the tiger demi-human was acting so strangely, noting that he looked like he was going to betray the king. The tiger demi-human wondered how he would know, stating that he was prepared to pay any price necessary and would hand over all the assets he had accumulated. Norris revealed that he had gone far and used the secret technique of the body-strengthening art. The unnamed man questioned if there were still secret techniques left, and Norris confirmed that there were. Norris explained that only a part of it remained, as they had lost most of the first and second halves. The unnamed man realized that the body-strengthening art he had restored was still incomplete. He thought that if he obtained the secret technique, he would be able to complete it. He then wondered why Norris would trust him with it. Norris stated that he was a human that they loathed. Norris asked if he knew something. The unnamed man was told that he looked exactly like his grandfather. The unnamed man was surprised. It was revealed that even with just those emerald eyes and golden hair, when they saw those emerald eyes, they called it the jewel eyes. The figure walked away, leaving echoes in his wake. The air crackled with energy as the man watched him depart. It was said that those who possessed such eyes would bring light and radiance to the world. A space had appeared within the walls. The man's eyes shone brightly. He stood bathed in light. That was the kind of person his grandfather was. The man turned and walked away. He adjusted the necklace around his neck. He seemed lost in thought. He wore that necklace on his neck and came to this place. He had appeared alone and helped them without any conditions. The man held the necklace, his expression unreadable. If it weren't for his grandfather, the Tiger King family in this city would have ceased to exist in this world. The cloaked figures stood in the light. When asked why he helped them, one of the figures responded with a surprising answer. Meanwhile, Norris inquired what the cloaked figure had said. The man with animal ears responded that it was because they were friends. When asked why they were his friends, the cloaked figure stated that the Merbingers had always been friends with the Beastmen. The tiger demi-human responded with a simple lie. It seemed that the unnamed man already knew this. Norris stated that he had seen it in the records that were still around, but that it happened way longer than 300 years ago. The man with animal ears admitted that they couldn't help but be surprised since he came to help them as a friend, and he even said this. Suddenly, an order was given for all troops to retreat. The order was given to get out of anthropomorph form right away. The troops began to retreat. The man with animal ears apologized. The man with blue hair looked on. That moment was for coming too late. The unnamed man looked on with concern. It became a memory that would stay with him for the rest of his life. The man considered how he could possibly not recognize someone who looked exactly like him when they came to this place. Meanwhile, the man with animal ears acknowledged that he was aware of the trouble the Merbingers had faced. He expressed his sorrow that they weren't there for him at that time, admitting that when he knew about it, it was already too late. The man with animal ears clenched his fist. He knew the Beastmen weren't in a good state either, and he understood. The man with animal ears thanked Elric. Elric acknowledged that he knew. Elric thought that it was shameless of him to ask for help once again. Elric was a descendant of the Merbingers. Elric asked them to please aid him once more. The man with animal ears explained that while the premier was uprooting the traitors from within the city, he was protecting Elric. The man with animal ears stated that Elric's standing there was the result of all that. The tiger demi-human's eyes welled with tears. An urgent message arrived. The Eastern general had changed his direction. The tiger demi-human wiped his face as the group moved forward. The tiger demi-human expressed his relief at the news. Elric's gaze hardened. Elric proposed ending the war. The group continued onward. A powerful blast erupted. The force of the explosion shook the area. Someone shouted for a retreat as the explosion hit. The explosion decimated the ranks. The dire wolf leader acknowledged the premier's skills. Elric declared that even an old wolf's fangs were never dull. Someone shouted for Premier Merbinger. Amidst the chaos, Tiger Demi-Human stood beside a woman with white hair. Below them, the battle continued. The Tiger Demi-Human stood before the others. Nearby, Norris watched with a stern expression. The Tiger Demi-Human looked determined. The Tiger Demi-Human stood before Norris and another man. The city loomed in the background. The Tiger Demi-Human stood before a crowd. He raised his fist in the air. The Tiger Demi-Human declared, "We have won." The crowd roared in response. The Tiger Demi-Human stood before the cheering crowd, his fist raised high. The crowd continued to celebrate. Elric watched the celebration with a smile. Elric watched as the Tiger Demi-Human was cheered by the people. The Tiger Demi-Human extended his hand to someone. The Tiger Demi-Human stated that he would like to thank the person. He clarified that he was not acting as the king. He was acting as their friend. Within the grand hall, a figure knelt before the throne, head bowed in supplication as several onlookers observed the scene. The Tiger Demi-Human, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, seemed on the verge of breaking down. The older man reassured him that everything was all right, apologizing for not informing him of the situation beforehand. The older man took the Tiger Demi-Human's hand, offering a comforting gesture. Elsewhere, a man noted that the Tiger Demi-Human had made great friends. The older man declared that the Tiger Demi-Human could now do things on his own, even without him by his side, as he, who had been disloyal, would step down as premier. The older man gently held the Tiger Demi-Human's hand. The Tiger Demi-Human gripped the older man's hand, declaring that he couldn't let that happen. The Tiger Demi-Human expressed his need for the older man. The Tiger Demi-Human pleaded with the older man to stay by his side for a long time and help him. The older man clasped the Tiger Demi-Human's hand. The older man wished he could stay by his side for a long time. Meanwhile, the city celebrated. The people looked forward to seeing the anthropomorphs reclaim their former glory. The older man stood with the Tiger Demi-Human. He was told it was his duty to reclaim the former glory of the Tiger King family. The older man realized that when that time came, he would probably have ceased to exist in this world. He knew his body had already reached its limit. The older man's health was failing. He thought it was probably best for him to keep this from His Highness. The older man looked grim. The Tiger Demi-Human asked what the Radiant Star Duke was talking about and why he mentioned demons. The older man thought that the premier's body would soon be taken by the demons. Footsteps echoed through the hall. Someone questioned if that was why Elric couldn't answer the king's request to stay by his side for a long time. The speaker realized that the man was a demon. The man clarified that the premier was, to be precise, a demon. It was said that he was a demon with a coil around his heart. The man with animal ears stood among a crowd of people. The man's red eyes glowed. It was revealed that the assimilation of the coil with his heart was quite advanced. so he would soon become a demon. Elric stood above the kneeling men. Elric looked on. The man with animal ears admitted that after the previous Tiger King passed away, he couldn't see any hope for the Anthropomorphs any longer. Norris was determined to gain strength, no matter the cost, so he could save the Anthropomorphs. Just then, by coincidence, he discovered the demon tree. Meanwhile, Elric and the demon discussed the demon tree. The demon was surprised, asking if it was the tree that conceives demons. Elric confirmed that his family had destroyed almost all of them. Back in the Premier's office, Elric noted that Norris's familiar hadn't cleared the one in the black snowfield, before asking if he had eaten the demon tree's fruits. Norris confirmed that he had eaten all of the fruits in order to gain strength, gaining powerful strength after eating them all. He realized that the thing that found its place in his heart ate away at his life force and grew. Norris knew his mind would soon be devoured by it, and he would be born as a real demon. Elric was shocked at the Premier's words. The tiger demi-human stated that it was the only method available. A voice declared that if there was a way to cure him, they would find it. The question was posed, what would he like to do? The tiger demi-human asked if Elric could be cured. The tiger demi-human offered anything in exchange for Elric's cure, begging for his salvation. Augustine warned that if they were going to try something unnecessary, they should forget about it. He added that if they messed up, they could all get in big trouble. Mephistopheles asked if he was sure of it, and the other man responded that if he had delicate control over mana, he could cut off all of the soul's link with the tremendous mana and the demons. The man with orange hair stated he could do it if given enough time, but his body probably wouldn't be able to last that long. The man with orange hair declared that in that case, there was only one way to do this. Augustine asked his master if he could ask him for a favor. Augustine reminded him that he had mentioned he could ask him for one favor before, asking if that time would be now. The master confirmed that it was a treatment method only he was capable of, and Augustine agreed to do it, asking him to just tell him what to do. The master stated that this treatment method would be hard for most mages, but assured him that he didn't need to worry about that. The sound of footsteps echoed. It was realized that not even his grandfather was a match for his master right now. A blinding light filled the area. From within the light, a figure descended. The sudden arrival startled someone. The individual watched with concern. The man with the red hair stated that if the soul's link to the heart could be severed, he would take care of the rest. Someone warned that they knew what the other was trying to do, but they needed to be careful. The man with the red hair appeared determined. He declared that it was time to get started. With a burst of energy, the figure moved. The air crackled with power. The figure descended towards the ground, accompanied by another. The area shimmered with light. Someone wondered if this was the power of the White Knight. Norris questioned if this was truly the power of a single person. The intensity of the moment was palpable, a silent scream hanging in the air. The figure's hand clenched, ready to strike. Below, Norris watched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The force of the blow reverberated, shaking the very foundations of their reality. The air crackled with raw power. The demonic entity writhed, its form flickering as it struggled against an unseen force. The descending figure remained unmoved, an implacable force of will. The demonic entity roared, furious at the interruption. It declared that it was close to taking over his body and demanded to know how they dared interfere. The descending figure dismissed the demon's outburst, calling it a noisy nuisance. The figure's power surged, a torrent of blue energy. The energy intensified, cutting through the darkness. Elric stood resolute, bathed in the ethereal glow. The energy manifested as intricate patterns on his arm, a conduit for immense power. Elric smirked, noting that it had been a while since he had such tasty demonic energy. Smirking, Elric tells the demon to eat to its heart's content, but to remember to leave its seal behind. The demon thanks him for the meal. The seal on Elric's arm begins to glow. It is declared that Yu's seal is finally evolving. The transformation is said to be going from ferocity to maleficence. Meanwhile, the demon stands in a red landscape. He wonders aloud. The demon wonders what just happened. The red moon looms large behind him. The landscape is littered with skulls. The demon asks if he is being addressed, stating that all mysteries and irrationality originate from him. He stands before a vast army. The demon declares himself to be Mephistopheles of the original sin. The demon's dark suit was adorned with a glowing, wolf-like design. The army before him was vast and terrifying. The crimson moon hung heavy in the sky as Mephistopheles felt a surge of power. The source seemed to emanate from his blade. A voice echoed, declaring him to be Mephistopheles of the original sin. Elric realized they were now within Mephistopheles' memories. Mephistopheles wondered why this was happening, as he had only absorbed demonic energy as usual. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. A palpable sense of dread filled the air. Elric stood amidst a legion of demonic figures, their forms indistinct in the crimson light. The air crackled with unseen energy. The demonic figures seemed to surge forward. A figure descended, their presence commanding. Mephistopheles stood tall, an aura of immense power surrounding him. His blade, wreathed in dark energy, pointed towards the assembled demonic army. Mephistopheles sneered, dismissing his foes as ignorant fools. The demonic army advanced, their armor gleaming with malevolent energy. One of the demons lunged forward, its eyes burning with hatred. A pillar of dark energy erupted from the ground, signaling the start of the assault. The blade of Mephistopheles pulsed with power, its surface etched with arcane symbols. The air crackled as the demons unleashed their attacks. Explosions of dark energy ripped through the battlefield. The demonic horde charged, their monstrous forms filling the landscape. One of the demons, its face contorted in a savage snarl, prepared to strike. A swirling vortex of dark energy engulfed the battlefield, consuming everything in its path. A demon warrior leaped through the chaos, his blade aimed at Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles roared, ready to meet the onslaught head-on. Elric was sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The demon warrior struck, his blade piercing Mephistopheles' chest. Elric realized he had grown accustomed to Mephistopheles acting like some evil spirit around him, and that he had forgotten what Mephistopheles originally looked like. The narrative voice declared Mephistopheles to be the greatest and most noble demon king. The demon king stood tall, holding a grotesque head. Meanwhile, Elric admitted he didn't know why, but he could feel Mephistopheles' emotions. A sinister laugh echoed through the memory. The scene shifted to a figure standing amidst a torrent of red energy. It was as if Mephistopheles was saying the situation wasn't what he wanted. The sinister figure revealed that he was simply acting because of the fate he'd been given from birth. The demonic presence intensified, becoming more monstrous. The figure declared that this was why he was the lonely demon king who was known as the original sin. The figure stated that the sinner, whom sinning, is as natural as breathing. A dark wing manifested. The demonic form continued to materialize. The narrative voice declared that this was the true appearance of Mephistopheles. A voice booms out, demanding to know what is being observed. Startled, Elric's eyes widen. The sudden outburst causes a visible reaction. He wonders aloud what is happening. The scene shifts to show Elric and others standing over a fallen figure. Nearby, a man laughs, seemingly amused by the situation. Elric's name is called out, and he is asked if he feels unwell. He insists that he is fine, despite the concerned looks of those around him. With a sigh, Elric kneels beside the fallen man. He realizes that Marui also saw the memories, just as he did, while Mephistopheles looms behind him. Elric wonders what on earth just happened. He recalls that the demon youngling he extracted from the premier was being absorbed into Yu's seal. He then remembers being suddenly sucked into Mephi's seal, and realizes that his soul is now linked to Mephistopheles's. Elric was surprised that Mephistopheles could hear his thoughts, especially since he hadn't spoken aloud. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles admitted he was also shocked. He couldn't believe a link had been established between him and a human, especially in his spiritual form. Elric wondered if Mephistopheles had any idea what was happening. The demon retorted that he didn't know everything, and reminded Elric that he had absorbed the seal. Elric guessed that the link happened because the seal was a low-ranking one under Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles questioned why Elric hadn't recognized the seal from the start, given it was a low-ranking seal under him, and resembled a wolf. The demon reminded Elric that he was born at the apex of demons. Mephistopheles scoffed, implying he had never seen the lower ranks. Mephistopheles called Elric a little rascal. Elric wondered what Mephistopheles saw in his memories, and if he saw anything humiliating. Mephistopheles huffed, seemingly annoyed. The cat, demi-human, lying in bed, expressed his gratitude, repeatedly thanking someone. Elric reminded him that he needed to focus on recovering. The cat demi-human understood. Elsewhere, the tiger demi-human and the cat demi-human were pleased to see their king grow up. The cat demi-human thought it was time for him to get his reward. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles remarked that Elric acted all righteous, but was still as materialistic as ever. Elric responded that this was no surprise, as he had always acted this way. Mephistopheles told him not to eavesdrop on others' thoughts like some kind of pervert, stating it wasn't like he wanted to hear them. Elric carried a chest. Elric presented the chest to the tiger demi-human, stating it contained the treasure map of the former Tiger King and the research material for the body-strengthening art, as promised. The chest belonged to the former Tiger King. Elric looked on. He requested that the tiger demi-human look underneath the cloth inside the chest. Elric wondered about the cloth. He stared intently, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The tiger demi-human seemed to recognize the contents of the chest. Wait, isn't this the rare herb of the East? He wondered why he was being given something so precious, especially considering the legend surrounding it. Among the legends of the Beastmen, this specific detail was mentioned. When the world falls into a crisis of being destroyed, the hero king who learned the body-strengthening art will lead everyone. When a harsh winter comes and freezes everything, as well as the hearts of the people, he will appear and take away winter, and spring will once again come to this land. I believe that. The tiger demi-human was told that he was the hero king that was mentioned in the legends. Elric considered the implications and completed his thought. Meanwhile, another man considered the word winter, The fact that the word appeared in the prophecy wasn't just a coincidence. Elsewhere, a man apologized for coming so late. He wondered if his grandfather came here because it was planned by the family. The man declared that the tiger demi-human deserved to receive the elixir of the imperial family. Accepting the offered item, the tiger demi-human thanked the man. Elsewhere, a voice promised to guide someone to the Temple of Flowers. A horse-drawn carriage made its way towards a grand castle. Meanwhile, a large, bird-like creature apologized to the Blood Wolf King, vowing not to fail again. The Blood Wolf King coughed, seemingly injured. The bird-like creature leaped into action, attacking the Blood Wolf King. A voice declared that the creature had failed. Someone clenched their fist in anger. The bird-like creature declared that it would be taking back its tail. The voice questioned where they were headed, blaming a Merbinger once again. A figure with deer antlers declared their destination, the Temple of Flowers. The figure continued, treading the same path their ancestor had walked on to reach the Temple of Flowers. The figure's ornate clothing suggested a high rank. A voice commanded that everything be burned. The figure walked among a crowd of followers, all heading towards the temple. The Blood Wolf King sat upon his throne. Before the Blood Wolf King, the antlered figure kneeled with their followers. The moon hung heavy in the sky over the black snowfield. A horse-drawn carriage made its way through the darkened landscape. Inside a lavish estate, servants and guards bustled about. Nearby, a large paw twitched, and a tiger demi-human sniffed the air. The tiger demi-human demanded to know how anyone dared disobey the orders of the Tiger King. The tiger demi-human gave chase to a smaller, white tiger demi-human. Elsewhere, Sean wondered what they had been talking about earlier. Meanwhile, a man with a dark beard restrained a woman as Elric looked on. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword. The man holding the sword wondered if Elric had any plans on learning swordsmanship. The bearded man gestured as he spoke to Elric. Elric considered the idea of swordsmanship. His ornate brooch was prominently displayed. The professor acknowledged Elric's quick learning and innovative suggestions, deeming it an extraordinary talent. The professor offered to teach Elric himself, but a voice interrupted, telling them to not be so fast. Suddenly, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness and radiating an ominous presence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a tense confrontation unfolded as one man held a sword to another's throat. The aggressor warned his captive to stay still. The captor threatened grave consequences for any misstep. His eyes burned with intense malice, promising swift retribution. The figures considered their next move. Meanwhile, two men discussed the harsh weather and the ease with which they could bury corpses. Elsewhere, a blond man comforted a child. Nearby, a man requested that others stand down, reminding them that there were children present. In another location, two men stood in what appeared to be a study. A man took a deep breath. He listened as another man stated that his proposal was not to take away his student. The man explained that since the student fought completely differently from a normal magician, he thought he would grow much stronger if he learned martial arts from him. The other man admitted that it sounded convincing. He questioned if the man thought he didn't know what trick he was trying to pull. The man retorted, asking if he was afraid he would steal his student, noting that he had heard that one would have more fears as they grew older. Under the light of the moon, a horse-drawn carriage traveled along a path. The carriage continued its journey. A figure is sent flying through the air, crashing down before another. The larger figure, revealed to be Augustine, sneered, declaring that he would personally tame his opponent like a kitten. Augustine's hand clenched into a fist, energy crackling around it. Meanwhile, Elric landed on his feet, drawing his sword. Elric held the blade ready, his expression grim. His eyes glowed with power. Energy surged from him. The force of his power blasted the ground around him. He launched himself forward. Augustine watched Elric approach. Elsewhere, a group of warriors rode atop massive tigers. One of the warriors, Norris, remarked that the blue eagle needed taming as well. The tiger beneath him snarled, its eyes glowing. Another warrior scoffed, declaring that hunting beasts was their specialty. The clash of unseen forces echoed through the air. In the distance, a horse-drawn carriage traveled along a dark road. Inside one of the carriages, Mephistopheles expressed his confusion. He did not understand why they were fighting over Elric, calling it a mess. Elsewhere, another individual admitted that being extraordinary was tiring. Mephistopheles sighed, observing the scene from his vantage point within the carriage. Someone accused another of using frequency transmission again, finding it a little gross to look into each other's minds. A figure in a cloak insisted that Elric was a student and demanded they stop trying to take him away. Mephistopheles wondered if they would just let them be, finding the sight of two old men fighting repulsive. He remarked that they were already old enough to die at any time, yet they had only gotten even greedier. Pressure mounted. Warriors stood ready, swords drawn. The warriors prepared to strike. The intricate armor of one warrior gleamed. Sean asked everyone to calm down, resolving to learn swordsmanship. The room was filled with a palpable tension as Sean's declaration hung in the air. Elric sat among the others, listening intently. The elder with the long white beard expressed his surprise. He reminded Sean that he still had much to learn from both of them. The other elder agreed, adding that he had other great skills to teach him beyond the Mirage eyes. Sean explained that his desire to learn martial arts stemmed from his need to become stronger. He had realized that without a foundation in martial arts, he would not be able to grow stronger, no matter how hard he trained in the body-strengthening art. Sean believed that learning martial arts would increase his chances of victory in their war against the demons, who were strong. The elder with the white beard clarified that martial arts was merely a means of support for his magic, and that Sean shouldn't forget his role as a magician. The other elder stated that his intention was never to bring Sean into the world of martial arts. He simply wanted to be of help to him. Sean declared that he would not learn martial arts if both of them truly did not want him to. Elric stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest. The elder with the white beard looked at the other elder, considering the situation. The other elder conceded that there was no reason to object, since Elric was the patriarch of the Merbinger family before he was their student. Elric thanked them, adding that after fighting with the demons, he could see how there was a lot that could be learned. The elder with the white beard stood, addressing someone unseen. He asked that they take good care of Elric, promising to teach him with all his heart. One of the men declared that he seemed to have won. The other man responded that he was only letting him win this time, while another voice apologized to his teachers, stating this was a great opportunity that would never come by again. The voice continued, noting that the Blue Lion was one of the top sword masters on the continent. The young man's eyes gleamed with determination. He thought to himself that he would be able to suck a lot out of him. Meanwhile, Elric struggled to keep up with his training. He thought he might die at this rate. The instructor approached, remarking that he didn't know Elric's stamina was so weak. Elric wondered if it even made sense for him to swing a wooden sword 10,000 times every day without using any mana. The instructor stated that it was something babies in his family did once they started walking. Elsewhere, Mephistopheles declared that he had decided on Elric. Elric continued his training. Mephistopheles thought that the day he descended upon this land, he would be extra nice to the Blue Lions. He added that he would let them sit on the right-hand side of his throne. A strange, masked figure dances with glee. The figure taunted Elric, telling him to stop being cheeky. The carriage wheels turned, carrying Elric closer to his destination. Inside the carriage, Elric was informed that they had arrived. Elric stepped out of the carriage. He realized they were at the Temple of Flowers. Elric was confused. He questioned if this was truly the Temple of Flowers. The Temple of Flowers stood in ruins. Elric walked towards the ruined temple. Elric seemed taken aback. He recognized the location, the Temple of Flowers. The temple stood in ruins. Elric approached the temple. Meanwhile, the tiger demi-human explained that the temple was currently closed due to the Eastern General. The tiger demi-human stated that he had already informed them of their arrival, so the doors would soon open. Mephistopheles remarked that the temple was still standing. A voice declared that the place was made for when the world was about to be destroyed. It was a type of ark. The voice continued, explaining that humans, dragons, and giants had been afraid of the great demon god's army. The voice revealed that they had planned to restart their population in this place after the world was destroyed. Mephistopheles added that the Merbingers stopped that army, though. Elric focused on a pendant, realizing that dragons, giants, and the demon god were involved. The destruction that Mephistopheles had mentioned filled the area. The destruction took the form of monstrous creatures. He wondered how this related to what he had seen before. Below, the group continued forward. Elric paused, a question forming in his mind. Just then, the tiger demi-human called out to Elric, urging him to look ahead. A massive door was opening. Light poured out from the opening. The demon and Elric watched as the light intensified. The demon mused that there might be a familiar face inside. The door continued to open, revealing a blinding light. The group proceeded cautiously into the light. The tiger demi-human and Elric followed a woman into the light. Their footsteps echoed as they entered. A voice echoed from within the blinding light, identifying itself as Huniatriquoise, the landscaper who manages the Temple of Flowers. The speaker stood tall, bathed in light. She clasped her hands together, her expression serene. The landscaper clarified that she could be addressed as such, then, noting the cold winds outside, invited them to enter. The group cautiously stepped into what appeared to be the ruins of a grand structure. Elric observed their surroundings with a wary expression. The landscaper's boot stepped forward, leading the way. The group followed her into the light. Their footsteps echoed in the vast space. The light revealed a vibrant field of flowers. A voice declared that when winter comes, the Temple of Flowers begins to rest. The landscaper stood before a gathering of people, explaining that normally they do not accept any visitors during this season. The residents of the Temple of Flowers had decided to accept visitors this time, thanks to the earnest plea of the Tiger King, who had been a longtime supporter. With the decision made, the group was instructed to follow directions carefully. They were reminded to pay extra attention to their behavior, as God had gone into hibernation. A fairy flitted about excitedly, noting that it had been 40 years since she had seen so many humans. Someone wondered aloud if they were seeing a fairy. Another voice identified her as Daffo, the god of daffodils. The hooded woman clarified that she was not just a fairy, but a god. A man in a suit complimented someone, calling them a pretty lady. Daffo thanked him, returning the compliment. An older man wondered how someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years could be called old. Another individual, cloaked in dark blue, expressed their thanks, noting that Dapho smelled the best and needed to work hard on her one-sided love. Elric observed that the god was noisy. Dapho seemed to be holding her nose. Elric was confused by the situation, wondering who Dapho was. Dapho, meanwhile, was scared, noting a dark and stinky presence. A figure with horns mocked someone's appearance, calling them the pumpkin flower. The target retorted that they were the jasmine flower. Someone realized that Dapho could see Mephistopheles. Dapho insisted that she was the daffodil and not ugly, as a lady had said she was pretty. She questioned if the human was being honest just because she had said something nice, and then asked if Mephistopheles was really a god. Mephistopheles held Huniatriquas, the god of daffodils, in his hand. Elric watched the scene unfold, surprised that Huniatriquas could see Mephistopheles. He wondered what was happening. Those observing the situation realized that at the current rate, others might discover Mephistopheles' existence. The observers noted that Huniatriquas did not have many friends, so she was likely just playing by herself. Elric sighed, understanding her loneliness. Huniatriquas, with a cheerful expression, called someone a bad landscaper. The woman in the temple asked what business they had visiting. Elric, standing in a field of flowers, noticed something. He held out a glowing blue orb, stating it was to be given to the god of camellias. Elric observed that the temple had suffered a lot of damage because of the Eastern General. He had been imagining the kind of paradise that would appear in fairy tales. Elric couldn't believe the temple was in such a state because of a mere winter. Someone wondered why the Eastern General was being so persistent lately. Mephistopheles considered that the Eastern General's persistence could be related to arrangements or something that Elric's family had done. Mephistopheles' eyes glowed with an eerie intensity. The demon wondered if everything felt too much like a coincidence. He considered that everything might have been prepared, waiting for Elric's arrival in the north to set events in motion. Elric wondered if this was part of the arrangements his ancestors had mentioned. Elsewhere, a man holding a glowing symbol announced their arrival. The group entered a grand hall. The hall was adorned with floral decorations and bathed in soft light. The group found themselves in a large room with several fairies seated at tables. One of the fairies questioned why they had come. Another fairy asked why they were looking for Camellia and why they were trying to give her something. The fairies noted that the god of camellias was still not present. Elric introduced himself. A fairy exclaimed, recognizing Elric as a merbinger with gold hair and green eyes. Another fairy declared that they were friends of Ustin for 40 years. The fairies declared that Ustin was their friend, then inquired as to why Elric had come. He explained that he had come because his ancestors had advised him to give the ice crystal to the god of camellias. Elric asked where the god of camellias was. The fairies led him through a sunlit hall. They continued through the hall, the sunlight streaming through the glass ceiling. The group walked across a floor made of stone. Elric continued to follow the fairies. They walked through the hall, the fairies flitting around him. The group continued to walk across the stone floor. Elric wondered if the current situation was because of the Eastern General, noting that the winter had been too long and spring wasn't coming, causing everyone to wither away. One of the fairies stated that all the winter flowers had fallen asleep, and that would happen to them too. He realized that if he didn't give the ice crystal to the god of camellias, then the second arrangement wouldn't activate. Elric thought that if that didn't happen, then he wouldn't be able to rebuild his family, lamenting that these gods would wither because of a mere winter. Mephistopheles found the situation pathetic and told the Demon King to be quiet. The fairy declared that they were only allowing the group to be present because of their friend, making it clear that she did not like seeing them. Elsewhere, a group of fairies mocked Elric, calling him a boomer. Elric realized that they withered due to the cold, not that they were killed or destroyed. He placed his hand on the tombstone of Camellia L. The tombstone had a hole in it. Elric held the ice crystal, thinking it might actually work. The ice crystal began to glow. He reached out with his hand. Elric looked determined. Energy surged from the ice crystal. The energy intensified. The ice crystal floated in the air. The ice crystal glowed brightly. Elric stood with the fairies, the ice crystal's power surrounding them. The ice crystal pulsed with energy. From the cracked earth, a single plant began to sprout. A surge of power emanated outwards. The surge of power knocked Elric back, the fairies around him struggling to maintain their positions. An alert sounded. The fairies and Elric were bathed in a red glow. A voice echoed, stating that someone had arrived. Another voice responded, confirming they had come as promised. A figure materialized. A voice echoed, noting that someone had arrived. The voice confirmed that they had come as promised. A woman with butterfly wings stood tall. The woman spoke the name Merbinger. Elric introduced himself as Elric Merbinger, grandson of Ustin Merbinger, and inquired about the promise made to his grandfather. Elric awaited her response. The woman exclaimed that it was Camellia. Several fairies greeted Camellia, saying it had been a long time and that they had missed her. Another fairy asked if she had slept well. Camellia demanded everyone be quiet, stating she was in the middle of an important conversation and questioning why they were always so noisy. The fairies quieted down. The god of Camellia was, apparently, a little different compared to the rest, quite mature, according to Sean. He wondered where all of the demon's pompous spirit had gone. Meanwhile, Huniatriquois remarked that so much time had passed, yet the demon's ugly mug remained the same. The demon declared that the only thing worth seeing was her body, but she had become so puny. He proclaimed himself the great king. The demon's words were met with disdain, as Huniatriquois dismissed him as a great king, my ass. Huniatriquois continued, stating that he didn't even have any subjects and that no one would recognize him as king, even if he called himself one. Camellia, meanwhile, thought Elric had a beautiful name. Elric asked how she had been awakened. He explained that he felt demonic energy hidden by cold energy in the seed she was sleeping in. Elric thought he'd be able to wake her up if he absorbed the two energies through his seal and the ice crystal, and as he could see, it was a success. Camellia remarked that he was as wise as he was good-looking. She thanked him, then asked if he had any thoughts on getting married to her. Elric was surprised by the sudden proposal. The demon sighed, watching Camellia. He thought to himself that she was still the same as ever, lusting over good looks. The demon's comment prompted Camellia to retort that his inferiority complex remained the same. She told him that she was not talking to the ugly demon king and that he should stay out of it. Camellia wondered aloud what Elric thought, stating that this honorable opportunity would not come knocking twice. Elric thought that he would usually reply with, "What kind of nonsense is this?" But he could not act that way to a god who was a part of his family's arrangement. Elric thanked Camellia for her proposal, but explained that he could not just get married recklessly since he represented his household, and apologized. Elric stood before Camellia, his expression unreadable. Camellia remarked what a pity it was, stating that it had been a while since she felt like this. Camellia asked Elric if he wanted to know about the promise that was made with Ustin Merbinger. Camellia revealed that his grandfather would come here one day. Camellia stated that she would steal the winter that had covered the black snowfield. She would bring spring with him. Elric was shocked, wondering how she knew all of it, especially about his grandfather. The mark on Elric's arm glowed as he realized that Camellia knew he was Elric Merbinger, grandson of Ustin Merbinger. Camellia declared that she would steal this long-standing winter and bring the spring. He wondered if he could truly steal the thing known as winter. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles stated that his ancestor told him to give Elric the orb and to tell him something. A voice echoed, declaring that it was there to complete winter. Camellia mused that it must be the advice of that annoying man. She considered that it might all be a single flow that connects everything. The voice continued, directing them to go forth to that place. Elric stood in a bright, open space. Below him, a complex mechanism glowed with power. The voice instructed them to learn how they could take winter away. Elric floated above a field of flowers. He realized it had been a while since he felt like this. Elric sat amidst the field of flowers, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon the vibrant petals. He thought to himself that this was exactly how he had imagined it, but he wondered where the temple was. Elric remained seated in the field of flowers. His green eyes scanned the horizon. Suddenly, the scenery shifted. Because of this, Elric found himself in a completely different place. The field of flowers was replaced by a snowy landscape. He wondered what had happened. It was the testing ground for the second arrangement, he realized. Elric stood in the snowy landscape, facing away from a man in a white suit. He turned to the man, wondering if it could be who he thought it was. The man confirmed that it had been a while. The man in the white suit smiled. Elric realized it was him. The man noted how much Elric had grown since they last met. It seemed the seal of cruelty had found its place as well. The man in the white suit greeted Elric, inquiring how he arrived in this place. The man continued, stating his intention to follow Elric and nag him until he completed winter. Elsewhere, Ustin expressed that his PTSD was returning. Meanwhile, the man in the white suit explained that they didn't have much time and directed Elric to look over there. The man in the white suit explained that the place was originally the land of blessings where all life was born, but when that appeared, death descended upon it. The man in the white suit referred to the Eastern General. It was what the demon god left behind as he passed by this place. The scene showed the remnant of the past and a curse. The man in the white suit looked on. The man in the white suit stated that from now on, Elric would be learning how to swallow the Eastern General. Elric wondered if he was to swallow such a huge disaster. Elric questioned if he could really do it. Elric realized that if he swallowed it, he would be able to obtain an immense amount of power. Elric smirked. Elric considered that he could grow way stronger than he currently was. The professor confirmed that Elric was to put the Eastern General into the seal of cruelty, just as he had learned in the first arrangement. Since this was the second arrangement, Elric knew his opponent would be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King. Elric declared that he was ready, wondering if he just needed to fight like he did with the Snow Mountain King. The professor told Elric to take something. The professor offered Elric a seed. Elric wondered if it was the seed of Camellia, questioning what he was supposed to do with it. The professor instructed him to grow that into a tree within 100 days, adding that the arrangement would be over when a flower bloomed. Elric was surprised that he just had to grow a tree. The man in the white suit chuckled, setting a condition. The seed must grow into a tree within 100 days. He added that the arrangement would end when a flower bloomed. The young man with blonde hair looked shocked, exclaiming that he was just growing a tree. The man in the white suit chuckled, asking if that was too tough. The blond man looked bewildered, thinking that first, it was about growing the seed in the rotten land. He also didn't understand what this had to do with the Eastern general. The man in the white suit laughed, telling him that he would find out in time. The blond man wondered if it would kill the man in the white suit to explain it a little more clearly, questioning what he was supposed to do with this little information. He thought that things didn't make sense again. The man in the white suit told him not to worry. The man in the white suit declared that he would be assigning the perfect guide for him. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling blue energy. The energy continues to swirl, as the blond man and the professor are seen in the background. The professor and the blond man are seen more closely. Elsewhere, a woman with long, flowing hair is seen amidst falling flower petals. The woman expresses her annoyance at being awakened. The woman is seen from a lower angle, highlighting her red dress and long legs. A voice exclaims in disbelief, questioning if she is the god of camellia. The blond man, the professor, and a new man with a beard look towards the woman with a sense of wonder and confusion. The woman acknowledges the question, asking how the blond man knows her, calling him a handsome child. The blond man and the professor are seen again, with the blond man noting that her appearance is definitely that of the god of camellia. The blond man observes that the presence she gives off is completely different. It is noted that although she is short, it feels like looking at a humongous tree. The woman is seen standing in front of a large, pink tree. The sensation was akin to standing beneath a tree, so immense it could eclipse the entire sky. So this, Elric realized, was the presence of a true god. The man in the white suit gestured towards Elric, introducing him as his descendant. Meanwhile, the god of camellia remarked that it was a pity Elric was a merbinger, but she would let it slide since he was handsome. The god of camellia then directly asked Elric if he wanted to marry her. The man in the white suit noted that her personality remained the same. The god of camellia expressed surprise that Elric had already rejected her proposal once before. Elric wondered if she had connected to the camellia outside of the arrangement. The god of camellia scoffed, stating that growing a camellia tree was difficult and questioned if Elric was sure he could do it. Elric affirmed that he was prepared to do his best. The god of camellia responded that she would simply be by his side to give him advice, but growing the tree was up to him alone. The god of camellia reiterated that growing the tree was up to Elric and only him. Elric held a small, dark object in his hand. The man in the white suit stated that was good enough for him, referring to Elric as his descendant. Elric's hand, bearing a tattoo, held the object. A stone tablet, etched with arcane symbols, was presented to Elric. It was described as a messenger that would allow him to monitor the status of the camellia tree in real time. The man in the white suit explained that Elric would slowly discover the other uses of the stone. With a surge of power, the man in the white suit activated the stone. The stone resonated with energy. The man in the white suit hoped that Elric would succeed. The scene shifted to a frozen landscape. It was said that the curse of the demon god, known as the Frozen Lands, first appeared 400 years ago. Elric was instructed to obtain the ingredients and items he would be told about and use them. Elric wondered if the environment of this time period was better than the outside worlds. He asked what he needed to start doing first. He was told that he needed to find land suitable for sprouting and plant the seed on it. Elric wondered if it would be faster to purify the land as compared to searching the whole snowfield. Elric and Camellia flew over the frozen landscape. A monstrous bird-like creature descends. The creature dives towards Elric. Ustin's voice echoed in Elric's mind, warning him to be wary of monsters. Elric dodges the creature's attack. More of the monstrous birds appear. He leaps into the air, evading their assault. Elric prepares to cast a spell. The spell takes form. It manifests as a swirling vortex of energy. The vortex expands. The spell strikes the creatures. The creatures are obliterated by the force of the spell. The frozen landscape stretched endlessly, a testament to the harsh conditions of this era. A dark, monstrous entity manifested, its form shifting and swirling like a nightmare given shape. Meanwhile, Elric stood ready, a surge of power emanating from his arm, prepared to face whatever came next. He remarked that he didn't realize this place had a buffet for him. The fairy commented on his competence, stating that he was just like how a merbinger should be. Elric wondered if they could find that land in this wide snowfield. The landscape loomed, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. Elric considered their options, realizing they needed an open terrain with little trees and a place with water nearby. He also needed a place he could easily defend from monsters. He then wondered if Camellia, if they were 400 years in the past, meant that anthropomorphs should be around. The fairy realized that Elric was thinking of anthropomorphs, and he thought they were about to complete the construction of the city right around this time. The fairy noted that this terrain was very different from what she knew, and asked how he intended to locate anthropomorphs. A foot landed heavily on the icy ground. Elric moved through the frozen landscape. The fairy stated that usually the tall gorges or hills wouldn't experience much changes in just 400 years. Elric stated that if he used such a place as a center, he should be able to roughly guess where it is. The landscape was barren, marked by the remnants of a forgotten age. Further in, the terrain was defined by towering structures, remnants of a lost civilization. Deeper within the ruins, a discovery was made. Here it is. Found it. The fairy observed, noting that Elric seemed to have paid close attention to the surrounding terrains and remembered them well. Elric prepared himself, a surge of energy emanating from him. He declared that it was time to prepare the land. The fairy began to channel her own power, preparing to assist. She focused intently, her gaze sharp and determined. The ground shimmered with latent energy. Elric wondered if what they had was enough to plant a tree. The fairy responded that she didn't think it was just enough. Crystalline structures began to emerge from the ground. The fairy noted that the soil's quality was good, and most monsters would not be coming in. Someone, observing from afar, realized that he was a merbinger. But for a human, Elric was able to use dragon tongue perfectly. Elsewhere, Camellia wondered what she should do with him. Her expression was one of cruel amusement. Elric stood before a wall of ice. His expression was grim. Suddenly, he heard a voice call out, "Camellia!" Seeing how the stone tablet had reacted, Elric believed he had succeeded. He looked on with a serious expression. A stone tablet displayed the message, "You have failed the mission. Returning to day 0. Elric and the fairy were transported to another location. Someone realized that they were back to the start again, and that this was the doing of Otto Hahn. Elric recalled that during the first arrangement, he would go back to the start whenever he died, but this time, he was restarting when he failed the mission, implying he missed something. A voice questioned if he knew why this was happening. The explanation followed. Being in the black snowfield, there were numerous reasons why things might not work as expected. The landscape was harsh and unforgiving. He extended a hand, as if reaching out to something beyond. Suddenly, Camellia appeared, suggesting he take a moment to observe the outside world. She inquired where he was going. Elric responded that he was heading to a safe place, urging her to focus on clearing the mission until he returned. Camellia requested that before he left, he give her some other hints. Elric walked away, resolving to discover the reason for his failure himself. The sky was dark, with a strange eclipse looming. A deep chasm cut through the frozen landscape. Elric lay on the ground, seemingly exhausted. He sat up, his expression thoughtful. Elric wondered what he had missed, realizing he couldn't waste any more time and needed to focus. With renewed determination, Elric rose. He was surrounded by a surge of power. A surge of green energy crackled through the air. Elric wondered what lay below the land, sensing something there. Below, the earth began to crumble. He reacted with surprise as the ground gave way. The ground continued to collapse beneath him. Cursing, he plummeted downwards. Below, a massive scaled form awaited. The creature's body was covered in sharp, overlapping plates. Its form continued to rise from the depths. An ancient text warned that these creatures were large enough to swallow most large-sized monsters, and that even 3 or 4 six-circle magicians would have a hard time fighting one. The text warned that if one ran into it by chance, they were in grave danger. The creature's maw was lined with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its massive form continued to emerge. The deathworm fully revealed itself. A warning is given. Run away. This is an illustrated book with information about worm-type monsters. The ground trembled as something massive stirred below. Elric reacted to the sudden movement. Cursing, he prepared for whatever was about to emerge. The earth split open. A colossal, feathered form erupted from the depths. Its body was composed of jagged, green-tinged rock. The creature roared. It was a deathworm. The deathworm's maw opened, revealing rows upon rows of teeth. The chronicler noted that it was a monster that needed at least 3 to 4 six-circle magicians to kill, and Elric wondered if he could manage it alone. Elric steeled himself, the magical energy coursing through his arm. He realized that the reason he failed his mission was probably because of this guy who was underground. In any case, he had to deal with it. To defeat the deathworm, Elric knew he had to penetrate its shell first. The creature's defenses shimmered with an ethereal blue energy. The deathworm's armored hide seemed impenetrable. The shell deflected the initial assault. The impact of the attack reverberated, and Elric wondered why the shell was so tough. Elric realized that magic was ineffective against the deathworm's defenses. He launched a physical strike. The attack connected, but the shell remained intact. Elric decided to use his body-strengthening art to break through the shell. The deathworm's armored exterior braced for the next attack. Elric focused his energy, preparing to unleash his body-strengthening art. He channeled a surge of green energy. Elric descended, enveloped in the emerald aura. A wave of frustration washed over Elric. The venomous liquid continued to eat away at his barrier. He couldn't believe the liquid was potent enough to break through his defenses. Elric steeled himself, realizing the danger. He knew that recklessly approaching the creature could lead to serious trouble. The deathworm declared that he would not escape. Elric dashed forward, determined to complete his mission. He knew that failure now meant failing to complete his mission within the time limit. The deathworm lunged. Its attack was swift and brutal. The creature pressed its assault. The deathworm continued its relentless assault. Elric realized with surprise that the monster was even capable of feints. He understood that this monster was far more cunning than average. The deathworm's scales shimmered in the dim light. He realized he almost died again. The venom continued to strike. The venomous strikes continued to rain down. Another wave of venom impacted the barrier. He cursed, realizing it was venom again. The venom continued to splash against the barrier. The venomous liquid streaked through the air. More venom splattered against the barrier. The venom continued its relentless assault. The venom dripped down the barrier. He was being pushed back by the force of the venom. The venom continued to strike. The venom exploded against the barrier. Pushing back against the venom, Elric realized if he couldn't defeat the deathworm soon, he would have to start over. His only choice, he thought, was to take a gamble. With that in mind, Elric initiated the release of his armament. He still retained what he had learned from the Blue Lion. Elric realized that if he focused all his strength into a small point, he could maximize its destructive power and ability to kill. Indeed, he could maximize its destructive power and ability to kill. He prepared to use the body-strengthening art, White Tiger Hammer. The technique was unleashed. The force of the attack ripped through the landscape. The surrounding area was devastated. Debris flew in all directions. The venomous projectile was struck. Despite the attack, Elric grunted in pain, still struggling against the deathworm's assault. If he hadn't poured all of his mana into that one attack, he would have been completely melted. He realized he would have been melted first. He couldn't fight that a second time. He wondered if he had succeeded this time. A restriction had been lifted. He wondered what that was supposed to mean. A surge of power emanated from him. The power coursed through him. He sat, recovering. He hadn't expected to receive the fourth seal so quickly. Elric considered the seal in his possession. Was he meant to use it to consume the frozen lands, just as he had done with the Ice Mountain King? He wondered what he should use it for, admitting he didn't even know its true name. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles laughed maniacally. Elric imagined how Mephistopheles would react to the current situation, sighing at the thought. He was sure he would eventually get answers the more he progressed through the arrangement. With the cleanup complete, Elric decided to try planting the seed, but was warned to be careful. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. He couldn't believe what was happening. An alert appeared, stating that although deathworms usually live by themselves, there are rare cases where they live in groups if the area's environment is very optimal. Enormous deathworms emerged from the ground. Elric realized there was a possibility that there were only a few of them. More deathworms appeared. Elric found himself surrounded by a multitude of deathworms. It was said that if they gathered in larger groups, there could be tens of them. The situation was becoming too ridiculous for even Elric to comprehend. The professor's frustration reached a boiling point, declaring the situation impossible. He threw his hands up in exasperation. The professor realized that one deathworm was already hard to deal with, but now he was facing tens of them. He wondered how the Tiger King family managed to build a city in such a place. It was clear that only someone as strong as his masters would be able to kill all of those deathworms alone. The sheer number of deathworms gathered here showed how good this land was. Elric resolved to keep trying until there was absolutely no way left. Elric leapt into the fray, his blade poised to strike. Despite the overwhelming odds, he remained optimistic. He was sure that if he went through this a few more times, he would find a way somehow. The effort clearly took its toll. He cursed his situation. This was his 34th attempt. He coughed, exhausted. He had tried all sorts of methods. The attempts left him bloodied and battered. But it was impossible to kill all the deathworms alone. He was nearly devoured. He came to another area because there was nothing he could do. But the seed wouldn't grow. He wondered if he would be trapped here at this rate. The deathworms continued to surround him. A man observed the scene from afar, noting that neither Mephi nor the god of Camellia were around. Lying prone in the snow, Elric lamented that his ancestor was likely enjoying this scene from somewhere else. He realized that no one was there to help him. Elric paused, wondering if someone might be able to assist him. He berated himself for not thinking of it sooner. Elric recalled that no one had forbidden him from seeking help from others. Elsewhere, someone sought the Tiger King family. The individual resolved to find the Tiger King family in this era. Someone approached Camellia as she slept, thinking to themselves that she would soon be theirs. The man in the white suit watched. Camellia questioned how the other woman managed to enter without permission, stating it shouldn't have been possible. The man in the white suit recalled someone begging him to enter before. Camellia wondered when that had happened. The man in the white suit asked if she had already forgotten what happened that day, adding that she must be at the age when people start forgetting things. The woman stated that she was once the queen of the Winter Palace and couldn't believe she was being treated this way. The man in the white suit asked why the woman was there. Camellia reminded him that she came because he asked her to. The man in the white suit asked if she felt fine. The woman responded that she was recovering, so he didn't need to worry about her. She hoped that what she had barely stopped would not happen again. The man in the white suit wondered if the protagonist was doing well. The man in the white suit extended his hand towards a portal. The man in the white suit asked if Camellia wanted to take a look. The view through the portal showed Elric and others facing off against a group of demi-humans. A horde of beastmen, armed and armored, gave chase. They declared Elric the sworn enemy of their race. Driven by hatred, the beastmen roared for Elric's death. The situation baffled one observer. Camellia, witnessing the scene, questioned why the beastmen were pursuing him. Meanwhile, The man in the white suit chuckled, amused by the unfolding events. He found the situation quite interesting. Camellia, exasperated, demanded to know how he could laugh at such a time, insisting that he should be helping Elric. The man in the white suit dismissed her concerns, stating there was no need to make such a fuss. Another man laughed, seemingly enjoying the chaos. He admitted to simply making a mess of things. The monstrous figures declared the man their sworn enemy, demanding his death. The figure was sent flying through the air. The man laughed, seemingly unfazed by the attack. He mused that the Tiger King family was not yet present. He resolved to clear the arrangement. He needed the help of those who had established a city in a place swarming with deathworms. Meanwhile, the monstrous figures finally caught up to him, promising to tear him to shreds. He thought it was difficult to find the Tiger King family in the Black Snowfield. The man prepared to use the body-strengthening art, Black Tiger Hunt. The man stood before a massive, fiery tiger. He knew he possessed the secret art of the Tiger King family. The monstrous figures expressed their shock that a human was using the body-strengthening art. The man knew that a human using the body-strengthening art would definitely attract the Tiger King family. With a determined stride, Elric moved forward. Far away, the snowy peaks of a mountain range stood tall. The mountains loomed, their peaks shrouded in shadow. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the mountains. The energy blast illuminated the landscape, revealing a horde of monstrous figures. One of the monstrous figures, a massive wolf, struggled to rise, muttering about Elric. Meanwhile, Elric's pursuers were determined not to lose him. He reflected on the chaos he had caused. Elric wondered if news of his actions had spread far enough, considering the 6 villages he had already ravaged. He considered crushing the remaining villages, hoping for a response. A voice boomed, commanding them to get away. Elric, kneeling on the ground, appeared injured and exhausted. The forest was dark, the air thick with the scent of blood. Nearby, the sounds of splintering wood echoed through the trees. The air crackled with energy as something moved with incredible speed. He moved in a blur, his movements too fast to follow. He realized that if it weren't for his predecessor, he would have died helplessly. The air grew heavy, charged with an unknown power. He was told that his senses were more sensitive than expected. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the threat before him. He was the one that united the Beastmen. That denouncement spread throughout the Black Snowfield. He was remembered as the great ruler of the North that caused the Empire to tremble in fear. He was the Tiger King's great progenitor. Someone mused that a human knew how to use the body-strengthening art. The speaker's expression was grim. A figure demands to know the identity of someone. The figure stands tall, surrounded by a red aura. The figure is identified as Tiger King Yul. Meanwhile, Elric is confronted by someone who notes that he smells like a human. The tiger demi-human admits he doesn't know what's happening. The tiger demi-human stands behind Elric. Elsewhere, a group demands to know what someone is doing there. The tiger demi-human questions if he's not allowed to be there. A tense standoff ensues. The tiger demi-human observes that there is opposition coming from another beastman tribe. It is revealed that this is before Tiger King Yul united them. Someone wonders how he is able to have such a horrifying and intimidating aura. A monstrous tiger spirit loomed over the tiger demi-human, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The tiger demi-human was told that if he wasn't going to fight, he should get lost. Another beastman looked on with a stern expression. Another beastman questioned how he could take the side of a human, the sworn enemy of beastmen. The beastmen declared that they would make him pay for his choice. Meanwhile, Elric and the tiger demi-human stood their ground, surrounded by enemies. The tiger demi-human wondered if Elric had just protected him. The tiger demi-human realized that he had made the right decision to make a mess of the Fury tribes, the ones that were hostile to Tiger King Yul. Elric was thanked by the tiger demi-human. The tiger demi-human was struck. Elric was the target of the attack. The tiger demi-human questioned how Elric knew how to use the body-strengthening art. Elric stated that he learned it from his teacher. The tiger demi-human demanded that Elric tell him the details, but told him to let him go first. The tiger demi-human's golden eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Elric. The tiger demi-human loomed over Elric, who was kneeling on the ground. He threatened to snap Elric's neck if he dared to lie. Coughing, Elric explained that he was a refugee. His family had wanted to escape the Empire's tyranny, so they fled to the Black Snowfield. He continued, revealing that monsters killed his parents, and he became an orphan, only to be saved by a certain beastman. Elric's expression softened as he recalled the past. Elric remembered that the beastman had taught him techniques to protect himself, so he could survive. The tiger demi-human pressed him, demanding the name of that beastman. Elric recalled that his teacher said he had long forgotten his own name and had never told Elric what it was. Elric thought to himself that he didn't want his teacher to go through his painful memories again, so he just called him his teacher in his heart. The tiger demi-human's markings seemed to glow slightly. The tiger demi-human's eyes narrowed further. Elric's eyes showed a hint of sadness. The tiger demi-human wondered if Elric was lying. The Tiger King possessed sensitive senses. The ability to deceive one's senses comes from controlling the flow of blood within the body. The tiger demi-human declared that they were now brothers, to which Elric agreed. Addressing someone as brother is a way to acknowledge fellow practitioners of the body-strengthening art. Sean realized that the tiger demi-human had acknowledged him as a brother. The tiger demi-human then asked where Elric was living in this cold and merciless land. The two rode through the snowy landscape on large wolves. Sean thought to himself that what he had just done was ridiculous. Sean wondered why there was not a single Merbinger that was normal. Sean wondered if it was all right for Camellia to appear right now. Camellia told him not to worry. The tiger demi-human asked what Sean's plans were, and if he really believed that Elric would consider him a comrade, to which he responded, of course not. The fairy questioned how the man could be so sure he would be kept around. Meanwhile, hostility between beastmen reached its peak. Regardless of the tribe, they would accept anyone strong. Elsewhere, a tiger demi-human called for everyone to gather, especially for Tiger King Yul, who was so ambitious. A woman wondered if this wasn't the era where beastmen had great hatred toward humans. It was believed that the rest of the tribe would accept him as the Tiger King did. The Tiger King listened intently. The crowd reacted with outrage at the sight of Sean. One of them exclaimed that a human was their sworn enemy, the one who killed his father. Another demanded why they brought a human there. The tiger demi-human ordered them to stop, declaring that Sean was their brother. The crowd questioned how a human could be their brother. The Tiger King told them to calm down and gather around. It was noted that this was when the Empire's tyranny was at its peak, so they were extremely hostile toward humans. A figure lamented that his plans would be foiled if he could not sway others to his side. Nearby, the tiger demi-human's tribe looked on with confusion. Meanwhile, others grieved, lamenting how their teacher could leave this world so early. Some of the tribe members expressed how blessed they were to have learned under him. The tiger demi-human stood with Sean, observing the reactions of his tribe. Someone wondered what they were talking about. If he couldn't sway them to his side, the tiger demi-human realized his plan would be ruined. The students looked on, confused by the recent turn of events. The students cried out in anguish, lamenting the loss of their teacher and questioning why he had to leave this world so soon. The students were told that they were blessed to have learned under him. The tiger demi-human chuckled, noting that just a short while ago, they were ready to tear him apart, and now they had suddenly become so friendly. The tiger demi-human smiled sinisterly. It was definitely because of Tiger King Yul, he thought. That was why his teacher said this before he closed his eyes, he realized. The students sat before the tiger demi-human. Even though they were faced with the limits of their race as beastmen and humans, the tiger demi-human was thankful that as he left this world, they were still a teacher and his students. He hoped they would meet again like this in their next life. The tiger demi-human grinned, his eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. A surge of power emanated from him. Nearby, a student wailed, begging someone to open their eyes, declaring the situation too cruel. Another voice questioned how the young student was supposed to continue living by himself. The wind howled through the trees. The tiger demi-human, feigning sadness, comforted a crying student. He thought back to what he had told them all, to play along. He chuckled, believing they were all idiots who would believe anything. The tiger demi-human continued to comfort the student, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, someone declared that they could not agree to this. Another voice stated that they would not listen to what humans said. A figure questioned how they were supposed to believe those words. A cold wind howled through the trees. Nearby, the tiger demi-human stood with his students. It was said that they were the Black Wolf tribe, the loyal dogs of the Tiger King. The Black Wolf tribe were premier Norse ancestors. The tiger demi-human questioned if Ralph was disobeying his words. Ralph stated that he was not disobeying. Even if what the tiger demi-human said was true, there was no way their clan could accept such a lowly race. Ralph stood defiant. The words lowly race hung in the air. Ralph hoped they had not forgotten their belief. If they had forgotten that belief, he would snap their neck himself. Ralph's name was spoken. They had all been abandoned and chased away, but even if their race and bloodline were different, they were still one family. If they had forgotten that belief, he would snap their neck himself. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. The tiger demi-human, surrounded by others, listened intently. Footsteps echoed as someone approached, determined to break the boundaries between tribes and unite all beastmen as one. The tiger demi-human confirmed that he had heard that the objective was anthropomorphism, and then inquired if Ralph knew about them. Ralph smiled, seemingly amused by the conversation. Ralph admitted to having heard of it while wandering the snowfield alone, but also noted that the tiger demi-human was treated as an enemy by various tribes due to that belief. He added that more and more people were being convicted by that belief. Ralph extended his hand, stating that they, too, had accepted him as their brother. Ralph stated that he believed this was an extension of the ideals that they were pursuing. It was as expected of a Merbinger, someone who had a way with words. Elric vowed to meet those expectations and prove that he was worthy of joining them on this journey. Another man stated that he had heard that hierarchy among beastmen was determined by strength, and then asked what the other was trying to suggest. The man declared that they should fight. He explained that if he won, he would become a part of the tribe, and if he lost, he would leave this place. The wolf demi-human bristled at the challenge. How dare a mere human challenge him, a warrior of the great black wolf tribe? Annoyed by the tiger demi-human's words, the wolf demi-human questioned why he was talking so much. The tiger demi-human grinned, asking if he was scared. The wolf demi-human's expression hardened. The tiger demi-human continued to taunt him, asking if he was in the mutt. The wolf demi-human, enraged, declared that he was going to kill him. The wolf demi-human's eyes glowed red with fury. The tiger demi-human, now surrounded by crackling energy, asked if he was sure he could. Energy crackled around the tiger demi-human's hands. The wolf demi-human charged forward, engulfed in a fiery aura. The tiger demi-human met the charge, the two figures colliding in a burst of energy. The tiger demi-human and the wolf demi-human clashed, their battle shaking the very ground. The tiger demi-human paused the fight, asking to speak to both the wolf demi-human and Elric. The tiger demi-human posed a question, inquiring if his opponent would accept the outcome, even if it meant death. Meanwhile, the wolf demi-human considered the stakes. He resolved that if the human were to win, he would accept him as family. Elric swore upon the honor of his teacher that he would accept the results of the fight. The declaration hung in the air. The tiger demi-human's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. Good. The wolf demi-human transformed, his features shifting into a monstrous visage. The fight was about to begin. The wolf demi-human declared that he would shred his opponent into pieces. Elric knew that the story he had made up would not last long. He realized he needed a chance to prove his value to Tiger King Yell. The wolf demi-human lunged forward. Elric thought that, thanks to the wolf demi-human, it seemed that proving his worth would not be a problem. The wolf demi-human roared. Elric prepared to fight. The wolf demi-human lunged forward, claws extended. The attack landed with explosive force. Elric, however, was already moving. He unleashed the body-strengthening art, Ferocious Tiger Rush. The wolf demi-human, struggling to regain his footing, was taunted by Elric. The wolf demi-human snarled, demanding to know who dared speak to him in such a way. Elric's counterattack struck with blinding speed. He followed up with the body-strengthening art, Strike Barrage. Watching from the sidelines, the cat demi-human expressed disbelief that Ralph, one of the top warriors even among the royal guards, was being beaten so easily. Her companion marveled that a human could use the body-strengthening art so well. The cat demi-human's companion looked on with a shocked expression. The wolf demi-human was sent crashing to the ground. The defeated wolf demi-human lay prone, blood dripping from his mouth. The tiger demi-human observed that the fight had ended faster than he anticipated. The tiger demi-human stated that this should be enough for Elric to become one of them. The wolf demi-human's rage intensified, his eyes burning with a ferocious intensity. The berserk state amplified his already formidable power, contorting his features into a monstrous visage. His muscles bulged, straining against his fur as the transformation reached its peak. Elric observed the transformation, realizing that a beastman's anger, when surpassing rationality, increased their strength exponentially, but at the cost of their intellect. The wolf demi-human roared, a sound filled with primal fury. Elric knew it would be too dangerous to fight him head-on in this state. He focused his energy, channeling it into his arm. A wave of cold energy emanated from him. Elric commanded the air to freeze. The air around the wolf demi-human began to crystallize. Ice formed rapidly, encasing him. The wolf demi-human was trapped within a prison of ice. The ice spread, covering his entire body. The transformation was halted, frozen in place. The frozen wolf demi-human stood as a testament to the swiftness of Elric's magic. The ice began to crack as the wolf demi-human struggled against its icy prison. Chains of ice formed around the wolf, binding it further. The ice continued to encase the wolf, forming a solid barrier. The chains tightened, glowing with a frigid energy. The wolf roared in frustration as the ice constricted its movements. A guttural cry escaped the wolf's throat. The sound echoed through the frozen landscape. A voice commanded the wolf to quiet down. Elric stood firm, his eyes glowing with magical power. The wolf, now completely encased in ice, remained frozen in place. He surveyed his handiwork, the frozen wolf a testament to his abilities. The tiger demi-human and Norris watched from a distance, the tiger demi-human wondering if it was magic and if Elric was a magician. Norris questioned if they had been deceived. Norris's words hung in the air as Elric considered his options. If he wanted to subdue the wolf demi-human without killing him, he realized he would have to resort to magic. The tiger demi-human watched Elric, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He mused that this was something they would have to know eventually. The tiger demi-human thought about the story he had prepared for this situation. The tiger demi-human's expression was unreadable. He found Elric to be far more interesting than he had expected, especially given his knowledge of both body-strengthening arts and magic. He guessed he wouldn't need it. Elric reflected that he should have used only the body-strengthening art for the fight. However, he didn't wish to hurt someone who was about to become his family, so he had to use magic. The tiger demi-human declared that no matter whether one took the easy route or hid their strength, the one who wins in the battlefield is the strongest. That was a merciless rule in the world of fights. The tiger demi-human asked Elric his name, and Elric responded, introducing himself. The wolf demi-humans watched the exchange. They claimed to have no complaints. The demi-humans cheered, declaring Elric as one of their own. Amidst the celebration, the demi-humans hoisted a man into the air. Elsewhere, Elric felt a surge of power. Nearby, puny Atraquois watched with concern. Elric received a new message. The seal had been lifted, revealing the true name.